A guy was standing in the forest as the rain trickled down his face. He complained about the unfairness of this world while reminiscing about his mother, about how he and his mom was treated by the Duke and the nobles. He was mocked as a bastard of the Duke father who never cared about him nor about his mother. But it all hit him when his mother was on her deathbed, and he was unable to do anything as heaven took her away. After that, he had always been crying for his mother. What was worse was that even her body was not given to him after her death. He understood that his predicament was like that only because he had no talent to become stronger. But he won't give in, and would strive in this dog-eat-dog world. Whenever he is depressed, he remembered his mother's smile, which would give him hope to become stronger and reach the pinnacle of power. So after a long decision, he chose to abandon his title of bastard in the Duke family and changed his surname to his mother's surname and named himself as Huo Yunhao. He left the hellhole that he grew up in, seeking for a better place. After 6 days of leaving the Duke's mansion, he traveled through the forest and stayed and bathed near the rivers. He didn't have to worry about food as he was living on the hunted animals. Hu Yunhao learned to hunt from his mom, who used to take him to the forest every now and then. He looked through the map and browsed for the weakest animal inhabitants of the Star Forest. He was planning to kill some 100-year-old beasts to get their spirit rings, so he was confident in his abilities. He then again stayed by the river as he made a spear by cutting the wooden branch to catch fish. He used the Bai Hu dagger that his mother gave him to make the spear. He again remembered how his mom wished for him to awaken a good spirit at the age of 6. Everyone can awaken spirits in this world, but only those that have the essence of the spirit can become a spirit master. Spirits awakened are divided in 2 categories in general. One is tool spirit, another is beast spirit. The tool spirit users can manifest their tool as weapon, and the beast spirit users can transform their body into beastly forms. However, Huo Yunhao had a rare beast spirit, which was Spirit Eye. He can see much further than other people. Everything he focused on is enlarged within his sight. Neither slightest change can escape his sight, meaning all the things are slowed down in his vision. Huo Yunhao had yet to realize the miracles of this spirit, and had yet to figure out the attack method using his spirit. He was sad since it would be a real shame if his rare spirit was only used for peeking at girls bathing, and due to his spirit being in the psyche category, he had trouble finding a suitable spirit beast that he could kill to gain its spirit ring. Not to mention he had innate spirit power of level 1, whereas people had higher innate power when they awakened. Nevertheless, he believed that hard work could bypass the gap in talents. And just at that time, he saw a pink-haired girl coming out of the bushes and looked with lust towards his grilled fish. No choice, he gave the grilled fish to her. Then, she immediately munched on the fish like a cat. Then he saw a guy with violet hair also coming out of the bushes. The guy then reprimanded the girl for not letting Huo Yunhao eat first. But the girl was angry and told him to call her teacher. The guy complied. Then Huo Yunhao gave out another grilled fish to the guy who was called Bei Bei. The girl was also introduced as Tang Ya. So Huo Yunhao also introduced himself. Then the pink-haired girl stretched lazily and asked if Hu Yunhao wanted to be her cook. But Huo Yunhao didn't listen to her and said that he needed to leave. So the duo warned him that the Xingdu forest is dangerous, so he should leave with them. But Huo Yunhao rejected them and left towards the depth of the forest. After he left, the duo discussed if they wanted to invite Huo Yunhao in their Tang clan. So they finalized their thoughts and wanted to let Huo Yunhao be the 3rd member of their Tang clan and decided to go after Huo Yunhao to protect him in the forest. When Huo Yunhao entered deeper, he noticed that the trees were much larger but more scarce than before. Then, all of a sudden, he saw a golden beam of light coming toward him, so he dodged it and saw that it was a baboon-like monster. He kept dodging its attack, and just when he was about to get killed, he saw that the baboon dropped dead all of a sudden as the spirit ring of that monster got out of its body and levitated. Then he went over and saw that the spirit beast was actually 10-year-old, meaning that his goal of hunting 100-year-old beast was just a pipe dream. Suddenly, he heard a voice that echoed in his mind. Then the ground cracked, which scared the shits out of him. Out of the cracked ground came a head that looked menacing. The surrounding temperature dropped due to the beast's power, and Huo Yunhao knew he was dead for sure this time. But then he saw that the spirit beast was very friendly, and was amazed by the looks of the spirit beast. It was the biggest silkworm he had ever seen. It introduced itself as a heavenly silkworm of 1,000,000-year-old. Huo Yunhao was shocked silly by the number that he heard. It was not 100 nor 1,000, but a freaking 1,000,000 years, for God's sake. After he calmed down, he asked the silkworm beast what it wanted with him. It replied that it wanted to become his spirit ring, the first intelligent mental spirit ring in the history of Duluo continent. He was unable to believe what it said. And just at this time, the beast touched his head, and the process of being the spirit ring started, and a huge energy shockwave spread, centering Huo Yunhao. A few kilometers away, the duo of Tang Ya and Bei Bei also noticed the energy wave and headed there. The silkworm beast was happy for being into Huo Yunhao's spirit consciousness, and just at that time it felt that another strong power coming at his direction. So the silkworm tried to fight with it as it didn't want to share the body of Huo Yunhao with another beast. But unfortunately, the presence was stronger than the million-year-old beast. So it also entered Huo Yunhao's consciousness along with the silkworm. And just at that time, Tang Ya and Bei Bei came and saw the unconscious Huo Yunhao. The duo then took care of Yunhao and fed him some pills. Huo Yunhao was in his spirit consciousness, where he saw the silkworm who complained about Huo Yunhao being so weak that he had to seal his powers to become his spirit ring. Then he learned about the biography of the silkworm. It said that it was born in place of extreme coldness located in the north. He was but a mere ice worm with ice and mental attribute, but due to his slow mobility, he was very weak and was always hunted by other beasts. But when it was being hunted down by predators, it fell into an ice cave underground. But who would have thought that the cave had 10,000 years of ice essence? So after being frozen in the ice essence for 10,000 years and absorbing the ice essence in the meantime, it became 10,000-year-old beast. But it was still stuck in the cave and had no way out, so he ate ice and slept all day until he became a 900,000-year-old beast. And finally, it was able to get out of the cave, however. His battle strength was very weak and was not even as strong as a 100,000-year-old beast. So he was captured by a group of 100,000-year-old beasts. But fortunately, he was able to escape. And after another 100,000 years later, he was finally able to become a million-year-old. Then the silkworm wanted to get rid of his weakness, so he looked for spirit masters that could fuse with his ring. But a strong spirit master that he chose previously was unable to bear his power and died bursting. Then he met Huo Yunhao and was able to become his ring by placing 9 seals on his power. Both Huo Yunhao and the Daydream Silkworm knew how it felt to be weak, so their bond became closer. Huo Yunhao then found out that Daydream can give him 4 spirit abilities instead of usual 1 spirit ability. Then Yunhao was told about the strong gray presence that invaded his consciousness. The silkworm then told him to leave the consciousness as his friends were worried about him. When Huo Yunhao woke up, Tang Ya hugged him again, saying she thought she would never be able to eat his delicious grilled fish again. He then noticed that he truly have gained skills, and his spirit power have increased just as his brother's Daydream had told him. He was excited as he finally became a spirit master. So the duo then learned that Huo Yunhao had I-type spirit. Tang Ya then dusted off Yunhao and said that he could seek help from them if he needed anything. Bei Bei then asked if he had any relatives and found out that he was an orphan, so Tang Ya immediately invited Yunhao to her Tang sect. She then said that her Tang sect used to be the strongest in the continent and had many amazing techniques. Yunhao then remembered the bedtime stories his mother used to tell him about the Tang sect and its glorious days. But it turned out that their Tang sect had withered in the rivers of time, and most of the things of Tang sect had been stolen. And Tang Ya, the only known descendant of Tang sect, was the current owner of the Tang sect. When Yunhao asked if he needed to perform anything for Tang sect, Tang Ya told him that he would just need to stand up for Tang sect in its crisis, and also told him that the best academy of the continent, the Shrek Academy, always gave them scholarships every year. So he would gain free scholarship if he joined the sect too. Yunhao, knowing that he had no family to shelter him, accepted their deal and said that he would be a loyal member of the sect. Then he followed the rules and greeted sect leader Tang Ya as his master. After that, he was taught mysterious heaven skill, jade hand technique, purple demon eyes, and also the ghost step techniques of Tang sect. Bei Bei said that the purple demon eye technique suited him the best, and he can even launch a powerful attack with the technique after mastering it. So Bei Bei helped him with the purple demon eye technique step by step. After that, they moved again, and on the way were attacked by a 1,000-year-old spirit beast. Tang Ya protected Yunhao, and Bei Bei released his 3 spirit rings and stood against the snake-like monster. Tang Ya was excited and told Bei Bei that she wanted its spirit ring as it would be suitable for her. Bei Bei fought with it, but was pushed back in the clash. And for the first time in Yunhao's life, someone apart from his mother protected him. So he was emotional and also joined in the battle with his spirit eye. When he activated his newfound ability from his brother Daydream, everyone felt that time slowed down for them, Even the dew that was evaporating in sunlight was being shown, not to mention all the movements of the snake. And they were also able to view from an omnidirection as though they had been seeing the world from the perspective of a god. But Yun Hao can only maintain this powerful skill for a minute. Bei Bei then rushed against the snake with the boost in perspective from Huo Yun Hao. Seeing this, the Romanti snake fled, but Bei Bei was able to see where the snake was hiding with the vision skill of Yun Hao. So he struck Romanti snake in its head and was able to defeat it. Then, Tang Ya took this chance to deal the final blow, as only the person that killed the spirit beast could own the spirit ring. A purple ring appeared out of the snake, and Tang Ya immediately sat down to absorb it. Several blue energy strings shot out of Tang Ya's body and latched onto the spirit ring during the absorption process. Yun Hao knew that her spirit power reached level 30, as she was able to absorb a 1,000-year-old purple ring. Later, he found out from Bei Bei that her spirit was blue-silver grass, which was the same spirit as the founding ancestor of Tang sect. The ancestor Tang had attempted to foster many people with the blue-silver grass. However, none was able to accomplish anything significant with the blue-silver grass. So the Tang ancestor left, leaving the Tang sect to decline over time. Bei Bei then thanked Yun Hao for helping them escape the danger and also asked about the skill that he used to aid them in the attack. Yun Hao said that his skill works within 30 meters of distance and doesn't use that much spirit power. Bei Bei was surprised for the skill was so overpowered, but used a little amount of spirit power. Well, Yun Hao can't really reveal that he has way more spirit power capacity than others due to the million-year-old spirit ring, so he just lied. Bei Bei then told Yun Hao that his skill can be the trump card of any team. He also explained the usual team structures of Spirit Masters consisting of one attack-type Spiritual Master, one defense-type Spiritual Master, and one control-type Spiritual Master who usually is the core of the team. But there is also rare Spirit Masters of support type who heal, boost, and support the team members from behind. Yun Hao understood quickly and knew that Bei Bei was an attack-type Spirit Master. Bei Bei confirmed it and said that Tang Ya, who had a blue-silver grass spirit, was a control-type Master. He also added that Yun Hao could also become a control-type master and lead teams. Yun Hao was elated and said that he would try his best to become a control-type spirit master. But he soon reminisced how he was bullied in the Duke's mansion for his innate level of 1 spirit power, and also how he was imprisoned for nothing in the dungeon. But his sad memories swept away due to the warm vibes coming from Bei Bei and Tang Ya. He was truly grateful to be able to get a sliver of kindness after being treated like trash his whole life. So he thanked them. But Bei Bei said that it was their good luck to be able to find Yun Hao and said that after Tang Ya absorbed the spirit ring fully, they would take him back to the Shrek Academy. Half a day passed while Yun Hao was being taught about the mysterious heaven skill of Tang sect. And what surprised Bei Bei the most was the fact that Yun Hao was able to maintain such a powerful skill for half a day. But he wasn't able to test it more as Tang Ya completed her spirit ring absorption. The absorption went well as no spirit beast dared to approach the team due to the influence of the million-year-old daydream guy. Tang Ya was really happy being able to absorb a 1,000-year-old ring for her third spirit and hugged Bei Bei. But she felt awkward after letting go of Bei Bei as Yun Hao was watching them intently. He was thinking if he could be like them one day and find a good friend. After the awkward exchanges, the trio left for the Shrek Academy along with their new team member. In the Duluo continent, the Shrek Academy is in the border of Tianhun Empire, Duling Empire, and also the Xingluo Empire. All these 3 empires except the Sun Moon Empire claim that the Shrek Academy belonged to them, but in truth, none of the empires is able to control the might of Shrek. For it had created thousands of powerful figures throughout the history of the continent. And when Sun Moon Empire fought against the rest of the 3 empires, the Shrek Academy gathered 60 level 90 spirit masters to fend against the mighty force of Sun Moon Empire. Not to mention the first 7 students of the Shrek Academy all became deities and ascended to the god realm. However, it's known to be very hard to get admitted in Shrek, even for the top-ranked prodigies, which made Shrek have always a small number of students getting in every year. Soon the team arrived, and Yun Hao was able to spot the Shrek Academy, which looked nothing but majestic. When Yun Hao was admiring, Tang Ya poured cold water in his daydream, saying the Shrek would conduct assessments every now and then to eliminate their bad students. She also said that she and Bei Bei were still not able to get into the inner academy of Shrek. Bei Bei also said that only the inner students of Shrek Academy are the true elites of the Shrek. And if they were able to graduate from the inner academy, They would be sought after by the three empires of the continent. Yunhao was ecstatic as he finally found a way to go back to the Duke's mansion and demand her mother's body get buried so that she could rest in peace in heaven. The depressed Yunhao was then told that to enter the Shrek Academy, one needed to be under age 12 and have to reach 15 level in spirit power. The words of Tang Ya made him realize that he needed to improve 4 more levels in 3 months to get in the academy. Not to mention that test would include real-life battle contest. Yunhao was not frustrated but was motivated and said that he might lose battles, but he swore that he would learn from his loss and surpass those that defeats him. The team moved into the academy and Yunhao kept looking left and right in curiosity. Soon, Yunhao was taken to register for the class with special recommendation from Tang sect and got into the freshman class of teacher Zhu, who was very strict. Yunhao went to greet the old guy who was sleeping by the tree, but the sleepy man just told him to go to the 108th room of the dorm and passed him the key. Yunhao complied and left to find the dorm. After getting lost a few times, he found and got into the 108th room, but when he opened the door with the key, he was greeted with dusty air of the room, so he immediately cleaned it up with his years of cleaning experience in the Duke mansion. Next, he began meditating on the mysterious heaven skill on the bed. Before, senior brother Bai Bei assisted him on practicing, but it's really difficult for him with his weak and narrow meridians. It was very hard for both Bai Bei and him to complete just one cycle of meditation. Just then, Big Brother Daydream took him in his inner mind and examined the cultivation skill and said that the Tang sect's heavenly mysterious technique was really helping his body improve. Daydream then said that he would go to sleep to recover his energy and might not wake up before he got his second spirit ring. After that, Yunhao was thrown out of his spirit consciousness. When he woke up, he saw a blue-haired person staring at him. The person had amazingly smooth-ass hair and a dazzling face. Yunhao was truly fascinated. He guessed his identity and asked if he was his roommate. But the guy's attitude wasn't as good as his looks as he threw his bag down and said that since Yunhao cleaned up his bed, he would let him live in the same room. But he cockily made rules of not bringing people in the room, to not be naked in the room, and also to not barge into the washroom randomly. Yunhao threw out the good impression of the guy out of the window as he was not gay, and was really angry, so he said that he doesn't give a shit to his rules. But the guy challenged him, saying he would be kicked out of the room if he didn't comply. This attitude of his new roommate made him remember how he was being treated by the noble bullies of the Duke's mansion, making him challenge the guy head-on. Before they started their battle, they introduced themselves, and Yunhao found out that the guy was called Wang Dong. Yunhao followed him out of the room and to the field. At this time, the sleepy old man also noticed the battle from afar, and some students gathered due to the commotion. Yunhao released his golden million-year spirit ring, but the people thought that it was a white or 10-year-old spirit ring. So they mocked Yunhao along with Wang Dong. So Wang Dong didn't even release his spirit ring and just went ahead with a kick. However, Yunhao didn't even budge as he caught up to his kick in an embarrassing manner. Then Wang Dong used very flexible moves like women to recover from that stance and counterattack. But Yunhao caught his counterattack again by using his jade hand technique, but he was also pushed back and was being fisted and kicked. Even though Wang Dong's kicks were super-duper fast, it was still being dodged by the seemingly weak Yunhao. Yunhao knew that the little damage he was receiving from fists and kicks from Wang Dong would surely make him lose sooner or later, so he needed to finish this before that happens. So he used his purple demon eyes along with his mental attack skill, which made Wang Dong hurt in his head. And taking this chance, Yunhao rode on Wang Dong to not get hit by his legs. Both of them dropped to the ground in another embarrassing posture. But Wang Dong was still not surrendering. So Yunhao said that he would accept the rules made by Wang Dong, but he would never accept being insulted with a fierce face. Yunhao then let go of Wang Dong, knowing that he would lose if Wang Dong used his spirit power, as even though Yunhao's spirit capacity was very high, his spirit power level is still lower than Wang Dong. After Yunhao left, Sleepy Old Man came down from the tree and told Wang Dong that he would lose, even if he used his spirit powers, as Yunhao had a heart without fear. Wang Dong thanked the man and went back to the dorm. He then saw Yunhao meditating. He wanted to talk with him but rejected the idea and slept begrudgingly. And at that time, Yunhao noticed his arrival and wondered why Wang Dong smelled like a girl even though he was a guy. The next day, Wang Dong woke up early and prepared to go for the freshman student class. He also called out to Yunhao, who was meditating, to hurry for class. Wang Dong was furious as he was never ignored this badly by anyone. When Wang Dong was leaving the dorm throwing tantrum, Yunhao was thinking that there was still half an hour to the class, which was enough to cycle his energy once more in his body. After half an hour, he reached class just in time. To make it worse, he saw Wang Dong, who was being fawned over by girls like flies surrounding shit. And when Wang Dong was asked if he knew Yunhao, he rejected it very fast. Then everyone met their teacher, Miss Zhou, who looked very strict, just like he heard. She then called out to Yunhao and Wang Dong for fighting in the school, but surprisingly, she didn't punish the duo, but instead told the entire class to run 100 laps around the school field, except for the duo. She was very strict and said that those that don't obey her would be suspended from school. She released all her spirit rings, among which were 2 black rings, meaning she was a spirit emperor. The students got scared and did as they were told. Then the duo of Yunhao and Wang Dong were called again and heard the reason for the battle. After that, she asked them to not battle people from their own class, and if they wanted to battle, then they need to battle with the students from other classes. And just when the duo thought that they would be let off, she said that they need to also complete 100 laps. Hearing it, Yunhao dragged Wang Dong hurriedly to the field and said that she might really expel them if they didn't listen. Soon they joined the other students who were running. They bickered for a while as who would be the winner if they fought again, and Wang Dong was as cocky as always. When Wang Dong said that he never treated anyone as his equal, Yunhao ignored him, which made Wang Dong annoyed. A while later, Wang Dong surpassed all the other students in the class despite starting late and won first place. When the deadline for finishing the lap was nearing, everyone almost finished running. But Yunho, who had low spirit level, had 20 more laps to finish, but he didn't give up and kept taking steps. Wang Dong was gloating as Yunhao wouldn't be able to finish the lap. On the other hand, Yunhao was feeling strength leaving his body. He still had 5 minutes left to complete 12 more laps. And just as he was about to fall down, Wang Dong used his butterfly spirit and flew to him to help him. Everyone was shocked to see Wang Dong's spirit. As in the history of Duluo continent, the heavenly butterfly was the most beautiful spirit known to man. Wang Dong caught Yunhao, who was about to fall, and again got in an awkward position while catching him. Wang Dong then carried Yunhao and flew around the field to help him finish the laps. After they finished it, both of them crashed onto the ground in exhaustion. Again, they got in an awkward position, which made Wang Dong act like a shy girl for a while. But their friendship grew after that incident. Then Miss Zhou called out to some people who cheated in the laps and were mercilessly expelled from the academy. Then the cheating students protested, saying Wang Dong helping Yunhao should also be a cheating, but Miss Zhou said that she never mentioned that helping others were forbidden. Later in the class, everyone was asked to say their spirit level. And when Yunhao told the class that he was of level 11, everyone was shocked, as the minimum for entering the Shrek was 15 level. Meanwhile, Wang Dong was even more embarrassed as he lost to someone with level 11 spirit power. Miss Zhou then said that Yunhao had a special recommendation, but he would still be disqualified if he failed the exams. When Wang Dong was asked as to which type of spirit masters are suited for attack, he said it was strength and control type spirit users. But Miss Zhou dismissed him, saying it would have been correct if it was 4,000 years ago. She then asked Yunhao, who asked if it was the spirit weapons of modern age. Miss Zhou praised him, saying he ain't dumb despite having only level 11 spirit power. Yunhao felt proud as he learnt these things from his senior brother, Bei Bei. On the other hand, Wang Dong felt even more embarrassed for losing to Yunhao again. She then gave a brief explanation about the spirit weapons, like how they only needed enough spirit power to wield the spirit weapons. After that class, Miss Zhou asked for an explanation about spirit ability of Yunhao. He said that his spirit ability is of support type and showed his spirit ability, and Miss Zhou was beyond shocked by the amazing ability, and was also shocked because Yunhao had an I-type spirit soul. After that, she asked him to follow her. She grabbed him by the shoulder and flew across the sky towards a building that had a banner saying, Spirit Smith's Hall. When Yunhao was about to get into the building, he had a feeling that a whole new world was about to open up in front of him. When he entered the Spirit Smith's Hall, he looked around curiously and met a white-haired guy. Miss Zhou casually told him that she found a person to use his spirit weapons. Then all of a sudden, Miss Zhou introduced Yunhao to the white-haired guy and also mentioned his eye spirit. Miss Zhou also mentioned Yunhao's ability, but the white-haired person was shocked since Yunhao was just level 11 and had only a 10-year-old spirit ring. The white-haired guy then called out to Kai Tao, who was a bald guy with a headband, and told him to bring Yunhao to the firing range to test his support ability. Kai-Tu and Yun-Hao introduced each other, and Kai-Tu brought Yun-Hao to the firing range where he carried a fat-ass spirit gun. And when it fired, a cannonball came out and hit the iron wall behind the target, greatly missing the target. After that, Yun-Hao was asked if he could boost Kai-Tu's sense to let him hit the target accurately. Yun-Hao said that it would be possible, but his spirit ability to boost sense is only limited to 30 meters and would be difficult to assist in long-range combat if he didn't upgrade his ability. The white-haired guy said that he only heard about the spirit abilities being upgraded in Legends, as upgrading ability meant increasing the age of the spirit ring that gave the spirit ability. But Yun-Hao knew that he would be able to upgrade his ability by unsealing the powers of the million-year spirit ring more. So the white-haired guy threw him a challenge, saying if he can increase his range of the sense boost ability to 100 meters, then he would be taught to make and use spirit weapons. After that, Sai too brought him to walk around the Spirit Smith's Hall. And in the meantime, Miss Joe and the white-haired guy was chatting about how Yun-Hao would be able to help them test out many spirit weapons that were gathering dust only because of no compatible users. The bald Kai-Tu sat down a bit far away from them as Kai-Tu explained about the spirit weapons. It turned out that the spirit weapons store spirit energy within them as ammo and can be triggered with a little amount of spirit power from the users, so even a weak spirit master has the capability to defeat much higher-ranked foes with spirit weapons. However, the biggest problem with spirit weapons is its accuracy, so it needed support from other spirit users to boost one's sense to increase the accuracy. And since the material of the spirit ammo were very, very expensive, nobody would try to waste hundreds of thousands of ammo to perfect their aim. But their talk came to an end, as Miss Joe told Yun-Hao to go back with her. Yun-Hao bade goodbye to the baldy and left with Miss Joe. Miss Joe then told him on the way that his future would be bright if he could become a student of Fan Yu, the white-haired spirit smith, but said that his study in Shrek is of utmost importance too. However, he didn't have money to stay in the academy until the exam, and just at that time Tang Ya came and said that he should sell grilled fish in front of the academy gate to gather money. She also said that it would be very profitable as people would surely like his cooking. After lunch that day, Yun-Hao spent his time meditating. While meditating, he noticed that his spirit power had increased. He wondered if it had anything to do with training his body with 100 laps that day. Just at that time, he noticed that Wang Dong was staring into his eyes intensely. Wang Dong then asked to know about his spirit ring, so Yun-Hao just simply told him how his eye spirit can boost his own and others' senses to predict future attack patterns through deep analysis. Wang Dong also told him about his spirit soul and said that he had a second spirit ring, meaning his level was over 20. On the way to their class, Wang Dong was shown Yun-Hao's spirit ability, which surprised Wang Dong as it was much more powerful than how Yun-Hao described it to be. However, this time, Yun-Hao tried to spread his ability range into one direction instead of in a sphere shape that way. He noticed that he was able to increase the range to about 50 to 60 meters from 30 meters in diameter. His experiment just then made him happy, as this way he would be able to learn from teacher Feng Yu sooner than expected. When they reached the training field of the class, Wang Dong was called by Miss Zhou and was told that he would be the class president as he had the strongest spirit among everyone. The females were happy, whereas the males were jealous hearing the announcement. Miss Zhou then pointed to something that looked like a brick pile and said that everyone needed to wear those heavy bricks and run till the end of the class. Some of the girls complained, and even the guys that have support-type spirit complained, saying their spirit is not meant for a physical battle. But Miss Zhou said that in real-life battle, the enemy would never care if the opponent is a girl or a guy, baby or an adult. So everyone was forced to do as she said. After a while of running, Wang Dong noticed that Yun-Hao was last as before, and he kind of expected it as Yun-Hao was only level 11 Spirit Master. Wang Dong noticed that Yun-Hao was running slowly but steadily, even when Wang Dong had lapped Yun-Hao twice. This time, Miss Zhou also told everyone that the person with least laps till the end of the class would be eliminated. Even Wang Dong, with his powerful spirit and spirit power level, was feeling the toll of 30 jin of weight. Many people had stopped to take a breathing, but the slow-running Yun-Hao with the least laps was still running. Yun-Hao, on the other hand, was at his breaking point, his eyes blurry, chest on fire, exhausted but still persevered. At this time, he noticed that there was warmth coming from his lower abdomen where the mysterious heaven skill gathered energy. The energy slowly cycled throughout his veins and every part of his body. This made him realize the way to use the mysterious heaven skill when moving. He never thought one could cultivate while running or doing something so distracting. But what he didn't know was he was the first person to discover this method of mysterious heaven skill. Even the founder of the Tang sect didn't know this. but weak constitution, low spirit level, and mental strength assisted with million-year spirit ring made him able to discover a new method to cultivate the skill in a way that only applied to him. Perhaps nobody in the future would be able to imitate him even if taught by Yunhao himself. And amidst his discovery, he was able to level up to the 12th level. 1.5 hours later, only 9 people were still able to run, and surprisingly, Yunhao was among them. When Wang Dong was about to give up too, he looked back and saw that the weakest Yunhao was still running. So he didn't give up and persisted. But Yunhao knew that his career and the wish of his mom lied in getting stronger, and without staying in the Shrek Academy, he would hardly have any chance to get stronger. Amidst the shock of everyone, he ran as his silhouette seemed lonely and tall. And to the surprise of Miss Zhou, everyone got up one by one feeling ashamed by Yunhao's persistence and tagged behind Yunhao. After a while, the sweet voice of the school bell rang as students embraced the ground in relief. Then Miss Zhou brought a spirit sage with Tree of Life spirit who helped everyone recover their stamina and injuries. Miss Zhou was generous as she said that none would be dropped out since everyone was inspired by Yunhao. Then Wang Dong was called out and said that his duty as class president was not done. Instead, it was done by Yunhao this time as he inspired many. So the class president title would be given to Yunhao instead. Then Miss Zhou said since Yunhao was weak, Wang Dong need to engage when Yunhao would be challenged. The class then threw Yunhao in the sky in celebration of none getting eliminated that day. After that, he went to his dorm and bathed, but remembered that he promised his sect leader Tang Ya to meet outside of the school gate. So he quickly rushed out in his underclothes towards the dressing room, but saw Wang Dong in there. Then he saw a blinding white light coming from Wang Dong that almost blinded his eyes. Wang Dong was not happy at all by Yunhao barging in so suddenly, so he cursed in anger, which was heard throughout the dorm as Yunhao rushed out to sell some grilled fish. After the school, there was a commotion going on as students from the news club started taking information about the current hot potato of the academy, the grilled fish shop. Meanwhile, another hot commotion took place as the campus beauty Jiang Nan appeared to buy grilled fish from the newly opened fish shop. However, as rich as she looked, she began bargaining with Yunhao for the price of the grilled fish, which was just 5 copper coins. But Yunhao said that he couldn't sell it lower than that, not to mention he sold out today. The surrounding fanboys were angry seeing Jiang Nan unable to buy the fish, and just at that time someone attacked, but Yunhao dodged as the attacker's fist got into the hot coal of Yunhao. The guy didn't get hurt by the coal, instead he squeezed the coals with his bare hand and was about to attack again. Just at that time, both Jian Nan and Tang Ya told him to stop, and Bei Bei appeared to defend Yunhao. It turned out that the guy was called Shu San Shi, as Tang Ya called out his name in hatred while she prepared for battle. Bei Bei and Shu Shan then quarreled. Bei Bei said that if he didn't stop, then he would challenge him in the spirit arena. But Shu Shan said that Yunhao humiliated Jiang Nan first. But Jian Nan was not happy at Shu Shan and said that he shouldn't meddle in her business and she can take care of herself. Shu Shan tried to remediate the situation by offering her his fishes, but Tang Ya snatched them from him, which made the angry Shu Shan challenge the team to the spirit arena. So after a while, the news spread, and both Shu Shan and Bei Bei, being famous figures of Shrek Outer Academy, naturally attracted a lot of audience. Before the battle started, in the restroom, Bei Bei and Shu Shan met, and Bei Bei found out that Shu Shan was pricked by Tang Ya's hidden needle in the ass and was suffering from pain in the ass. Bei Bei took advantage of this situation and said that he can ask for an antidote from Tang Ya, but Shu Shan have to give him the mysterious water pill in exchange. No choice. Shu Shan gave out his precious pill, and Bei Bei gave him the antidote pill in return. Shu Shan was angry knowing that Bei Bei already knew about the hidden needle and brought an antidote beforehand. So he again challenged him, saying that Bei Bei would have to return the mysterious water pill back to him if he lost. But Bei Bei wasn't a fool, so he also asked for another mysterious water pill if Shu Shan lost. Shu Shan was angry as he felt that he had been led into a trap by Bei Bei. While going up the arena, Bei Bei told Shu Shan that Jiang Nan doesn't love him, so he would only waste his time to woe her. On the audience seat, Wang Dong was still angry with Yunhao for suddenly barging in when he was changing clothes. So Yunhao said that he didn't see anything, and since both of them were boys, he shouldn't be so embarrassed. The angry Wang Dong was then introduced to Tang Ya. Wang Dong was shocked to hear that she was from the ancient Tang clan that almost declined. Tang Ya was taken aback by his good looks and teasingly asked if he wanted to join their 3-member clan. Surprisingly, Wang Dong nodded immediately as he wished to learn about the hidden weapons techniques of the Tang sect. So Tang Ya said that she would let him know later after discussing it. On the stage, Bi Bei appeared, drawing envy from the boys and love from the girls. Shu Shan also appeared as his fans also cheered. Then the shrewd Tang Ya asked if his spirit ability could reach the stage. Yun Hao nodded in surprise as he understood the plan. Soon the match started. Bi Bei activated the spirit of the tyrant dragon and Shu Shan, the elephant-armored spirit. However, they stayed still and were looking for opportunities. However, Bi Bei took the initiative to attack first, after being assisted by Yun Hao's skill. When Bi Bei was unable to break through the defense of Shu Shan, he used his full power, surprising Shu Shan. When Shu Shan was about to use his full power too, he felt the space around him distort, distracting him. Bei Bei didn't let go of this chance and defeated him and sought the wager of the mysterious water pill. In the audience area, Wang Dong also noticed Yun Hao using his skill. Yun Hao had just used 3 of his skills at the same time. One was Mental Shock and Purple Demon Eyes to stop Shu Shan from activating his skills, and also used Spirit Sense to boost Bi Bei's sense. This tired him greatly, so he was almost unable to stay awake. So, Tang Ya and Wang Dong brought him to his dorm. Wang Dong gave him his blanket and held a pill bottle that Bei Bei gave to him to feed Yun Hao. So he kept his promise and fed the pill to the sleeping Yun Hao. After a while, he noticed that Yun Hao's body was emitting a blue mist. Wang Dong understood that the pill he fed to Yun Hao was really the mysterious water pill. So he hurriedly took back his blanket and carried Yun Hao outside. When Yun Hao woke up, he noticed that his body was stinking shit. He thought that Wang Dong had tricked him and smeared dirt on him when he was unconscious. After washing up, he began meditating as usual, but this time he felt much easier to operate his spirit energy. His usage of spirit energy became 4 to 5 times easier than before, and he wondered what happened to his body. Not to mention his spirit sense boosting ability had increased in range by another 10 meters in diameter. He was happy and wondered how did this happen. When he was happy and celebrating, Wang Dong's voice came as he told him about the mysterious water pill given by Bi to cleanse his meridians of impurities. The mysterious water pill simply just made his potential increase by a large margin, which would definitely fasten his future growth. Actually, the effect of the mysterious water pill was more effective on Yun Hao than on normal people, because he took it when he was completely exhausted, so his body's energy reserve was completely empty, helping him absorb most of the pills. And also, his ice-based spirit ring of Daydream Brother had helped him absorb the water-based pill. Yun Hao was grateful to Bei Bei for he was given such a valuable pill. Wang Dong and Yun Hao then went over to the Poseidon lakefront, where Yun Hao noticed a red dot was flickering far away in the lake. But Wang Dong didn't notice it and said that there might be many mysterious things happening since the other side of the lake was the inner academy of Shrek. However, the red dot seems to grow bigger and bigger in Yun Hao's eyes. And finally, he saw a red-haired person with a fiery aura rushing towards them. The duo was taken by surprise by the sudden heat wave, so they tried their best to escape, but Wang Dong went unconscious. And just as Yun Hao was about to get burnt to death, his million-year-old spirit ring woke up and took control of his body. Heavenly Silkworm, who had both ice and mental ability, used some of his power to create an ice shield to protect himself from the heat wave. Daydream then used his finger to create a blue laser that attacked the fiery figure. The person was instantly frozen, going unconscious in the process. But Daydream noticed that people were rushing towards the scene, so he let go of Yun Hao's body as Yun Hao fell into a coma just like Wang Dong. In the spiritual consciousness of Yun Hao, Daydream was reprimanding him for being careless and roaming around without any point. He also said that he used some of his powers, so he would need to recover his energy and wouldn't be able to protect him next time. When they woke up, they saw a person that said told to keep everything they saw a secret and gave them each a pill as compensation. He also warned the duo not to reveal anything otherwise. They would be expelled from the academy. Wang Dong and Yun Hao were not sad as they were not hurt and got a free pill in exchange. When Wang Dong opened his pill box, he was surprised by the pill as it was nothing but a Sheng Hun pill. Yun Hao curiously then asked what a Shen Hong pill was, but Wang Dong was cheeky as he asked him for a dinner treat, but Yun Hao said that he didn't have any money as an orphan. Wang Dong was surprised to hear Yun Hao was an orphan, so he asked if he didn't have any bedding and blankets because he didn't have any money. Yun Hao nodded and said that as long as he could pay for the food by selling grilled fish, he was happy. Wang Dong apologized, saying he wouldn't have bullied him if he knew that he was an orphan. He then promised to take care of his food expense. But Yun Hao said that he can take care of the food by selling grilled fish. Wang Dong then asked if his grilled fish was really good. In reply, Yun Hao promised Wang Dong to treat some grilled fish that night. A few distance away, in the middle of the Poseidon Lake, was a small island. In it was a castle where the red-haired person, Xiao Tao, was being reprimanded by her teacher. It turned out that she went berserk due to her demonic phoenix spirit soul that almost killed Wang Dong and Yun Hao. Even though she was the top genius of the school for the past century of Shrek, her spirit soul was not stable and was told to hold her training temporarily until they found a solution to control the demonic phoenix spirit within her. However, she said that her demonic phoenix was forcefully calmed down by an extremely cold aura during when she was attacking the students. Her teacher nodded, saying that Ice Aura should have been colder than the Ice Dragon's aura, but also added that the two students were assessed by him, and neither of them had ice affinity. Then the teacher abruptly said that even though it's very rare to find a person with ice freezing ability, but if they found one, she must take him as her husband. But the red-haired girl strongly refuted, but her teacher said that her life was more important than her ego. After that incident, 3 months had passed by, and the freshman assessment exam was just around the corner. Miss Zhou was urging the students about the exam and said that only by passing this exam can they be a part of true students of the Shrek. Both Wang Dong and Yun Hao were determined to pass the exam with flying colors. She then gave a brief explanation about the exam and said that everyone would be split into 3-member team, and each person from the team must partake in 10 battles and would be ranked based on the number of wins. And among the 300 freshmen still staying in the academy, only 150 would pass the test. Then the top 64 would participate in another round of testing, but only the top 4 would receive the rewards. She then told everyone to choose the direction of their training and said that everyone would be placed in different classes depending on their choice of training. Wang Dong contemplated thinking Yun Hao would pick control class since he told him so, but Wang Dong was of attack-type spirit, so they would have to live separately too. He was reminiscing about how Yun Hao depended on him. Just 3 months ago, Yun Hao didn't know if he should take the second water pill or the Sheng Hong pill first, so Wang Dong guided him, saying he should wait 10 more days till he took the next batch of pills. Not to mention Wang Dong also depended on Yun Hao to eat his grilled fish. But the most shocking thing was the fact that the weakest Yun Hao of level 11 spirit power was no longer the same. From becoming the class president to training hard to get recognized by their classmates to the point of adding more and more weights during training, he was able to increase his spirit power level to level 17. Of course, the Shen Hong pill and the mysterious water pill helped in this endeavor too. So Wang Dong peeked at what Yun Hao chose in his registration document and chose the same class as Yun Hao. As expected, their teacher Zhou also placed them in the same group, and the other person in their group was Xiao. Even though she was normal in all aspects, she was unexpectedly matched with them. And when Wang Dong looked at her more, she became shy and turned around while Wang Dong praised his beauty in his heart. Before leaving the class, Miss Zhou gave them a final warning, saying those that failed would not only be expelled, but also be punished hardcore. But if they were able to do a very good result, they would be rewarded too. But the group of Yun Hao was called to the office by Miss Zhou, and she reprimanded all of them for choosing the control-type class. Well, Yun Hao choosing the control-type instead of the support-type class was unexpected, but Wang Dong's same choice wasn't very wise. But the same choice of Xiao Xiao was the most unexpected. So Yun Hao defended, saying he would soon get an attack ability apart from his existing support ability, which was why he chose the control type. It was Wang Dong's turn, but before he could say anything, Miss Zhou exposed his true reason for not wanting to separate from Yun Hao. She then told him that the attack and control classes were held together so they would remain in the same class. So Wang Dong immediately chose to change his class to attack type. Then Xiao Xiao stated her reasoning, saying that her torment vessel spirit can attack and defend if needed. But Miss Zhou couldn't understand why she would choose control instead of attack or defense class. So she shocked everyone, saying she had another spirit soul, which is of control type. Yun Hao and Wang Dong, who thought they were the strongest in the group, were in awe knowing she had twin spirits. Miss Zhou was also shocked and said that they were the top students in her class, and they must be the champion of the new freshman batch by defeating students from other people's classes. After being dismissed from Miss Zhou's hellhole, the group finally got outside. But Xiao Xiao asked Wang Dong if he could talk with him. But Wang Dong dismissed her, saying he would talk with her tomorrow as Wang Dong left with Yun Hao. Xiao Xiao was frustrated and angry and swore that she would show her true strength to her group members soon. Back to the duo, Yun Hao told Wang Dong, saying Xiao Xiao had feelings for him, but Wang Dong said that a lot of girls apparently are big fans of his handsome face, so he didn't have time. After reaching the room, the duo began training on their beds. Yun Hao was determined and set his goal to become the champion student of the freshmen. Meanwhile, Shu Shan was sitting and reminiscing about his failed attempts to court Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, although of a commoner's family, refused a noble like Shu Shan. And that day, Shu Shan understood why she didn't like him. It was because he had been to that certain place in his childhood that Jiang Nan loathed. The next day, when Yun Hao was selling grilled fish, he met Shu Shan, who praised his cooking skills and bought the grilled fish. Then everyone was gathered nearby as a lady in a red dress appeared. Shu Shan seemed to know her as he called her by name. Xiao Tao asked Shu Shan if the fishes were really good. But when she sought to buy for some grilled fish, Yun Hao told her to wait in line. However, as soon as he said that, everyone fled, clearing the line. Thus, Xiao Tao gained the first spot in line. No choice, Yun Hao began preparing some grilled fish for her, as Wang Dong complained about disturbing their business by intimidating their customers. But the red-haired lady pulled out a gold coin which immediately shut Wang Dong up. When the fish was prepared, it was served to the red-haired Xiao Tao, who ate it under her veil. After eating it, she also praised the cooking and asked to see Yu Hao's spirit soul. Wang Dong was about to reprimand her as it was taboo to ask about other people's spirit souls. But Yun Hao held Wang Dong back as he faced the veiled lady. Yun Hao said that his spirit was nothing extraordinary, he only had a 10-year-old spirit ring. In reply, she said that if it was true, then it would be the strongest 10-year-old spirit soul she had ever seen. After that, she left along with Shu Shan. And after they left, Wang Dong and Yun Hao found out that this red-haired Xiao Tao was very similar to the crazy firewomen that attacked them that day. Yun Hao was confused as to why she would look for them even after attacking them. However, they didn't have much time to ponder as the exam was about to start in the afternoon. After Miss Zhou's class ended, Xiao Xiao asked Wang Dong to practice together before the exam. But Wang Dong was arrogant and said that there was no need to practice as he was unrivaled among their peers. So Xiao Xiao said that this time the freshman exam won't be easy as there is a genius team this year. Yun Hao also rebutted Wang Dong for being too conceited, but said that they could do it as long as they worked together. And Xiao Xiao also joined in, saying that being lazy is a sin. Wang Dong teased her, saying she had just switched her lovers and asked how they would practice in this small time. Xiao Xiao said that she and Yun Hao would team up and fight against Wang Dong. So the battle began as they faced off each other. Xiao Xiao prepared her torment life spirit vessels that looked like a black cauldron, and when Yun Hao activated his spirit with only a 10-year-old ring, she understood the reason for Yun Hao's hard work, as he would be left far behind if he didn't work hard with his bad talent. And with the help of Yu Hao's spirit sense-boosting ability, Xiao Xiao faced off Wang Dong. Xiao Xiao tried to smash Wang Dong with her big, heavy cauldron, but Wang Dong dodged. Wang Dong was annoyed, so he increased the distance of attack to get out of Yun Hao's sense-boosting ability. But Yun Hao reminded him, saying he could change the area of his boosting ability from sphere to linear, which would increase the range in one direction. Xiao Xiao also said that she had yet to use her second ability as 3 cauldrons began to merge. In the end, Wang Dong had no choice but to admit defeat as he threw a tantrum. After a while, they did a team celebration and looked forward to becoming the champion of the freshman exam. The team of 3 arrived at the examination venue of Shrek as a speaker was telling everyone that the exam would be held in 10 minutes. Many strong members were taking exams this time, and half of them were eliminated. But the group wasn't worried about passing, but they worried about being the champion. The teacher that would oversee the exam this time was called Mr. Wang Yan, who wore a pair of glasses and looked friendly. Teach Wang told everyone to avoid injuring the opponents. As luck would have it, the first battle started with Yun Hao's team. Yun Hao activated his spirit ability to let his teammate measure their opponents beforehand. But there wasn't much to measure as Wang Dong was able to defeat the opposing team all by himself with his butterfly dragon spirit. The students below the arena were jealous of seeing such a strong team at the start of the battle, while Teacher Wang praised the trio. He appraised Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao and was satisfied with their talents. But what bugged him was Yun Hao, who didn't have much talent despite being the leader of the group. Of course, the white 10-year-old ring of Yun Hao was the thing that shocked him the most. But he didn't ponder much, as he would figure out the reason for Yun Hao being the leader sooner or later. Soon, the first day of the exam ended, and on the second day, Yun Hao's group won all 5 matches easily. However, Mr. Wan was still unable to guess the abilities of Yun Hao. His curiosity about Yun Hao finally broke the limit as he called him out. But he felt ashamed asking about Yun Hao's ability, so he held back as he thought that he would be able to see his abilities of Yun Hao the next day. After that, Xiao Xiao asked if she could attack first in tomorrow's match. Wang Dong agreed and said that he had his share of fan that day. Yun was also happy and told them that he would treat them to some roasted fish. But just at that time, Xiao Tao arrived while Shu Shan seemed to be dragged along with her. Shu Shan quietly escaped as Xiao Tao asked the duo to follow her. So the duo told Xiao Xiao to not worry and go back as they trailed behind her. On the way, she apologized in not-so-apologetic manner for attacking them that day. She then asked them about the ice spirit users that restrained her and said that they must tell her everything about that person as he was very important to her. Wang Dong was confused, while Yunhao knew she was talking about Brother Daydream. She then explained about how her demonic phoenix spirit was calmed down by the ice power from that person. However, the effect of the power had vanished, and that ice person is the only person that can help her. Yunhao was unwilling to disclose about his brother Daydream, so he denied it along with Wang Dong gaining anger of Xiao Tao. No choice, they fled after Yunhao attacked her with his mental attack. However, the mental attack didn't buy them much time as she caught up and held them like a death god. Both of them went unconscious as she reevaluated her choice of hurting them just to lure out the ice user. After a while, Yunhao woke up and was lost for words. She provoked them, saying they were unable to do anything only because they were weak, and they could only take their revenge by training harder. Before leaving, she told them that she would wait for their revenge at the inner academy of the Shrek. The next day, the duo recovered and joined Xiao Xiao. This time, they were matched with Huan Chu Tian from Class 07. They also saw the other members of the team who were blue-haired twins. Wang Dong was taken aback by their cuteness, but still thought that they weren't as cute as him. When the battle started, they finally saw a rare spirit, which was the hair spirit of the twins. The guy, Huan Chu, took the initiative to attack, but was deflected by the butterfly wings along with the help of Xiao Xiao's cauldron. Wang Dong also became serious and went for a counterattack, but saw that the twins joined hand and countless needle-like hair went in to penetrate and catch Wang Dong. But Wang Dong dodged with the help of Yunhao's sense boost, making Huan Chutian angry. And just at that time, Yunhao noticed that the twins hugged each other as they prepared to use spirit fusion. Yunhao clearly knew how rare and effective spirit fusion was, as the power of two people multiplies after spirit fusion. However, it was not easy finding a partner that is extremely compatible to perform a spirit fusion with. Only twin people had higher chances of using spirit fusion. Mr. Wang and the crowd were excited to see a spirit fusion happening in front of them. But Wang Dong was depressed as he wouldn't be able to defeat them with their spirit fusion, and before long, he had been caught in the hairnet while his teammates panicked. But the hair didn't stop and was advancing towards Yunhao's team, and just as Yunhao was about to lose, a dazzling light came out of the cocoon that caught Wang Dong, and all of a sudden the twins broke their fusion as they lay on the ground, while Yunhao was huffing and puffing for using too much spirit power. But Huan Chutian was still there as he rushed towards the tired Wang Dong, but he was blocked by Xiao Xiao. Yunhao took this chance to recover his powers. Of course, the twins didn't lose just because Wang Dong used his full power, but also because Yunhao used his mental attack at the right time to disrupt their fusion. Soon, Huan Chutian was defeated by Xiao Xiao, of course. Yunhao used his mental attack again while meditating. Just like that, Yunhao's team won, gaining the fear and respect of the students. After that match, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao asked if it was Yunhao's doing that both the twins and Huan Chu were distracted. Yunhao admitted his credit, and the trio moved to their next match, where Xiao Xiao solely attacked while Yunhao was recovering his energy. Meanwhile, Mr. Wang was becoming more and more curious about the Yunhao team. He observed Yunhao, whose eyes were emitting lights. However, it was common for spirit masters to have glowing eyes. And just like the previous time, Team Yunhao won all 5 matches. This time, Mr. Wang no longer held back his curiosity and asked Yunhao about his spirit soul. No choice. Yunhao said that his spirit essence is his own eyes. But as soon as Mr. Wang heard it, he became excited and shook Yunhao to confirm if it was really true. Mr. Wang was unnaturally happy as he celebrated with the air and said that he would come and talk with Yunhao again later. After Mr. Wang Yan left, the team went back to their own dorm rooms. However, as soon as Yunhao went back to his room, Wang Dong asked him to explain how he was able to distract the powerful fusion of the Lan twin sisters. Yunhao stood there silent, preparing for a suitable answer. So he answered him, saying he just noticed that his spirit essence mutated after training his purple demon eyes, which granted him the ability to distract other people through mental shock. Wang Dong was dumbfounded and understood why Teacher Wang was so excited after learning about his eye spirit soul. He then said that the spirit-soul fusion ability of the Lan twin was really good and wished if they were able to do that. But Yunhao said that in order to use spirit fusion, one must trust the other person completely, but they don't even know about each other that much. So Wang Dong pondered for a while, then said that he had a secret power that he didn't tell anyone in the class and wanted Yunhao to probe him. So Yunhao complied and touched Wang Dong, but it didn't work, so he hugged him. When hugging, Yunhao felt that Wang Dong's body was too soft for a man, and Wang Dong smelt like a woman. After a while of hugging, Wang Dong let go of Yunhao and asked if he had felt anything. But Yunhao just said that he felt at peace and wanted to sleep in Wang Dong's arm. Wang Dong reprimanded him, saying he was supposed to feel his spirit energy. So they tried again, and this time, Yunhao felt the thing that Wang Dong was talking about. Yunhao saw that there was 3 kinds of spirit energy surrounding Wang Dong, just like Yunhao himself. He also noticed that Wang Dong's 3 types of spiritual energy changed, along with his own 3 types of spiritual energy. Slowly, they began merging with each other. The duo didn't know what was happening, but they felt good, so they kept doing what they were doing. They also felt that the spiritual reserve in their body was also increasing rapidly. But all of a sudden, the voice of Brother Daydream woke Yunhao up, as he said that Wang Dong was compatible with him for spirit fusion. So he urged Yunhao to listen to his instruction to take advantage of this situation. He explained the situation to Yunhao in his spiritual consciousness and said that this was triple fusion, which was never seen in history. His mental spirit essence and Yunhao's eye spirit essence makes 2 spirit essence, but the Mr. Gray that never talked with them makes another spirit essence. So in total, Yunhao have 3 different types of essence, and it would be impossible in the continent to find any other person with 3 spirit essence, which made the possibility of Yunhao being able to perform spirit fusion with anyone 0. However, surprisingly, Wang Dong, his classmate, also got 3 spirit essence too, making them the most compatible. Yunhao refused to believe it, getting head bashes from Daydream as Daydream explained how Wang Dong was able to absorb the 1,000-year-old spirit ring under level 20 had everything to do with having 3 spirit essence. After that, Yunhao kept hugging Wang Dong as the rainbow light rays illuminated the room. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao was waiting for the duo as she was promised free grilled fish. Tang Ya, Bei, and Jian Nan, who came for the grilled fish, were also disappointed and left. At the same time, Mr. Wang went to an old man who was eating chicken wings and drinking from gourds and said that there are some talents in the freshman batch that have special abilities. He told him about Land Twins and also about Yunhao. The old man agreed about Yunhao and said that Wang Yan might have found a gem this time. After chatting a bit more, Wang Yan left, bowing to the old man respectfully. The next day morning, sun rose, but Yunhao and Wang Dong was still sleeping, hugging each other. If anyone saw this scene, they would surely think something nasty. But the hugging didn't last long as Wang Dong woke up and noticed the situation, making his face red as a tomato. Wang Dong tried to break free from the hug, but Yunhao's grip was too tight, and he failed to break free. Seeing no choice, he kicked him forcefully, throwing Yunhao out of the bed. But the duo didn't have time to bicker as they were late for their school. They were late when they arrived, rushing and huffing and puffing. When Ms. Zhou questioned them, Yunhao replied saying that they slept hugging each other, so they were late for school. But Yunhao immediately understood his mistake and was ashamed to think of something else. Nonetheless, they were dismissed and were allowed to sit as Miss Zhou said that everyone from their class passed the exam, making everyone excited. However, they were not let to celebrate as they were told that the next optional exam was the most important exam as it would decide the championship. However, when she was talking, Wang Dong and Yunhao felt that there was something going on between them. It felt like telepathy, as though they could feel each other's emotions, and they understood that they had succeeded in spirit fusion last time. However, they couldn't be happy as Miss Zhou noticed them and punished them out of the class for being not attentive. They were also told to run laps with heavy weights till the class ended. Outside, when running, they again tried the spirit fusion and were surprised that it succeeded again in a row. Yunhao noticed that their spirit power had increased by a large margin, and his range of spirit sense boost had gone over 100 meters in a straight line and 60 meters in diameter of a circle. They were even more happy after figuring out the wonders of the spirit fusion, but Miss Zhou's voice came from atop as he told them not to slack off. After the class, they were free from the punishment, and Xiao Xiao came over and told them about their next opponents, who seemed to be very strong. The duo asked Xiao and found out that the other team had 3 spirit rings, surprising them as they didn't expect a freshman to have 3 spirit rings. But Wang Dong was confident with their newfound fusion ability and told Xiao Xiao not to worry. Yunhao chimed him saying that they would be able to win as long as they kept their trump card hidden. He further said with determined eyes that they must win the championship. After going back to the dorm, Wang Dong thought about the incident of hugging Yun Hao and wanted to try out again. So he first proposed to try out the fusion again, and Yun Hao agreed. So the duo again started their fusion and noticed that their rate of improvement had doubled. They experimented more and found out that along with their strength gaining double the lethality, it became much more efficient. After that, Wang Dong proposed that they call their fusion as Dong Hao technique. The duo then went out to a forest near their academy to try out the spirit fusion in battle. However, due to the battle needing more intense spirit control, they wouldn't be able to fuse by just holding hands. So Yun Hao asked Wang Dong to hug him like last night. Wang Dong was shy and asked if they would need to fall asleep hugging like last time. Yun Hao didn't reply and just hugged him abruptly. Wang Dong calmed down and both of them released their spirit rings. Both of their spirits entangled each other and began merging, and finally it took the shape of a big eye symbol. All of a sudden, a piercing beam of light shot forward from the fused spirit, exhausting the duo as they fell unconscious. Wang Dong woke up first, followed by Yun Hao. Wang Dong reprimanded Yun Hao for abruptly hugging him as he remembered the events. However, soon they noticed a red crack flowing with scorching molten soil and wondered how the hell such devastating damage occurred, and wondered if it was because of their spirit fusion that produced a beam of light before they fainted. They were extremely happy knowing that their spirit fusion was powerful enough to scorch the earth and was very confident about their future matches. But soon, they noticed that they had been unconscious for a long time, and the next day of the exam had already begun. So they rushed towards the exam area as Xiao Xiao waited for them anxiously. Finally, they were able to reach the exam area in the nick of time, but were still reprimanded by Miss Zhou. This time, their opponent was from their own class, and being the best 3 out of their class won, they easily won the match, getting themselves into the top 32 rankings. And just as they were pondering, the angry Miss Zhou came and called them to her office. She asked in a heavy tone for always being late, so the duo had no choice but to disclose something about their spirit fusion. After hearing about their spirit fusion, Miss Zhou became excited and quickly urged them to show their fusion. So the duo was again forced to hug each other as they began their fusion. But they failed to do it because they were nervous under Miss Zhou's gaze, and not to mention they were exhausted after the last night's fusion. Miss Zhou thought that the duo was trying to fool her, so she was angry. But Yun Hao applied his sense boost skill on Miss Zhou and showed her the great improvement in his boosting range. He said that he was able to do it because Wang Dong was close to him. Miss Zhou still didn't believe the duo and said that she would find someone to verify the truth of the matter. After she left, the duo was left alone and decided to try their fusion again by touching hands. When Miss Zhou came with Mr. Wang Yan, they saw the duo practicing together. Mr. Wang, with his observation ability, soon noticed that the matter about spirit fusion was indeed true. After they finished their training, the duo was congratulated by Mr. Wang, who said that both Yun Hao and Wang Dong had 100% compatible spirit essence, meaning that their fusion didn't have any side effects and was as natural as it could be. So the duo asked for the reason for not being able to release the full might of the spirit fusion a while ago. Mr. Wang said that every spirit fusion has a cool-down time, and only after reaching level 70 of soul power would they be able to use it whenever they want. And the cooldown takes 7 days for beginners, so Mr. Wang asked the duo to find him when they were able to use their spirit fusion fully again in order to find out about their own cooldown time. After Mr. Wang left, Miss Zhou treated the duo to an expensive feast and said that if they were able to become core students of Shrek, then they would be able to enjoy these kinds of servings every day for free. Not to mention the huge amount of resources that they would gain after becoming a core disciple. After lunch, the duo came back to their dorms while Miss Zhou accompanied them. During the walk, she told Yun Hao to work hard to keep up with Wang Dong as he was not born with innate talent like Wang Dong. The next day, the tournament resumed, and Miss Mu Jin came to Miss Zhou asking if Miss Zhou's students could win against hers. Miss Mu Jin provoked Miss Zhou, and so Miss Zhou asked for 1 spirit bone in the match with their students if her students won. Miss Mu Jin was surprised to hear about such an expensive bet. Spirit bones were only obtained rarely in spirit beasts greater than 10,000-year-old, and a person can only fuse with 6 bones in their life. The advantage of the spirit bones was countless, and one of them being increased battle prowess against the same soul-level masters. Miss Mu Jin was confused as to why she would choose such an expensive wager for the bet, and warned that Miss Zhou would need to build her a spirit weapon from Fan Yu free of cost if her students were to win. Just at that time, Fan Yu, who was listening to them from behind, appeared. Miss Mu Jin was surprised to see Fanyu was taking Miss Zhou's side. It turned out that Miss Mu Jin had unrequited love for Fanyu. So Mu Jin was jealous and said that even though she herself is weak compared to Miss Zhou, but that doesn't mean that Miss Zhou's students would also be stronger than her students. Time passed, and the time for battle came. Xiao Xiao, with level 22 spirit power, Wang Dong, with his level 24 spirit power, and Yun Hao with his meager level 17 spirit power, appeared on the stage while introducing themselves. The opposing team also introduced themselves. The red-haired Nan Men Yun with level 24 agility spirit level, the green-haired Wu Feng with level 25 spirit power, and lastly the blonde with level 31 support-type spirit named Ning Tian. After the spirit powers of both groups were revealed, Miss Muji looked at Miss Zhou mockingly for letting a level 17 Soul Master participate in the exam, and at the arena, the red-haired Nan Men mocked Yun Hao in front of everyone. Wang Dong became angry hearing it, and when the battle started, he rushed towards the red-haired lady who also showed off her fiery spirit power. Both of them collided, and surprisingly, Wang Dong was overpowered and stepped back. And at the same time, the green-haired Wu Feng, with the help of level 31 blonde called Ning Tian, rushed toward the other members of the team. Everyone was surprised by Ning Tian's spirit, as she was from the famous 9-floor pagoda clan, which is best when it comes to supporting the ability for thousands of years. With Ning Tian's help, Wu Feng's speed increased several-fold, but the team of Yun Hao was able to dodge barely. Yun Hao understood that even though Ning Tian was of support type, she was the core of the team. On the other hand, the red-haired Nan Man was shocked by Wang Dong as he was able to dodge despite her having a speed boost from Ning Tian. The red-haired girl and Wang Dong further engaged in the battle, and none of them was able to overpower the other. Miss Muji was disappointed as her students were so much superior when it came to spirit level, but they still were not able to defeat Miss Zhou's team. Soon, the blonde turned out to be clever, as she figured out that Yun Hao was the reason for the Yun Hao's team holding against them for so long. So she urged his teammates to defeat Yun Hao first. So the green-haired girl listened to her and attacked Yu Hao, whereas the red-haired Nan men attacked Wang Dong. But just at that time, their attacks and movement speed slowed down as everyone noticed that Xiao Xiao's spirit had been switched to a flute-type spirit. Yun Hao's team took advantage of this, and Wang Dong used his power of the purple ring to finish off the attackers. In a counterattack, Ning Tian used his third spirit ring ability of 9 pagoda spirits to defend, but was disrupted by Yun Hao's mental attack, making him fail as all the boost was cut off, and the opponents got swatted by Wang Dong's bright light attack. However, the opponents gathered again without giving up, and the blonde prepared to concentrate all the boost to herself and Nan Men. Seeing this, Wang Dong and Yun Hao began executing their fusion technique, and with the spiritual boost from the fusion, Yun Hao used his mental attack to utmost limit against Ning Tian as she fell down coughing blood. Even Xiao Xiao was unable to comprehend what happened. Only Wang Dong knew the reason for Ning Tian's fall. Meanwhile, Miss Muji was ashen-faced as she faced the bloody truth of defeat. Her confidence on her level 31 student was fully crushed by some unknown factor. Meanwhile, Yun Hao told Xiao Xiao about the purple demon eye and its mental attack ability. And when she learned about the spirit fusion, she said that she knew something like that is possible given their unusual intimate relationship. The duo was angry, but Xiao Xiao fled to her dorm before they can teach some sense to her. In the hospital room, Ning Tian lay on the bed. The red-haired Nan men were unwilling to let this go as she complained to her miss about revenge, but Ning Tian weakly said that they lost because of their lack of skills and should instead try to increase their strength. In Yun Hao's dorm, he and Wang Dong again meditated in unison, as they felt that their speed of improvement had skyrocketed due to the fusion. The next day, the competition again resumed as the old man and many teachers stood at the top of the balcony to watch the matches. Team Yun Hao was matched against some purple-haired guys led by a fat guy with 3 spirit rings. Yun Hao's team questioned their luck as they had again faced a team with 3 spirit ring members. After the start of the match, the fat guy jumped up and rushed towards Wang Dong. Wang Dong was surprised seeing the fat guy being able to jump so high. The fat guy came down like some rolling ball and was followed by the 2 skinny guys. But with the help of Xiao Xiao, Wang Dong was able to deal with them, but soon, Xiao Xiao's cauldrons were unable to hold up the big, heavy balls of the fat guy. The Yun Hao team realized that the big ball was tough to crack, so Wang Dong used his trump card and defeated the skinny guys first. But still, the ball guy was a tough nut to crack as it kept colliding with Xiao Xiao's cauldrons, and just as it was about to hit Xiao Xiao, Yun Hao dragged her from the tragedy of the man's ball hitting her face. However, Yun Hao wasn't as lucky this time, as he was swept by the ball, causing him to faint as blood trickled down. The fat ball was not satisfied as he only managed to take out the weakest one of the group. But then he saw Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao looking at him with vengeance. Wang Dong told Xiao Xiao to buy 15 seconds for him to prepare for a big attack. Xiao Xiao nodded and kept facing the man's ball from time to time. This time, the fat guy was trapped after hitting Xiao Xiao's cauldron a few times. He was unable to move and even his spirit powers were fading away. However, Xiao Xiao was not in any better shape as she was exhausted, her hands trembling. The old man saw this and praised her tenacity. Yu Hao, who was below the stage, regained his senses and saw this scene. So he urged Xiao Xiao not to risk it. But Xiao Xiao vowed to herself not to let go before 15 seconds. And just when the 15 seconds were up, Wang Dong came like a divine being as he conjured a great golden fist and slammed it towards the gobsmacked ball. But before it could hit the fat guy, the referee intervened and announced the Yunhao team as the winner. After confirming the win, both guys fell to the ground as their adrenaline wore off. The dean of the Outer Academy of Shrek came and congratulated Miss Zhou for raising such good students and said that Xiao and Wang Dong could become core students of the Shrek. But Miss Zhou didn't forget to mention Yunhao, but the Outer Dean said that it would be very difficult for Yunhao to improve further with his talent. After the Outer Dean left, Fan Yu told Miss Zhou to give Yunhao to him, but Miss Zhou told him to wait 3 years to let Yunhao build his foundation. Meanwhile, Mr. Wang also asked the old man if Yunhao was good. But the old man said that Yunhao's talent was too weak for him to do anything extraordinary. And even after knowing about the spirit fusion, the old man dismissed Yunhao's matter. But Wang Yan didn't give up and thought of helping Yunhao to bloom his talent to show to Mr. Xuan Lao. After Wang Dong woke up, the duo went to check on Xiao Xiao. Wang Dong found out that in the next matches, Xiao Xiao would not be able to participate. But the duo didn't have any excuse to give up their goal of becoming champions and was even more determined to get stronger. So they again used their partial fusion technique to train the whole night. In the next matches, the duo didn't face any Spirit Elder opponents like last time, but was still hard for them to win with 2 people, so they used their fusion power and successfully entered the top 4, meaning that they are only 2 matches away from becoming the champions. That day, Yunhao again remembered his past, about how the people of the Duke's mansion harmed his mom, so he swore that he would pay them back soon. Wang Dong noticed his dark expression and asked if everything was okay. Yunhao dismissed it, saying it was some bad memories about his past. The next day, the students saw the Inner Academy Dean of the Shrek. Everyone was surprised seeing the main dean had come by himself to draw the lots. Luckily, or unluckily, it was Yunhao's team's battle that would start first. But when the name of the other match's participant was introduced, Yunhao's expression became dark as the memories he tried so hard to forget resurfaced. About how he was bullied just because he was carrying water in front of the named person. About how he told his servants to beat Yunhao up along with his mother, who defended Yunhao with his body. It was the same Dai Huan of the Duke's mansion, the young master of the Duke's mansion. He was both his stepbrother and also the murderer of his mother. Wang Dong, who was beside him, noticed that Yunhao's expression became very gloomy after the announcement of the match. Yunhao wanted revenge that was buried deep in his heart. But he knew that he couldn't be rushed when taking revenge, as revenge was a dish better served cold. Yunhao still has to win the semi-final to face off against Dai Huan in the final. He was sure that Dai Huan would also be able to pass semi-final, as all the resources that was robbed from the poor members of the Duke's mansion was given to Dai Huan. So it wouldn't be surprising if his spirit level was high. So in the semi-final, Wang Dong and Yunhao went all out, and if it weren't for the fusion power, they wouldn't have stood a chance with their low spirit power levels, and barely they advanced to the finals. And as expected, his arch-enemy Dai Huan was also able to advance to the finals. After the semi-final, Wang Dong asked if Yunhao knew anyone from Dai Huan's team personally, so he told him that Dai Hua was the heir of the Grand Duke Mansion of the White Tiger clan. Wang Dong nodded and said that they were the descendant of one of Shrek's 7 devils. Then Yunhao revealed everything about Dai Huan, except revealing that he was the actual stepbrother of Dai Huan. He passed it off, saying he and his mother were just servants of the Duke's mansion, and about how his mother passed away after being beaten severely by Dai Huan's servants. Wang Dong was hyped up in his anger and said that they should go and get their revenge right away. But Yunhao calmed him down, saying his goal was not just Dai Huan, but for the entire White Tiger clan. He just need to get stronger in peace and take his revenge in one bite. He swore that he would wipe out all the people that bullied him and his mother one day. His eyes were filled with bloodlust, and his mentality was at its limit, and just at this time, he saw something change in his mental space. Yunhao's anger wore off, accompanied by exhaustion. Yunhao then asked Wang Dong to keep these things a secret, and just at that time, Yunhao heard a sound with his keen sense. But he refused to believe that someone can avoid Brother Daydream's detection. Then Brother Daydream woke up and told him to not use his mental attack skill so much as it might attract unwanted attraction, and told him to wait till level 20, and he would be able to gain a real mental attack skill by then. The next day, they met Xiao Xiao, who recovered her powers. The team was excited by getting their member back on track and did a team shake and set the sole goal of becoming school champion. At this time, their cheers were interrupted by the opponent's team, who said that they were daydreaming. So the face-off began even before the start of the official battle, but it didn't escalate any further as Dai Huan's team left. After lunch, Yunhao and the company were planning strategies to win the match. This time, the dean was personally seeing the match. He was surprised to see 3 spirit elders of over level 31 in the same team. But what surprised him the most was Yunhao's team, who reached the finals with the lowest of the spirit levels. The dean of the Inner Shrek Academy asked the outer dean about who would win. The outer dean said that it's most probably going to be Dai Huan's team. And at that time, Qian Duo, the vice dean of the Spirit Weapon Hall, came along with Fan Yu and said that Yunhao's team would win. So the Weapon Hall vice dean said that if his said team won, then he must let him take a student in. He added that he would take in a student after 3 years and wouldn't choose someone that would reach level 30 before second-year graduation. The inner dean was confused after knowing about such conditions. Nonetheless, he also wagered, saying Qian Duo must make 100 high-grade explosive spirit weapons if he were to lose the bet. Qian Duo was angry at such a high amount, but agreed on 50 weapons at most. Meanwhile, every time Yunhao saw Dai Huan, his heart would burn with bloodlust. And before the battle, the referee told them to go all out and not worry. The boys replied in unison, fighting energy beaming in their eyes. Both the Yunhao team and Dai Huan team introduced themselves as part of the etiquette. The other members of the Dai Huan's team were respectively Zhu Lu and Kui Yajie. The teams stared at each other, waiting for the referee to announce the start. Meanwhile, even the teachers were looking forward to this match with interest. When facing off, Yunhao's goal had upgraded from winning the championship to taking revenge for his mom. And with the starting signal from the referee, the face-off finally broke as the fight officially began. Both teams rushed forward. Dai Huan transformed his body into his white tiger spirit, which dyed his hair white. Zhu Lu and Kui Yajie also followed Dai Huan. Xiao Xiao faced blue-haired Zhu Li and was able to restrain her for a bit. Meanwhile, Wang Dong stepped back a few steps after clashing with Dai Huan. Dai Huan counterattacked, and Wang Dong was also prepared to launch a fatal attack. But this time, Wang Dong transformed his wing edges into a sharp, lethal weapon to defend. Dai Huan, however, noticed the sudden change in the wings and quickly stopped charging. And sure enough, Wang Dong's attack this time caused massive damage. Wang Dong, seeing this, became confident, and together with Yunhao, they targeted the pink-haired Cui Yaji. The sudden change in attack target surprised the observers. They understood that Yunhao and the company just pretended to fight with Dai Huan as a distraction, knowing they couldn't win easily against Dai Huan. So they saved up their energy and prepared to take down the other members first. Kui Hao was taken aback and didn't have any time to think, so she just took the attack head-on and wanted to take down at least the weakest member, which was Yunhao. But unfortunately for her, Yunhao had keen senses, so he was able to evade, leaving her hopeless and destroyed. The attack of Yunhao and Wang Dong immediately disqualified her and also pushed back Dai Huan. Dai Huan, despite having the physical body of a white tiger, was barely able to endure. But he didn't let go of this chance and took advantage of the duo being exhausted after the powerful attack and attacked them with his sharp tiger claws. When Yunhao saw Dai Huan up close, he was having the sudden urge to let go of all the plans and kill Dai Huan at all costs. But he was able to control his emotion and went along with the plan as Wan Dong, who was standing on Yunhao's shoulder, suddenly leapt up and used his sharp wings to attack Dai Huan. But Dai Huan was able to block the attack from hitting his vitals. However, as a result, blood came out of his hand. However, Yunhao and his team already predicted this, and Wan Dong used his 1,000-year-old purple spirit ring's ability to the utmost as a blinding light centered from his body. Soon, everyone was able to see the torn figure of Dai Huan. However, they knew all the injuries on Dai Huan was just some scratches, but no injuries on him were fatal. Yunhao also unleashed some of his pent-up anger on Dai Huan when he was down, but surprisingly, Dai Huan wasn't able to take advantage of Yunhao's close range. It turned out that Xiao Xiao was the one that was binding Zhu Li, who had agility-type spirit from helping Dai Huan. Xiao Xiao's slowness ability was the perfect counterstrike against Zhu Li's fast and nimble thighs. The whole battle was in a stalemate, and the slightest change can make massive ripples. The head of the weapon hall believed that the battle was already under the control of Yunhao's team, but Dean of Inner Shrek said that it was too early to judge. Dean reminded Lao Xian, the weapon hall's dean, that the White Tiger clan's main male inheritor could enter into a spirit fusion with a female with Black Panther spirit. Lao Xian was angered and understood why the inner dean agreed to bet with him so easily. On the arena, Dai Huan was looking left and right and was trying to figure out any plans to shift the tide. And under the eyes of Yunhao's team, Dai Huan's aura flared up and Zhu Li, who was being bound by Xiao Xiao, was freed up as they got into an intimate position, symbolizing spirit fusion. All of these was happening before they had time to stop them, as though Dai Huan and Zhu Li had tried the fusion hundreds of times before. Everyone then saw the transformed figure of them as a white tiger towered above the trio. But Yunhao wasn't a coward, as they also prepared to use their own spirit fusion while Xiao Xiao was slowing down the tiger. This time, under the shocking gaze of everyone, they started their fusion, while Xiao Xiao tried her utmost to contain the tiger. Even Xiao Xiao didn't see the duo performing the spirit fusion fully before. In fact, none had seen it except them. It was the same as before as a massive eye symbol appeared from which a thick light beam was cast. The beam of light was about to collide with the claws of the tiger, but a man appeared in between as he blocked both of the attacks. Both of the teams were frustrated for not being able to finish off their opponent and saw that it was Director Zhu that blocked the attack. But surprisingly, everyone saw that the Director Zhu's back was injured by the White Tiger's claws, as the Director used his shield only in one direction. But then the team of Dai Huan gathered and said that they should be the winner as they were able to injure Director Zhu. However, Director Zhu disappointed them, saying the winner was Yunhao's team. Yunhao's team didn't expect it, nor did Dai Huan's team. So Dai Huan's team was angry and protested. Initially, Director Zhu didn't want to embarrass the Dai Huan's team, but he had no choice, so he explained the reason. The reason was simple, and everyone was able to understand it as he explained to the crowd, saying he used most of his spirit power to defend against Wang Dong's attacks, leaving the backside of his body open to a less lethal attack of a white tiger. It wasn't because Wang Dong's attack was too weak, but it was because it was too strong. And not to mention the main reason for Director Zhu's intervention was to save Dai Huan's team from being critically injured by the spirit fusion attack of Wang Dong and Yunhao. Director Zhu then asked if their fusion technique had been named. Yunhao, energetic from the win, said that it was called the Golden Beam. Director Zhu nodded, saying the name suits the technique most. After the match, Yunhao and the class celebrated along with Miss Zhou. Seeing this, Dai Huan was burning with anger to lose to someone who was not even level 18. Meanwhile, Yunhao was happy seeing the defeated and ugly expression on Dai Huan's face. It gave him a kind of joy he never thought existed. After the cheers and the adrenaline wore down, Yunhao treated everyone to his special grilled fish by the riverside. And how can Tang Ya not come when such a fish banquet was going on? So with Tang Ya, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, and Bei Bei there, the fire camp was filled with chitter-chatter. Tang Ya asked Xiao Xiao if she wanted to get into the Tang sect. Xiao Xiao agreed and said that she wanted to be with her teammates. Tang Ya was extremely happy being able to increase her sect member with 2 good talents. The next day came, and everyone gathered to hear the official result. Although many had calculated their own result, they still came to see if they were lucky enough to rank more than they calculated. Director Zhu also announced the rewards, and the top 3 performers would be able to get assistance to hunt beasts for the spirit ring. There was no year limit, and they would be taken to the suitable beast habitats to hunt the type of beast whose spirit ring suited them the best. Director Zhu also said that there is a secret reward for the champions, and told Yunhao's team to come to the director's office after the ceremony. Director then announced the list of candidates that might be able to become core disciples of the Shrek. Yunhao was nervous as he was unsure if he would be chosen with his low level of spiritual power. And just as he thought, every one of the top students was called, but Yunhao's name was not heard. Wang Dong was surprised and worried. At this point, Yunhao's depression reached a breaking point not because his name was not called, but because Dai Huan's name was called, and yet he who defeated Dai Huan's team was not selected. He worked so hard to lead their team to victory, yet he would not even be selected for being the core disciple candidate, much less a core disciple. Wang Dong noticed the mood swing in Yun Hao. Then the director announced, saying some of the students had outstanding talent in other aspects except spiritual power level. So even if they were not selected as candidates, they could still try to become a core disciple in the future if their talents bloom. Yun Hao's dark mood instantly became better, as Wang Dong also comforted him, saying the public didn't know about his amazing talent. Next, the director divided them into 4 classes. Due to Yun Hao's team being the champion, they have been placed in the class of director Zhou Yi and Wang Yan. At the director's office, Yun Hao was comforted and encouraged to work harder. Director then gave him a special reward pouch and told him to open the pouch to see the reward. When he opened it, the team saw a golden spirit bone. It was truly unexpected for Yun Hao to be getting a spirit bone, as only by hunting beasts greater than 10,000 years can one have the slightest chance of getting a spirit bone. Not to mention the price of a spirit bone is easily over 10,000 gold coins. Director then explained that the spirit bone Yun Hao was rewarded was compatible with the left foot of the human. It can greatly boost the speed of Yun Hao, not to mention each bones give a spirit master 1 extra ability at least. Yun Hao was also warned to keep the spirit bone a secret to avoid greedy eyes. Later, the team congratulated Yun Hao and said that it was good compensation for not selecting the champion's captain as the core disciple candidate. Miss Zhu came out of nowhere and also said that she would be giving the team a special reward too. The team was surprised seeing that even Miss Zhu would be so rich and kind. It was also a special spirit bone compatible with the left hand and could fuse with 2 other similar attributed spirit bones. Wang Dong immediately looked down on it, saying he didn't want such a weak spirit bone. But Yun Hao knew. Wang Dong never looked down on such a valuable boner. He only wanted to give it to Yun Hao. Just at that time, Brother Daydream also said that the bone is extremely helpful and told Yun Hao to quickly reach level 20 to gain attack abilities. So Yun Hao agreed to take the bone for himself. Then Miss Zhu told Yun Hao to go to Spirit Weapon Hall with her. Yun Hao complied and met Fan Yu, who asked Yun Hao to show the improvement of his spiritual sense boost range. So Yun Hao took this chance and showed the ability. Fan Yu was taken aback as the spherical range of the ability improved to 50 meters in diameter and 120 meters in a straight line. After acknowledging Yun Hao's hard work, Fan Yu called out to bald Kai Tu. Kai Tu came scratching his bald head. Baldy was delighted to see Yun Hao after a long time. Then Fan Yu told Kai Tu to show Yun Hao the powers of the spirit weapon again this time. So Baldy took Yun Hao to the testing area and got ready to use some spirit power. Yun Hao and Fan Yu were outside the testing area and were looking at Baldy through thick protective glass. All of a sudden, an armor adorned the shining Baldy. Yun Hao was amazed by the black armor that appeared out of nowhere. Then Yun Hao saw big black balls rushing toward Kai Tui with great speed. However, Kai Tu used the gun attached to the armor to destroy them before they could hit him, but he wasn't able to destroy all of it due to the difficulty of aiming by controlling spirit weapons. Just when Yun Hao thought that Baldy would become meat paste, many more guns came out of the armor and shot spirit bullets in all directions, destroying the balls in the process. After all the destruction, his big brother Kai Tu looked like a demon from hell. Teacher Fan Yu told Yun Hao that Kai Tu was just like him, lacking in spirit levels. However, the clever use of spirit weapons can narrow the gap for lack of talents in spirit power. His power is enough to fight against a person of level 70 with 7 spirit rings. But this advantage goes away when fighting more stronger spirit master. This is why every country invests heavily in the spirit weapon industry, so that even the weakest spirit masters can wield them. He then asked if Yun Hao was ready to become his student. Yun Hao was surprised by such a fast and straightforward question, so he immediately kneeled and kowtowed as the etiquette of accepting master. Fan Yu accepted it and said that Yun Hao would be his second disciple after Kai Tu. He also said even though he wasn't able to become the core disciple of the battle division of Shrek, he would be the core disciple of Spirit Weapon Hall. He also mentioned that the battle division of Shrek was blind to not see his potential. Yun Hao was a bit emotional seeing that he was able to get recognition for his talent from someone. Yun Hao's big brother Kai Tu then lifted him up like a child and congratulated him. While they were chatting, Fan Yu told him to keep it a secret as the battle division and the weapon division are always at conflict. After Yun Hao left, Vice Dean of Spirit Weapon Hall came and said that the Dean of Inner Academy of Shrek's battle division was truly blind to not spot Yun Hao's talents. Fan Yu then said that within 10 years under his tutelage, Yun Hao would be able to make peak-grade armor. Weapon Hall Vice Dean then said that if Yun Hao succeeds, then a new record would be broken in the spirit weapon world. Weapon Dean then also revealed the fact of how he hid the fact that Yunhao was able to increase 4 levels in 3 months from the prying eyes of the battle division, which tricked them into thinking Yunhao had low-level spirit talent. When Yunhao went outside to meet Miss Zhou, he saw a beautiful girl with white hair which oddly looked like Miss Zhou. It turned out that the white-haired woman was none other than the old-looking Miss Zhou. Miss Zhou then explained the relationship of her with Fan Yu and told him to keep it a secret. And also, the fact that she disguised herself in old face was because she wanted to give off a dignified aura instead of a charming aura to her students. Before Miss Zhou left, she told him not to waste time selling roasted fish anymore and to worry about school fees as the weapon hall would take care of it. After that, 3 long months passed. But Yunhao wasn't liked by the students in the new class, as many complained about him being so weak. Wang Yan, the teacher, however, said that Yunhao was selected to be the class leader after a lot of discussion with the higher-ups. Wang Dong also started defending Yunhao against the red-haired woman who was the first to complain to the teacher about it. But the teacher warned them to quiet down and told everyone to vote for or against Yunhao. As it turned out, the genius candidates of the core disciples couldn't contain their jealousy and voted against Yunhao unanimously. Yunhao, seeing this situation, stood up and said that he would gladly accept Wu Feng's challenge and fight her. His eyes were resolute and gave off a strong presence, but everyone thought it was just the weak pretending to be brave. So the duo was taken to the arena to fight as many students gathered to witness the fight. The main reason Yunhao accepted the challenge was that he knew that it would become his habit to back down from a challenge if he kept hiding behind Wang Dong and his team. Even though he was not sure of his victory, he chose to battle as students of the whole class, including Dai Huan watched. Dai Huan was sure that Yunhao was the captain of the champion team only because he was able to fuse with Wang Dong. So without Wang Dong, Yunhao was just a toothless tiger. Meanwhile, one of the students named Chao Jin, who had lost to Yunhao, said that Yunhao wasn't that simple, and it would be hard to say who would win. This earned him mocking from his friend Zhou Si. However, Chao Jin was weirdly confident in Yunhao's abilities. Before the match started, Mr. Wang Yan told the two not to harm each other. It was Wu Feng who took the initiative to attack first as she wanted to defeat Yunhao the quickest. But she was also cautious, but she saw that Yunhao had closed his eyes. Everyone thought that Yunhao was scared to face the attack, so he closed his eyes. And under the gaze of everyone, Wu Feng's attack closed in, but Yunhao dodged even without opening his eyes. Then when his eyes were closed, he made use of this chance and kicked Wu Feng in her ass. Wu Feng, as a girl, was greatly ashamed as she was humiliated so badly. Her emotion was rampant as she counterattacked with another kick, but Yunhao, eyes closed again, dodged. Yunhao again took advantage of her missing kick and counterattacked with a spirit attack on her back. Wu Feng coughed blood as she lay on the ground. Everyone was surprised, and of course Wu Feng was the one that was most surprised. While everyone was discussing such a weird fight, Yunhao's eyes were still shut. Wu Feng then recovered her composure and used her spirit ability as a red claw adorned her hand. She was really going for the kill this time. But just like before, Yunhao was dodging them left and right. And in the meantime, Yunhao accidentally pulled her skirt and was flustered by what he did. Wu Feng was angry again as she rampaged on Yunhao. Seeing no choice, Yunhao used his mental attack as Wu Feng clutched her head in a sudden headache. But it wasn't enough to block Wu Feng as she dealt a heavy blow to him. Wu Feng thought she had won as she swore at Yunhao, but it wasn't the end as Yunhao stubbornly got up and mocked her. Yunhao seemed like a completely different person than before. His mind was filled with vengeance. His body was giving out a deathly gray aura. His eyes also changed from blue to gray. However, the brother Daydream warned and panicked, saying Yunhao's body was being controlled by the gray thing in his consciousness. Suddenly, the gray aura spoke and said that it meant no harm to Yunhao and only wanted to show Yunhao the ways of victory. The controlled Yunhao's aura increased, making Wu Feng sweat bullets. Wu Feng felt as though she would die if she were to confront Yunhao now. Yunhao used a gray type of spiritual attack as the surrounding darkness penetrated Wu Feng's head, making her go unconscious. Yunhao stood there aloof, while Mr. Wang Yan checked on her injury. Wang was surprised by the sudden eye color change of Yunhao and wondered if Yunhao's spirit had mutated under the threat of Wu Feng's spirit power. Wang Dong rushed and congratulated Yunhao, but Yunhao coughed out blood and fainted in Wang Dong's arm. Meanwhile, in the consciousness, Daydream and the gray orb fought the battles of speech. Yunhao was surprised by the powers of the gray being as it stated that it could help Yunhao with his revenge if it recovered its powers. Yunhao then found out from Daydream that the gray matter was once a very powerful entity. Yunhao woke up from his coma in his dorm and saw Wang Dong sleeping, leaning on his bed. Meanwhile, Wang Dong in his sleep was dreaming of sleeping in heaven. He felt that it was the best sleep he had, but his sleep and dream both broke as he opened his eyes only to see him hugging Yunhao. He was ashamed to sleep with Yunhao while hugging him. So in the end, Yunhao was kicked out of bed. But Yunhao feigned ignorance and said that he only remembered his battle with Wu Feng yesterday. Wang Dong began doubting his choice and wondered if it was him that took the initiative to hug Yunhao. Yunhao didn't think much and said that he would need to train his purple demon eyes. Wang Dong apologized and said that he always slept alone. After Yunhao practiced his purple demon eyes, he told Wang Dong to train together. What Yunhao didn't tell Wang Dong was the fact that it was him that brought Wang Dong up in the bed, and they slept together. But who knew Wang Dong would hug him like a pillow the whole night? However, Yunhao didn't reject the hug as Wang Dong smelt good. When Yunhao went back to his class, everyone was surprised by his fast recovery. Since it was the first day of the official class, both Mr. Wang and Miss Zhou came together. Miss Zhou was angry as always and threw out the student that was late. Everyone was surprised that Miss Zhou would even throw out a core candidate. Miss Zhou then said that Yu Hao would be the president of all the control department students, and Wang Dong would be the president of all the attack department students. Dai Huan then questioned, saying it should be the students that vote their president. Thus, Dai Huan was also thrown out of the class window. Dai Huan's teammates protested, but in the end, she was also thrown out. Miss Zhou then asked Wang Yan to report to the dean about these students along with the absent Wu Feng and said that she was going to expel them from the class. Miss Zhou then left the class with a domineering presence. Yunhao and his friends were happy seeing that their eyesores were suspended from the class. Meanwhile, Dai Huan and the company was angry at Miss Zhou and swore that they would take their sweet revenge. In the office of the director, Miss Zhou argued with him, but in the end, the director was forced to respect Miss Zhou's decision. Meanwhile, Yunhao went to the spirit weapon hall and learned from his teacher, Fan Yu, and his senior brother, Kai Tu. After learning the basics, Fan Yu took Yunhao to the place where the weapons are actually made. He spent 1 year constantly training in that place. There, he was practically taught about making soul weapons step by step, and he was able to quickly grasp the abilities and successfully crafted his first assignment, which was a grade 2 core for spirit weapons. Fan Yu was happy knowing that taking in Yunhao wasn't a mistake, and quickly told him to pour spirit power on the grade 2 core. Yunhao did as he was told, and the core lit up with a blue light beam. His teacher congratulated him, saying he had become a second-grade weapon master in just 1 year. However, it wasn't just talent that led Yunhao to become second-grade weapon master, but also hard work and determination. Yunhao, while practicing his smithing techniques, had combined the smithing technique from the Tang sect and was able to accomplish things his predecessors were unable to do. Of course, another reason for his success was the strictness of his teacher, Fan Yu. He worked till he fainted, and it had been many times when teacher Fan Yu would bring the fainted Yunhao to the dorm. What was more surprising was the fact that he kept up with his battle training in Shrek Academy too, while practicing to become a weapon master. His teacher Fan Yu was the most happy as he could see his dream coming true. Fan Yu told Yunhao that he would help him complete the second-grade soul weapon and would gift it to him for graduating the first year of spirit weapon class. Fan Yu then told him that since his spirit level had reached level 20 and the weekend was nearing, he should take this chance to hunt for a suitable spirit beast for his second spirit ring. Fan Yu proposed saying he would help him kill a spirit beast, but Yunhao refused, saying since he won the championship, they would be given help by the battle division either way for hunting the spirit beast. However, Yunhao lied as he was told by his brother Daydream that he would need to go by himself to the far north for a suitable spirit ring. Yunhao felt a bit guilty for lying to Fan Yu. Meanwhile, in his consciousness, brother daydreamed and had an outburst as he said that he had been waiting for Yunhao to reach level 20 for ages. Brother Daydream said that he would also help Yunhao merge with another spirit soul, meaning he would literally have a twin spirit like Xiao Xiao. Yunhao was surprised and gobsmacked, as he had never heard of gaining spirit soul artificially. Yunhao knew that he must take this risk to increase his talent, and gaining another spirit essence would make him a twin spirit user who was very rare in the history of the world. Yunhao went out of the spirit weapon hall and met Wang Dong, who was waiting for him outside. They chatted in the rain, and Wang Dong told Yunhao that he managed all the spices to make grilled fish again and asked Yunhao to quickly make it. Thus, Yunhao and Wang Dong roasted fish in the rain. After the camping, they headed for their dorm, and when Yu Hao heard that Dai Huan, who was expelled from Miss Zhou's class, was still training, he also prepared to train as he didn't want to fall behind. In this 1 year, Wang Dong didn't sit idle and reached level 28. The next day, Mr. Wang announced saying that after the upcoming vacation, the advancement test would take place where everyone would need to face a 100-year-old beast by themselves, and those unable to score higher than 80 would be expelled along with the lowest 20 students. So those that were planning to roam around on their vacation were disappointed, as the vacation seemed worse than their daily classes. After the class, Miss Zhou asked if Yunhao needed help to gain his second spirit ring. But Yunhao refused, saying he would be fine by himself. When the vacation started, Yunhao quickly bade goodbye to Wang Dong and left for the place his big brother Daydream told. But Yunhao didn't notice the tears that came out from Wang Dong's eyes when he left. Yunhao traveled day and night toward the north. The place he was heading was a forbidden place by soul masters, as it had an absolutely freezing environment, making it only habitable by extremely ice-attributed beasts. The law of the weak eating the strong applied more than ever to that place, and humans deemed this place as the absolute north. Yunhao, who reached there, was shocked at how massive the ice creatures were. He was almost squashed by those massive feet. Big Brother Daydream took a human shape and told Yunhao that as long as he was with him, those beasts won't be able to notice Yunhao. Not to mention, Yunhao would have been frozen to death upon entering this place without the protection of Daydream. Brother Daydream, who transformed into a blonde guy, then said that those big ice beasts were Ice Devil Titans, and the one they saw was a 200,000-year-old beast. But he also mentioned that the size of a beast doesn't equal its strength, and many smaller beasts can be much more deadly. He then briefed on the 3 Ice Kings that rule the north: Ice Devil Emperor, Ice Devil Demon, and Ice Devil Titan. Only the Ice Devil Titan was the largest, and had that massive size, but the other 2 types of beasts aren't weak either, and were even stronger than the Ice Devil Titans. He also said that the one that they were looking for was ranked number 2 in terms of strength in the whole northern region. Yunhao was dumbstruck and said that he didn't want to become food for the spirit beasts after traveling for so long. Daydream told him to not worry and follow the plan carefully. Thus, Yunhao navigated through the cold lands with the instruction of Daydream. The coldness wasn't the only thing that killed most in the north, but also the heavy, chilly wind that felt like needles prickling one's skin. Yunhao traveled like a beggar day and night, accompanied by only his brother Daydream himself. He ate as little as he could and almost reached his limit of exhaustion. Brother Daydream finally told him the good news and said that they have reached their destination, but they would still need to make plans. Daydream asked how long Yunhao could stay in the cold without Daydream's protection. Yunhao said it would be hard for him to be alive after 5 minutes. Daydream pondered for a while and said that he would leave his body and go to lure the monster here before 5 minutes were up. However, Yunhao must try his best to not expose himself to other beasts. So Yunhao was placed in a hole made by Daydream to hide. The plan was to lure it into a trap and also to negotiate with the beast before taking any action. Daydream also said that if they were successful, then Yunhao would become the #1 prodigy with 4 types of spirit souls in his body. And 4 types of spirit souls would make it possible to have 40 spirit rings in Yunhao's body. When Daydream left Yunhao's body, he felt sudden weakness and the cold seeping into his skin. Then he saw that his 10-year-old spirit ring had transformed into the million-year golden spirit ring, and his omnidirectional vision skill also got a massive boost in range, and he was able to see everything in the mountain, eyes closed. Even though his eyes were closed, he was able to see the truth of the world through his eyes. Next, he saw that his golden spirit ring transformed into golden droplets, and Big Brother Daydream's form was formed into existence. Big Brother Daydream this time had an adult and mature presence different from the previous childlike appearance. Daydream then called out to the beast with the name Ice Empress, and sure enough, a green aura surrounded Daydream, indicating the presence of the 400,000 years old Ice Empress. Soon, the feminine voice of the Ice Empress came as the voice exclaimed in surprise, seeing Daydream alive. The voice addressed Daydream as Tian Meng and seemed to be quite familiar with him. But what shocked and embarrassed the spying Yunhao that Big Brother Daydream was actually chasing the Ice Empress to marry her. Tian Meng, who was also known as Daydream, again proposed his love to her. Meanwhile, Yunhao was disappointed, understanding that Daydream's true goal wasn't to give him a spirit ring, but it was to find a way to talk with the other beast. However, the Ice Empress wasn't friendly at all, and seemed to be very annoyed with Daydream and attacked him from all directions. Soon, Yunhao was able to see the real appearance of the Empress. The Empress was emerald in color with many legs and a big, thick tail. Yunhao can't understand how such a thing could be so fascinating to brother Daydream. When Daydream saw the beast, he was so love-struck that he almost wanted to hug her. However, he restrained himself and went with the plan. And all of a sudden, a massive golden energy engulfed the green, scorpion-shaped Ice Empress. The Empress tried very hard to escape from the net of golden energy, but failed. Tian Meng was able to engulf and take her with him in Yunhao's spiritual consciousness. But when Daydream went into Yunhao's consciousness, he saw that Yunhao was depressed for being lied. But Daydream apologized and said if he told it beforehand, then Yunhao wouldn't come to the north. He then explained that he had been desperate to be with the Ice Empress ever since he saw her. However, he said that everything was over, and Yunhao could relax. Daydream also explained that he would never think of endangering Yunhao's life as if Yunhao died. Then it would also be the end of Daydream. He only didn't do it because he was confident. Daydream then told Yunhao to escape from this place, as the members of the Ice Scorpion clans would come here to find their missing Empress. Meanwhile, the gray matter was observing everything in the spirit consciousness quietly. Yunhao quickly got out of his consciousness and ran away from that place as fast as he could. After reaching a safe place, he slumped on the ground and huffed for breath. But Daydream said that the real pain was coming as he would have to get his second spirit ring. Surprisingly, his second spirit ring would be none other than the 400,000-year-old ring of the Ice Empress. Yunhao was surprised as his rings were all so much old, whereas normal spirit masters have only 10 or 100-year-old rings. Tian Meng warned that this would be a painful process. Meanwhile, the Ice Empress that was engulfed in the golden energy was trying her best to fight a way out. Daydream also began comforting Ice Empress with sweet words. Daydream then told the Ice Empress that Yunhao was able to fuse with him and was able to obtain the first talking spirit ring in history. Ice Empress knew that Daydream was a million-year-old guy, so she was unable to comprehend how Yunhao was able to fuse with him with his weak body. Daydream then explained the real reason of becoming Yunhao's spirit ring. It was because every 100,000 year a spirit beast that didn't transform into a human would face heavenly tribulation from the universe, and most of the spirit beasts were unable to endure it and would die. And the sleeping and weak Daydream was unsure if he would be able to endure a million-year-old tribulation. Daydream also mentioned that the Ice Empress could also avoid her upcoming death by heavenly tribulation if she became an intelligent spirit ring like himself for Yunhao. The Ice Empress, after some contemplation, agreed to his proposal as she would die either way from the tribulation in a few years. She then transformed into a green-haired girl, and Daydream was immediately love-struck but was slapped away by her. But Daydream held her tail and was unwilling to let go. She then told him to hurry up with the process, and Tian Meng nodded with resolution and said that he would turn Yunhao into the strongest being the continent had ever seen. He also said that it's tough for spirit beasts to get stronger as fast as humans, but if they combine the talents of beasts and the growth rate of humans, then they would surely be able to create miracles. He also mentioned Tang San, who became a divine being from a mere lowly human, and added that Hu Yunhao would be able to surpass Tang San if he was properly trained with his 4 spirit souls. And at that time, the intelligent spirit rings like them would also become stronger and be able to live with Yunhao. For that, Yunhao first would have to merge with her spirit soul and make it a new spirit soul. And if the 3 of them worked together, then their dream would surely come true. But the Ice Empress was unsure if Yunhao would be able to handle it. After more chitter-chatter, finally the process was beginning, and Yunhao was told to release his spirit. And at the same time, Ice Empress also brought out her spirit essence. But she was confused as to how the weak Yunhao would be able to handle her powers. Yunhao was then introduced formally to the Ice Empress, who was called Bing Bing. After the greetings, they finally finished their preparation, and Yunhao woke up and saw the dead body of Ice Empress outside of his spirit consciousness. And as of now, he is inhabiting 3 souls in his consciousness apart from his own soul, meaning he has 3 more spirit souls than normal people, and 2 more spirit souls than a twin spirit holder. Yunhao was again called out to the spirit consciousness shortly after getting out. He was told to first absorb the spirit bones of the Ice Empress before fusing with the spirit. When Yunhao asked for the reason, he was told by Bing Bing that it would be easier to fuse with her spirit soul if he first absorbed her bones. She then told Yunhao that her spirit bones were not ordinary and could change shape, and because of that, he would be able to easily fuse, even though her boners were big. Yunhao was warned that if he failed to fuse with the bone, then he would face massive backlash, and if he failed to fuse with her spirit, then all of them would die as Yunhao's consciousness would collapse. And the difficult matter was that Yunhao would be fusing with all her boners and not just one bone, so it would be several times harder. But Yunhao was Yunhao. He refused to back down to pain as the pain was his childhood enemy. Yunhao was then told to take out the torso bone and warned not to pass out during fusion. Bing also said that she would use freezing ability to numb the pain. As soon as it began, Yunhao was faced with pain he never thought was possible to feel. No matter how prepared and tough Nut Yunhao was, he was eventually cracked. His eyes went green, and he felt that he was being bitten by hundreds of poisonous scorpions. His entire body was bare as his eyes slowly turned absolute green. Tian Meng asked Bing why she didn't use the smaller bones first. In reply, she said that she wanted to see if Yunhao was capable enough to endure the more painful spirit-soul fusion that he would be faced with. However, Yunhao's unbent will was enough to gain recognition from Bing. Brother Daydream yawned and stretched, saying he would need to take a long nap after going back to Shrek, as he had spent too much energy here. Bing told that she would transfer all her energy to Yunhao next. Daydream was shocked and asked if she was really confident. Bing said she knew how difficult her poisonous bones were to be fused with, and since Yunhao was able to integrate with them then, she had no reason to worry. Thus another torturous moment assaulted Yunhao as he absorbed the energy of Bing, the Ice Empress. Yunhao was shrouded in a snow cocoon while absorbing the energy, and after a while everything calmed down, and his hand broke out of the cocoon, and Yunhao was finally free from the pain. His body structure had gained a few inches and also became slimmer. But that slim structure contained a beastly strength containing the bones of the Ice Empress, the Jade Scorpion Queen. Yunhao tested his energy for the first time as a greenish jade aura surrounded the vicinity. In short, he was a jade scorpion in human clothing as ice particles surrounded him. Soon the red 400,000-year-old ring began to appear. The ring had 4 golden markings, meaning it was a 400,000-year-old ring. Daydream looked at his host, wondering what kind of future he would have. He had never heard of a human possessing a 100,000-year-old red ring nor 4 spirit essence. Not to mention the spirit bones Yunhao acquired were enough to shake the world. Not even the legend of the Soul Land, Tang San, would be able to compare to the host he was raising. Everyone knew that it was possible to gain a 100,000-year-old ring after level 90, but nobody would be able to imagine having one at just a tender level of 20. Yunhao cried his tears out and said that he was no longer the trash that everyone looked down upon. Daydream or Tian Meng explained that with Jade Empress's spirit bone, he would have 4 more spirit abilities, and not to mention that his body's strength had increased by many times, and he would be able to obtain the full energy of a 300,000-year-old spirit ring in his spirit eye essence. So next the duo planned to find the second spirit ring for Yunhao's spirit eye soul before returning to Shrek. Meanwhile, Wang Dong had returned to the Shrek and wondered how Yunhao was doing. But after going to the dorm, he found it empty and dusty, indicating Yunhao had gone out for a long time. He was a little worried, so he looked outside the dorm to find Yunhao. He also went to ask Miss Zhou, but even Miss Zhou had no idea where Yunhao was, and was surprised instead hearing that Yunhao's room had been vacant for a month. Wang Dong was worried since no teachers knew about his whereabouts, meaning that Yunhao went out to find his spirit ring by himself. Soon the night came and Wang Dong was sobbing in his dorm, for he thought something had happened to Yunhao, as it shouldn't take more than a week to find a spirit beast for the ring in the forest. Just at that time, Yunhao came back in a hurry as he was late. But Yunhao was totally ignorant of how worried Wang Dong was for him. So he ignored Wang Dong and hurried to report to Miss Zhou. But Wang Dong pounced on him before he could go. He pounded Yunhao's back as Yunhao moaned. After some pounding, Wang Dong cried and hugged him from behind. Yunhao was not able to bear the heavy dong. So he told Heavy Dong that he would explain, but he should first take his heavy ass off of him. Wang Dong was a bit embarrassed and wiped his tears. After getting up, Yunhao told Wang Dong that he would explain after visiting Miss Zhou and asked Wang Dong to come with him. When the duo neared Miss Zhou's room deep in the night, they heard Miss Zhou and Mr. Fan Yu arguing about how to punish Yunhao for being late. Yunhao knew that he should show himself before anything more happened, so he quickly got in and saw Miss Zhou on Fan Yu's lap. Yunhao knew he fucked up even more. Thus began another round of questioning. Yunhao told the teachers that he felt that his spirit essence was on the verge of destruction, and he was worried about showing his face to school if that really happened. So he went away, but fortunately his spirit essence became stable when he obtained his second spirit ring. The teachers knew about the spirit essence's destruction and accepted Yunhao's explanation without any fuss. But Wang Dong knew Yunhao was lying as they were compatible with spirit fusion. He would know if anything had happened to Yunhao's spirit. Fan Yu comforted Yunhao, while Miss Zhou asked about his new spirit ring. Yunhao replied saying he obtained a spirit essence along with the spirit ring when he went to the north. He first heard a voice in his head calling him to an ice cave. When he went there, he saw a jade-colored scorpion, and before he could do anything, he went unconscious, and when he woke up, he felt that he had another spirit essence in his body. After that, he absorbed the dropped bone from the dead spirit beast. When returning, he met another creature that looked like a white worm, and after killing it, he obtained a 1,000-year-old purple spirit ring. Yu Hao showed his ice scorpion spirit essence and the 1,000-year-old purple spirit ring to his teachers, which shocked them silly. Wang Dong asked how his body was able to handle the 1,000-year-old spirit ring. Yunhao replied it might be because of a spirit bone that he obtained from the ice scorpion. Then Yunhao told them that the ability he got from the white worm was the ability to shapeshift. He then transformed into Wang Dong to prove it. However, what shocked the teachers most was the fact that Yunhao could change the colors of the spirit rings too, through the shape-shifting ability, as Yunhao changed and equipped himself with many red rings, meaning all were 100,000-year-old rings. The teachers were shocked silly, as Yunhao explained that this imitating ability had a small range, as he was only able to imitate only 3 meters around him. Of course, Yunhao didn't tell them the fact that he also disguised his real 100,000-year-old ring in his second spirit essence as a 1,000-year-old ring. Fan Yu was the happiest, and said that an illusion-type ability is very supportive of spirit weapon masters. He then asked Yunhao if he wanted to stay in the battle division of Shrek, or announce to everyone as the core student of the Spirit Weapon Hall. He also said that Yunhao could now become the core disciple of the battle division too, as he had twin spirits. Yunhao kneeled and showed his loyalty, saying no matter how much he was talented in battle, he would not leave the weapon-making division, as they were the ones who took him in when he was rejected by the battle division. Teacher Fan Yu was happy, and said that as long as he made the best use of his time, he would not lag behind his peers in the battle division either. If he could continue hard work, then he would be able to be the best of both divisions. Fan Yu also told Yunhao to keep it a secret from everyone, especially the dean of the battle division, as he would be snatched away to the battle division if that happened. After that, Wang Dong and Yunhao left, as Fan Yu began worrying about how to move Yunhao from the battle division to the weapon division. He knew that Yunhao wouldn't be able to gain any benefit from the battle division either if he didn't show off his battle talents. That way, Yunhao would only waste time being ignored in the battle division. When the duo went back home, Wang Dong was the first one to reveal the truth. However, Yunhao was tired and didn't give a shit to Wang Dong's question and fell on the bed in deep sleep. However, Wang Dong accepted it, as he was also keeping many secrets from Yunhao. Soon, Wang Dong also went back to bed. Meanwhile, Yunhao sighed in relief as he was able to get away without answering Wang Dong, and also submerged himself into real sleep. The next day, Tang Ya, Bei Bei, and other members of the Tang sect also came, and Yunhao also told them the things that happened with mixed truth, just like how he told to his teachers. At the same time, Dean of the Weapon Hall, Qian Duo, went to visit the Battle Division's Lao Yan. Qian Duo told Inner Dean Yan that his Weapon Hall would be taking in Yunhao as the core disciple. Inner Dean Yan, who was completely oblivious of Yunhao's battle talent, agreed completely, as Yunhao wasn't that important to his eyes. But somehow, his keen perception always wondered why Qian Duo would give so much importance to Yunhao. So after Qian Duo left, he inquired about Yunhao in the battle division and found some things that make Yunhao a bit more talented. But that much talent is average in Shrek, so he couldn't understand the reason Qian Duo would be so eager to have him. Nevertheless, he let go of this matter and confirmed Yunhao's transfer request to the Weapon Hall. Little did he know, it would be his and the Shrek's battle division's greatest regret in history. Of course, Yunhao's 10-year-old-looking spirit ring had been a big help. Otherwise, the Inner Dean wouldn't have made such a decision so quickly, as Yunhao was nonetheless the captain of the champion team. Like, who in their right mind would believe that 10-year-old spirit ring is actually 1,000,000-year-old in disguise? The next day, after the class, Wang Yan argued, saying Yunhao should be kept in the battle division as he had great talents. But Miss Zhou said that they won't be able to do anything, as Inner Dean of the battle division confirmed the transfer by himself. Wang Yan was sad, as he felt that the academy was letting down a talent that had yet to bloom. In the next class, Mr. Wang Yan told the students about the advancement exam that they would be forced to take, where they would have to battle against spirit beasts at the arena. Miss Zhou chimed in saying students could choose their opponent beasts, but if they chose a weak one, they would be expelled. However, if they pick a very strong beast, they might die. But they can also gain more scores by defeating stronger beasts. Just at that time, Miss Mu from another class appeared, and Miss Zhou was angry as she suddenly got in. Miss Mu apologized cockily and said that Yunhao was being called by the disciplinary hall for always being late and missing classes. Then the disciplinary teachers came wearing some weird outfits and said that Yunhao would be expelled from the battle division. Miss Zhu knew this was just an excuse Miss Mu prepared to expel Yunhao, who was the sole reason her students weren't able to become champions. However, Miss Zhu went along and said that Yunhao was late because he also works at the weapon hall as the core disciple. She added that they can check if Yunhao was a core disciple or not by contacting the weapon hall. Miss Mu was shocked as she never expected that her thorough plan to expel Yunhao would be thwarted by a sentence. Soon, Fan Yu came and confirmed saying Yunhao was his disciple and a core one at that. Along with Fan Yu came the outer dean of the battle division. Miss Mu was surprised by all the support Yunhao had. But then the outer dean of the battle division said that the higher-ups decided that Yunhao, because of always coming late to class after working at the weapon hall, would be transferred to the weapon hall and would no longer be a part of battle division. Both argued even after Mr. Wang intervened and came to the conclusion that they would sum up the individual performance of their team members and compare it to the opponent to figure out the winner. Soon the advancement test began. Outer Dean was looking at Yunhao, while Dai Huan told Zhu Li, the black-haired girl, to go first. At the same time, Miss Zhu asked Wang Dong to show their strength, but Yunhao intervened, saying he should go first. Miss Zhu agreed. Yunhao agreed and went on the stage as he wanted everyone to see that the promise he made before getting into Shrek was true. He would show the might of the 10-year-old spirit ring that everyone looked down upon. The referee asked the year of the spirit beast Yunhao wanted to choose to fight against. Yunhao chose 100-year-old. Everyone was surprised, including Dai Huan, as Yunhao chose such a weak beast. Even Miss Zhu and Wang Dong slapped their forehead after hearing Yunhao's decision, as they thought Yunhao would fight against some strong beast. The referee respected Yunhao's decision and opened up the cage for 100-year-old beast. As a beast with red glowing eyes came out. It was Wind Spirit Wolf, a spirit-type beast. The beast immediately pounced on Yunhao, who was closest to it. However, Yunhao's eyes were shut and he was not moving at all. Then, Yunhao abruptly opened his eyes as a red aura surrounded him. Circles after circles of red rings appeared on his body, scaring the living shit out of every single person, including the beast that faced the full brunt of that aura. Brother Daydream also felt good, finally letting it all out. Meanwhile, the spirit beast of 100 years old died of shock, so Yunhao innocently asked the referee if he passed the test. The referee, who was confused and sweating, immediately announced the victory. Then a guy with red hair came in the exam ground and asked about the person releasing high-level spirit rings as it scared his pets. Director Dunn said that it was a first-year-old student, but the red-haired guy asked how a first-year-old was able to consume a 100,000-year-old spirit ring. Meanwhile, Yunhao went to confront Dai Huan, who was in the crowd, and asked to kneel down to him. Dai Huan was unwilling and cursed Yunhao in his heart. But he was unable to hold on to Yunhao's mental attack pressure and coughed out blood as he dropped to the ground in a kowtowing position. Everyone in the vicinity saw this and caused a commotion. Meanwhile, Yunhao was not even facing Dai Huan as he looked at the sky, calling out to his mom and asking if she was seeing this from her grave. And just at this time, the red-haired guy attacked Yunhao with a fiery aura. Yunhao defended it with his ice spirit essence. The red-haired guy was surprised by Yunhao's defense and exclaimed in shock as it was absolute ice that Yunhao used. He asked Yunhao where he got his 100-year-old spirit ring, but Yunhao said that it was just an illusion ability and was not a real one. Meanwhile, Director Dunn was shocked to hear Yunhao had ice spirit essence. He was even more shocked than the red-haired guy, as he knew that Yunhao had another spirit essence, which was that of I-type. But the red-haired man said that only that wouldn't have been enough to defend against him, and revealed that Yunhao must have a spirit bone. Yunhao shrugged as he was exposed and agreed and said it was just a torso bone. At this time, Director Dunn understood that their battle division had been fucked by the weapon hall thoroughly and thoroughly. The red-haired guy forgot Yunhao was the one that made his pets pee by revealing fake 100,000-year-old rings and asked happily to explain the illusion ability. Yunhao complied, and after a bit of explanation, Yunhao was able to satisfy the red guy as he introduced himself as Gong Long, who was also known as the Spirit Beast King. Gong Long then said that Yunhao would be very good at capturing spirit beasts by using illusion ability, and also said that if he helped him tame some spirit beasts, then he would help him find a good ring as his second spirit ring. So Yunhao complied and showed off his Jade Scorpion spirit essence a bit more, as Gong Long praised him, saying both his spirit essences supported each other. Meanwhile, Director Dun was biting his clothes in regret of being blind of not being able to see such a gem beforehand. Soon, everyone got to know about Yunhao's illusion ability and was relieved that the 100,000-year-old rings were fake. Meanwhile, Dai Huan swallowed his shame and swore that he would make Yunhao suffer for the humiliation. So he quickly went back to his clan and asked his servants if they could help him eliminate Yunhao. But they said that it would be difficult if Yunhao is in the Shrek, and if Shrek found out about this, then their entire White Tiger clan would have to bear the brunt of Shrek. But Dai Huan said that he had a way of luring Yunhao out of the academy, and after that, they should make their move. 2 days later, the advancement exam still continued, and it was second-class students that were taking the exam today. Dai Huan, who abruptly came and asked to bet with him again. Dai Huan said that this time, he would bet on whether he could score more than Yunhao and Wang Dong or not. Yunhao thought Dai Huan was foolish and accepted the bet nonetheless. So to follow up the bet, the duo again went to challenge beasts in the spirit arena. Dean Yan this time was attentively looking at Yunhao, and his eyes were full of regret. He understood that Qian Duo had duped him big. All he could do was to swallow his regret in silence. First, Wang Dong went up the stage, and when asked about what age of spirit beast he wanted to challenge, he said that he wanted a 1,000-year-old one. However, Dai Huan wasn't worried as he could also handle a 1,000-year-old beast. Wang Dong used his might and used all 3 rings he had to defeat the opponent in one-sided manner. However, Dean Dun said that Wang Dong's use was not efficient, so 50 of his points were deducted from the total score. Thus, Wang Dong only gained 100 points. Wang Dong was crying, saying he would have been able to overscore Dai Hua if not for the deduction. Yunhao comforted his friend, saying to leave the rest to him. Then Dai Huan got on the stage and also chose a 1,000-year-old beast. Surprisingly, Dai Huan's opponent was also a tiger, the same as his own spirit soul. In the end, Dai Huan used a brutal technique to finish off the tiger and scored 145 points. Dai Huan was confident that Yunhao wouldn't be able to score 145 given his only 2 spirit rings. When Dai Huan went down from the stage, he pointed at Yunhao and asked him to start. Yunhao didn't respond and went up to the stage simply. Director Yan and Director Dun was paying attention and wanted to see clearly the hidden talents Yunhao had. Even the referee was sweating, remembering what Yunhao did the previous time, and forbade Yunhao from using the illusion technique. Yunhao nodded and said that he would also choose a 1,000-year-old beast. The referee said that he only has 2 spirit rings, and without the illusion technique, it would be hard to take on a 1,000-year-old spirit beast, much less defeat it. Nonetheless, it was Yunhao's choice, so he was let to fight a 1,000-year-old beast too. Yunhao released his 2 rings, but this time, the rings were both white, meaning they were only 10-year-old rings. But Director Yan didn't believe it since Yunhao could disguise his rings and wondered about the real age of the rings. And this time, the 1,000-year-old beast that Yunhao was facing was a Flame Lion King, which was much stronger than the previous 1,000-year-old beasts that Wang Dong and Dai Huan fought. The Flame Lion King jumped at the weak-looking Yunhao with 3 doppelgangers, and only one among them was true. But Yunhao stood there not evading at all. Yunhao then used his ice ability and clashed with the Fire Lion. Thus, the dance of ice and fire ensued as a dense fog was left as the aftermath. In the entire arena, only Yunhao and Director Yan were able to see what was happening inside the dense fog. Director Yan clearly saw the spirit illusion of a jade scorpion appearing behind Yunhao as it thwarted away the flaming lion. Wang Dong and Miss Zhou were a bit taken aback seeing Yunhao unmoved after being hit by the flame lion. Meanwhile, Director Yan understood that the shield that Yunhao created to protect himself was of ice element and had absolute ice element. The ice element of Yunhao is the extreme absolute ice that can't be compared to any ice element. But when the extreme ice element met the fire element of the lion, it was able to overpower the fire element even more easily, as only the absolute fire element can contend with absolute ice. And the flame lion was nothing but a kitten in front of the big boss Yunhao. The flame lion fled as it pissed itself and got into its own cage obediently. Director Yan then evaluated Yunhao's score and said that Yunhao would get a full point for defeating the opponent without even beating it. In the meantime, Director Yan was thinking of many plans to take back Yunhao from the weapon hall. Yun Hao went down the stage as the crowd cheered for him. Then Mr. Wang Yan abruptly came and asked if he was always late to school because he was practicing his second spirit essence too. Yun Hao nodded as it was the only answer to that question. Then Wang Yan told him to come with him as he took him away, and Wang Dong approached Dai Huan and told him to fulfill his wager. Dai Huan's face was dark as he said that he would do that the next time he saw Yun Hao. However, after this loss, Dai Huan had completely gone insane and becomes even more eager to finish off Yun Hao. Meanwhile, in Wang Yan's office, Wang Yan explained how cool and strong the absolute elemental control is. He said that absolute elemental control can only be used by a supreme spirit essence, and the element he had absolute control over would not be able to harm him at all. It seemed that Wang Yan was knowledgeable as he knew about the three great kings of the north, and also said that Yun Hao's spirit essence was similar to one of the three great kings of the north. Mr. Wang even guessed that Yun Hao's spirit essence should have some self-intelligence, which surprised Yun Hao. Brother Daydream was also shocked and praised Mr. Wang Yan. Mr. Wang Yan then said that with proper training, Yun Hao's future would be boundless. So he then asked that if Yun Hao stayed in the battle division, then he would be immediately made a core student and would enter the inner sanctuary. And as expected, Yun Hao rejected the offer, politely saying he can't go back on the words that he had given to the spirit weapon hall. Wang Yan sighed and told Yun Hao to not miss his battle training even when doesn't remain in the battle division. Suddenly, the voice of the director Yan came, and Wang Yan and Yun Hao were able to hear the telepathic voice. The director then came by himself and apologized to Yun Hao for not seeing through his potential earlier. Yun Hao was shocked to see the director bowing down toward him. He then praised Yun Hao for having twin spirits and said that he would be able to enroll in the inner sanctuary and would personally be taught by him as long as he came back. He also promised to provide every resource to make Yun Hao a spirit Duluo before he turned 40 years old. Yun Hao was shocked by such a mega offer, and what shocked him the most was that director also guaranteed to enroll Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao in the inner sanctuary in the future, if he came back. Director Yan did his best to keep Yun Hao within the battle division and felt that all of this was worth it. But right at that moment, Qian Dao broke in and started arguing with Dean Yan for planning to steal Yun Hao. They both wanted to take in Yun Hao only for themselves, and none of them was willing to back down. In the end, they agreed that Yun Hao should be the one to make a decision. Somewhere else in the outskirts of the Shrek Academy, Dai Huan again went to meet his family's assassins to plan the killing mission. He understood that as long as Yun Hao is alive, he would never be able to surpass him, so he must eliminate Yun Hao as soon as possible. The next day, Yun Hao chatted with his teammates and told them how the two deans had fought over him. But just at that time, a woman came. She was the headmaster of the Soul Weapon Hall, Linaire. She also joined in the argument as Qianduo called out to her and hid behind her. It turned out that she was the wife of Qiandu. However, neither parties wanted to give up Yun Hao and wanted to go to the Poseidon court. Wang Dong and Xiao was surprised to listen to Yun Hao's story. And at that time, Fan Yu saw them and reminded Yun Hao to make use of his time as tomorrow would be the advancement exam for the Spirit Weapon Hall. Before leaving, Fan Yu complimented the new uniforms the group was wearing and congratulated for becoming second-year student of the Shrek. Wang Dong also made Yun Hao try out the new uniform, but he purposefully made Yun Hao wear a skirt instead of a pant. And it took a while for the innocent Yun Hao to notice that. Meanwhile, at the very center of the Shrek was the Poseidon Pavilion. It's where the highest rank officials of Shrek dwelled. And today the meeting was held for only one student, Yun Hao. The Weapon Hall and the Battle Division both wanted the boy for themselves, and the meeting was heading nowhere. So, a voice came from the very front of the long table saying, since Yun Hao was able to keep up with both the Weapon Hall and the Battle Hall, then why not let him study in both halls at the same time? It was none other than the Poseidon Pavilion Master, Mu Lao. Thus, both parties came to the conclusion, and Yun Hao became the first in the school history to be the core pupil of both the Weapon Hall and the Battle Hall. However, Yun Hao didn't have any idea about these, as he was worried for the Weapon Hall's advancement the next day. When Yun Hao went back to the dorm from Weapon Hall, he was told by Wang Dong that a great auction was being held in Shrek City, and many treasures are being auctioned at. Wang Dong proposed that they should go there, but Yun Hao reminded him that he was broke and didn't have time as his weapon forging exam would be held tomorrow. He then told Yun Hao that even though they don't have money, they can still get some free treasures by being sponsored by the rich guys. Many rich guys want to nurture young talents like them, and who is better than core disciples of the Shrek? Yun Hao agreed, but told Wang Dong that they should go return back early. Wang Dong was excited and quickly set off along with Yun Hao. And at the same time, Dai Huan was tracking them. Dai Huan took out a phone and told his servants to kill the target on the way back to Shrek. The target Yun Hao was with Wang Dong and signed up as the core pupil of the Shrek. Wang Dong obtained a purple credit card for signing up as Shrek's core student, but Yun Hao got a red card which was even more precious. While the purple card had a credit limit of 100,000 per year, the red card don't have any credits at all, but it can give Yun Hao one precious item every year. When Yun Hao asked how many people had red card, the receptionist said that she had never heard of red card in the first place. And just at that time, a voice came from the cards they were holding as it said that the treasure auction is held by the Shrek Academy, so it naturally knows about the talents of the Shrek's students and can give out credit cards according to their talents. Yun Hao understood the process and didn't worry about it anymore and went to the real auction. Meanwhile, the group of black-cloaked men appeared at the place of ambush and waited for Yun Hao to go back to the Shrek Academy. Wang Dong and Yun Hao also spotted Bei Bei and Shu Shanshi. They were arguing about letting Jian Nan in the Tang sect, and Shu Shan said that he would also join if Nana joined. Soon, Jian Nan also came. When Shu Shan saw her, he pretended to fall down and wanted to crush into her, but she kicked him instead and warned him again to not annoy her. Bei Bei asked if Shu Shan did anything to her in the past for her to be always so angry at him, but Shu Shan didn't say anything and left. In the auction, Wang Dong and Yun Hao spotted a left arm bone from the Gold Dragon King, and the price of the item went up to over 9 million. Wang Dong at first wanted the bone as it was of light attribute, but he quickly let go of that idea once he saw the price. But Yun Hao said that he could get it for Wang Dong with his red card. But Wang Dong reminded Yun Hao that he would only be able to use red card again after a year. Yun Hao said it was okay since he didn't find anything at all. Wang Dong was charmed by Yun Hao's heart and swore that he would do anything for him. Yun Hao also said that Wang Dong could help him buy the 1,000-year-old whale glue that looked like a black rock with his purple card. When Wang Dong asked why to buy such low-level treasure, Yun Hao said that it was not a 1,000-year-old but a 10,000-year-old whale glue. Thus, the pair finished their transaction for the two items and bade goodbye to Bei and left towards the Shrek Academy. And at the same time, within the castle of Poseidon Island of Shrek. When the red-haired girl found out that Yun Hao had absolute ice ability, she became happy as she would finally be able to control her fire spirit. So she quickly got out to find Yun Hao after learning that Yun Hao had gone to the treasure pavilion from Director Yan. Meanwhile, Yun Hao was able to sense the ambush from afar with Brother Daedrum's help. So he quickly took a different route, but the group of assassins noticed that. Thus, a game of chase ensued. However, they were too strong for Yun Hao and Wang Dong to run away. Yun Hao was in a pinch and felt that threat of life at that moment. So he used that move as the air became green and everything became still. It was an ability from Bing Bing, the Ice Empress. It had halted the assassins, but the assassins' power level was too high compared to Yun Hao, so they were still able to make a move against the pair. And just at that time, the pair saw their seniors rushing in. However, it was too late as the attacker was a spirit king and used a dark ability. Then all of a sudden, the red-haired Xiao Tao appeared and was really angry and turned the assassins into ash. Yun Hao and Wang Dong, who was carried by Shu Shan and Bei Bei, were able to see her wrath. Later, she regretted not keeping one of them alive to interrogate. Then the teachers came and carried all the crispy corpses to find out about their identities. Most of the students near Yun Hao were able to deduce that it was Dai Huan's treachery, but the academy didn't have any evidence left after the assassins were burned to ashes. The next day, Dai Huan's shock was unrestrained when he saw the pair. Wang Dong was sure that it was Dai Huan that was the mastermind behind the last night's attack. But Yun Hao held Wang Dong back from beating Dai Huan to a pulp. Yun Hao then asked Dai Huan to fulfill the wager of their last time. So just like before, Dai Huan kneeled down and kowtowed as he had lost in the bet. When Yun Hao was in the class, a student came and said that a girl was looking for him. When Yun Hao went there to see, he saw Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao looked tired and sweaty, as though she was trying hard to control something. Due to her using her demonic fires last night, her demon phoenix spirit had gone out of control and needed Yun Hao to contain it. She was unable to hold it any longer and hugged Yun Hao abruptly. The students had a nosebleed. Meanwhile, Wang Dong was struck dumb as he screamed to let go of Yun Hao. However, Yun Hao was taken by her in front of Wang Dong as he stayed there, not knowing what to do. Miss Zhu came and asked what had happened, and Wang Dong said that Yun Hao had been kidnapped by Xiao Tao. But Miss Zhu said that they went to train together and Wang Dong shouldn't worry. Meanwhile, Wang Dong had a bad feeling about this. Wang Dong was unable to sleep, imagining what the girl would do to Yunhao as she looked weird. The next day, when Yunhao returned, Wang Dong immediately asked what Xiao Tao did to him. Yunhao was thinking something else as he tried to forget everything that happened last night, as it was too embarrassing. Even though Yunhao had been knocked out, he remembered everything that happened last night due to his spirit eyes. And to Wang Dong's question, he said that he only trained with Sister Xiao Tao, but Wang Dong said that there must be more to it as his face was red. But Yunhao evaded the question, saying it was because a beautiful person like Wang Dong was pressing him down, that was why his face was too red. Wang Dong quickly let go of Yunhao, and Yunhao knew his tricks had succeeded. Meanwhile, Yunhao was embarrassed to the extreme after remembering what happened and was even teased constantly by Brother Daydream and Bing Bing. Meanwhile, at the center of Poseidon Island, Dean Yan reported that Xiao Tao's fire had been contained by Yunhao and the assassination matter had been dealt with. The old man that was being reported to drank one more sip of his wine and said that they should begin the tournament to choose the next Shrek's 7 devils. Soon, the students were told about the tournament that would be held among the core students, and the school would choose only 7 people known as the Shrek's 7 devils. Then, Miss Zhou warned Yunhao that he must become one of the 7 devils. Otherwise, he would have to bear heavy beatings. Yunhao was depressed, as he had to constantly learn both weapon forging and spirit battle techniques, so he planned to use the spirit weapons that he made himself to make himself stronger for now. That night, Wang Dong absorbed the spirit bone, and Yunhao watched over him from time to time, and he also made 2 second-class spirit weapons. The process went very smoothly, and Wang Dong was able to merge with the boner. Wang Dong's boner looked like a light dragon, and it had the ability to replenish spirit energy. Thus, the pair gained another trump card in their hand. They hugged each other in joy as this ability would help both of them to recover their spent energy. The next day, Xiao Xiao overslept and was quickly rushing out while biting on her bun. But her bun dropped as she collided with a big bald head. It was none other than Kai Tu that she collided with. After getting up, she quickly rushed again towards the arena. In the arena, the old man said that the tournament would be a battle of free-for-all, and any attacks are deemed okay, even deadly ones. And the only way to quit it was to admit defeat and seek for help from the referee. Everyone was shocked after learning the rules of the battle, and soon the signal for the battle was given. Wang Dong and the company quickly went to meet with the rest of the allies, and after avoiding barrages of attacks, they were able to unite with their allies. Yunhao was told to boost the team's sense, so Yunhao complied. Shu Shan understood Yunhao's ability and knew that Bei Bei had cheated that day using Yunhao. Dai Huan told everyone to first eliminate the seniors with 4 spirit rings. Bei Bei noticed that and wanted to show the newbies the power of seniors. One by one, Shu Shan, Jian Nan started to show their strength. Thus, the students were split into 2 sides. The weak students had the advantage in the numbers, while the strong one had the advantage in individual strength. The old drunk man was excited seeing this and looked forward to seeing Yunhao's potential. Jiang Nan praised Yunhao after learning about this incredible ability. Yunhao blushed for being praised by a beauty, making Shu Shan jealous and angry. Xiao Xiao also noticed Cao Tuo and recognized him. She introduced herself, making Cao Tuo charmed. Coincidentally, both of them had green eyes. The team was not worried about the battle and instead played around. Yunhao then reminisced his past, when he would sit with his mother below a big apple tree and complain about how no one from Duke's mansion didn't like him. His mom then said that one day he would find his companions that would truly care for him. Soon, the mob of people rushed towards the 7-member team. With the boost of Yunhao, the team easily kicked people left and right. Boosting the sense of the seniors was like giving a tiger a wing to fly. They were powerful to begin with, and now with the newfound sense boost, they easily defeated the oncoming foes. Cao Tuo also used his spirit weapons, taking out a few opponents. Xiao Xiao also halted the other group's movement, and Wang Dong along with Yunhao used their spirit fusion as a golden beam of light covered the opponent. All that was left were statues painted in gold. It was the new mental attack technique that the pair had learnt. The team celebrated their victory. Then Jiang Nan went and hugged Yunhao, praising his spirit ability again. Shu Shan's eyes almost popped, seeing the love of his life being so intimate towards Yunhao. Even Wang Dong complained, as he should be the one to get hugged by Yunhao. Then the drunk old man announced that they would be the next 7 devils of Shrek and would be the backup team of the current 7 devils of Shrek. Both the primary 7 devils and the backup 7 devils would together join in the spirit tournament that happens between the academies. After the tournament, Xuan Lao, the drunk old man, inspected Yun Hao and was amazed by Yun Hao's ability. His teammates were amazed that a big shot like Xuan Lao would be so interested in Yun Hao. The new Seven Devils began talking about themselves and their backgrounds. The bald-head Cao Tuo also wished to join the Tang sect. Bei Bei immediately accepted it and took him to Tang Ya. Tang Ya was working at the Red Tea House of Shrek, and the group also found out about the relationship Bei Bei and Tang Ya had. Shu Shan couldn't take it anymore and became angry. Tang Ya then asked Cao Tuo if he really wanted to join the Tang sect, even though the Tang sect was declining. Cao Tuo agreed and said he knew that before and still wanted to join the sect. Thus, every one of the new Seven Devils became the official members of the Tang sect, as though history was repeating itself. They had a celebratory dinner, and after that, Cao Tuo called Yun Hao to talk with him about some personal matters. He first said that he needed help as his own talent wasn't enough. He said that the teachers had decided that he would be the assistant of Yun Hao. Yun Hao wondered if Cao Tuo was jealous, but Cao Tuo said that he just needed Yun Hao to help him when he got stronger. Yun Hao was confused and asked what kind of help he needed. So Cao Tuo revealed a shocking truth, saying he was from the Sun-Moon Federation and was the current king's nephew of the Sun-Moon Empire. Yun Hao was shocked and had a long chat with him that night. Yun Hao also told him about his identity and his grudges against the Duke's mansion. The two decided to keep their plans for revenge in their heart and swore that they would help each other gain revenge. Meanwhile, Tang Ya was looking at the moon as she sobbed bitterly, calling her parents that died. It turned out she also had a bitter story buried deep in her heart. A girl was sitting on her couch in the inner sanctuary of the Shrek. Her name was Ling Luo, and she was called Snow Princess by others. She was also one of the current Shrek's 7 devils. She was cursing her luck for not finding the love of her life, despite the ugly girls getting so many boyfriends. She opened a zodiac book and saw that it was her day to find her partner. So she became happy and got out of her room to find her prince charming. She looked there and found only Dai Yao Chen, who was a cocky bastard, and Gong Yang didn't even look straight. The blue-haired Chen Zai Fang had a cold attitude and couldn't be her prince. Meanwhile, Hao Xuan was just a kid. Suddenly, she saw Ma Xiao Tao, who she disliked the most. She was very jealous of Xiao Tao for showing off her big assets in front of her flat assets. Unfortunately, she didn't find her prince charming even today. Then Xuan Lao came and said that they would have to fight against the backup Shrek's 7 devils that were newly selected. Ling Luo's hope was lightened again. She looked and browsed through all the guys that introduced themselves. Cao Tuo looked funny. Bei Bei looked gentle and polite. Meanwhile, Shu Sanshi looked like an idiot. She was impressed when she saw Wang Dong's charming appearance, and was surprised by Yun Hao's low level of spiritual power. The old Shrek's team was thinking about how Yun Hao became one of the devils of Shrek. Ling Luo then saw Xiao Tao winking at Yun Hao as Yun Hao blushed in shame. Ling Luo immediately thought of something naughty and cursed Xiao Tao for being so desperate. The rules of the battle were the strongest 2 members of both 7 devils teams would choose 7 people each. Xiao Tao chose Gong Yang, Huo Yun Hao, Wang Dong, Shi Shi, Bei Bei, and Kai Tu, and Dai Yao Cheng chose Cheng Zi, Shu Shan, Ling Luo, Hao Xuan, Jiang Nan, and Xiao Xiao. Xuan Lao said that the losing team would have to say that they were a pig, making the students curse him inwardly. The battle had commenced, and Snow Princess Ling Luo wanted to show her strength to the newbies. However, she saw Yun Hao standing ahead and thought he was cocky to be facing her ice element. However, the unexpected happened. All her ice elements betrayed her and restrained her instead. She understood that it was none other than an absolute ice element. It didn't even take long for the team of Dai Yao Chen to loose, as the rest of the team had turned into a golden statue with Wang Dong and Yun Hao's fusion skills. And to withhold the bet, every member of Dai Yao Chen's team was forced to say that they were pigs. But Shu Shan seemed happy saying he was a pig. Ling Luo looked at Yun Hao with eyes full of grudge. Then the next battle ensued, and both teams were told to exchange 2 members. Yun Hao and Wang Dong was told to go to Dai Yao's team. But Ling Luo thought that their team would still lose, as Yun Hao was only able to restrain her because she had ice elemental spirit, and it would be impossible to overpower Xiao Tao with Yun Hao's skills. When Yun Hao released his sense boost ability, Ling Luo was surprised and thought that it suited her very much. Dai Yao Chen understood that this ability was the reason Xiao Tao was so overbearing in the last match. Ling Luo thought that now that Yun Hao wasn't against her, she would be able to take care of Xiao Tao. But boy, was she wrong. She didn't know that Xiao Tao had learnt to control her demonic fire after that night's training with Yun Hao. So her fire was stronger than before and had no side effects. but she was unwilling to give up against Xiao Tao. Then she felt a cold hand touching her bare back. It was none other than Yun Hao. She was angry that Yun Hao was shameless enough to touch her in public, but soon she realized that Yun Hao was merging his absolute ice with her own ice. It felt so comfortable, and she felt as though she was in heaven. Ling Luo had never felt this close to the ice element before, and felt that she could turn the heavens. And she actually did, albeit in a smaller way, as she defeated the other team almost single-handedly. Everyone that didn't know Yun Hao was shocked by his twin spirits. After the match, Xiao Tao rebuked Yun Hao, saying she lost because of him. And the worst thing was, she was forced to say she was a pig in public. Yun Hao then faced Ling Luo and said that he was sorry for abruptly touching her back without telling her. Ling Luo turned around, and her face was that of a fangirl that just found her crush. She truly thought that she had found her prince charming. After Xuan Lao's class ended, Yun Hao and Wang Dong got out and said that it was very interesting to see the senior seven devils to say they were a pig. Yun Hao then remembered that Xuan Lao told everyone to gather in front of the campus tomorrow, as they would be taken to Xing Luo City to participate in the spirit tournament against other academies. Yun Hao was worried, as Xing Luo City was just a few miles away from the White Tiger clan of Duke's mansion. Wang Dong noticed that Yun Hao was depressed and understood what he was thinking. Wang Dong then said none of the Dai brothers had recognized him even after meeting him so many times, meaning he was very different from before. Yun Hao calmed down after hearing it and started playing with Wang Dong. The next day, the 14 devils of Shrek went to gather at the front of the campus, and Xiao Xiao was as late as ever as she bit on her bread. Xuan Lao asked for everyone's attention and said that the members of the inner school and the 7 devils need to withstand the harsh responsibility befitting of their position. And whenever a disaster happens in the controlled regions of Shrek, the students must help them out, even if it endangers their life. This was why the inner sanctuary was also called as the Shrek Guardians, and Xuan Lao introduced himself as the captain of the Shrek's Guardians. Every pupil of the inner sanctuary is a member of the Shrek Guardians, and the Guardians not only need to be talented, but also need to be loyal to the virtues. He also said that there were a lot of talented students that died while completing missions as Guardians. Xuan Lao asked again if they wished to be a member of the Guardians, and if they didn't, then they could go back to the outer sanctuary. But the students were determined and confident and said that they wouldn't back down in face of danger. Xuan Lao then told Xiao Tao to explain their first mission to the students. It was about bandit extermination. The place was at Mingdo Mountain, which was located between Xing Luo Kingdom and the Sun Moon Kingdom. The bandits chose that location at the border so that none of the military personnel of the other kingdom could exterminate them, as it would mean crossing the borders. The head of the bandits was known as the Death God, who was a dark spirit master, and the total number of bandits is estimated to be 300. Xiao Tao said that their mission was to kill them all. It was important to teach the students who never killed a chicken. Everyone's expression was dark hearing that. Then Mr. Wang told the senior students to bring the juniors along with them. Ma Xiao Tao decided to bring Yun Hao, but Wang Dong said that he wanted to go with Xiao Tao. Surprisingly, Xiao Tao agreed and switched Yun Hao to Dai Yao. Wang Dong clenched his fist in celebration and succeeded in taking away Yun Hao from Xiao Tao. Thus, Yun Hao became the only one carried by his enemy, Dai Yao. Fortunately, Dai Yao had no idea who Yun Hao was. Dai Yao then asked, saying he and Dai Huan having beef was true. Yun Hao nodded, and Dai Yao said that it was all in the past, and he should forget it, and apologized on behalf of his younger brother, Dai Huan. But Yun Hao remembered Dai Yao's true nature, and remembered that Dai Yao was also one of the people that wanted to kill him when he was in the Duke's mansion. Meanwhile, Dai Yao had no idea that Yu Hao was the bastard brother that he hated so much, and thought that it would be good if Dai Huan could recover their enmity with a talented guy like Yun Hao. When they neared the location of the mission, Dai Huan explained that a dark spirit master can be kind or evil. The only difference is that they can speed up their cultivation speed using dark methods. He then explained a history of a Duluo class, dark spirit master named Blood Infant. He used infants to speed up his cultivation, and his strength was so strong that it took the previous captain of the Shrek's Guardian 5 years of time to defeat him and his organization. And during that time, the casualties from both the light and the dark sides were numerous. Thus, once a dark spirit master is spotted, they are eliminated very quickly to decrease the damage of the future. The group of students gathered and greeted a campsite where Yun Hao gave out everyone his famous grilled fish. In one meal, the students got to know each other more than they did in the past days. 1 day later, they finally reached the place where the bandits hid. The group then saw the signal given by the outpost that guarded against the bandits. Dai Yao said that his father, the White Tiger Duke, was also staying in the outpost. He also said that the students can meet him if they want. When Yun Hao heard it, his face was as dark as ever. He hated that person as his mother always waited for that person, but he never came. The Tiger Duke was also the person that threw away his mother after using her. Wang Dong asked if Yun Hao's father would recognize him, but Yun Hao said that his father had never seen him before. Thus, the group went to the outpost and saw that man. He was standing at the edge of the cliff facing the setting sun. Yun Hao's memory flashed back in his mind as he went back to the days with his mother. He used to see his mother draw a person on the ground using a stick, and whenever Yun Hao asked, she replied saying it was his father. Back in the group, everyone felt the strong aura coming from the Tiger Duke. The Tiger Duke looked heroic, but Yun Hao's eyes saw something else. He saw him as the greatest enemy of his life. Yun Hao was almost unable to control his emotions. Wang Dong saw this and went to grab his hand to calm him down. So he grabbed it tightly, but unfortunately, he grabbed his balls as Yun Hao felt his whole life flashing in front of him. He rebuked Wang Dong for the grab as the group went about their ways with pleasantries with the Duke. The group rested at the outpost for a day and went out again to complete their mission. They would also participate in the tournament after finishing their mission. Everyone thought that it was going to be an easy mission, but it turned out to be a deadly battle as most of the students were heavily injured and one even died. The cause of this was a deadly poisonous gas. The casualties would have been much more if not for Yun Hao's sense-boosting ability. What was worse is the person that died from the 7 devils named Hao Xuan had his body turned into an explosive as it exploded towards the injured students. Everything happened before Xuan Lao could do anything. Nevertheless, he was a strong master, so he got the situation under control, but another strong enemy appeared and fought against Xuan Lao. The battle's shockwave had caused the injured students to get even more injured, but the Dark Ability Master kept turning corpses into explosives, and Xuan Lao, despite being powerful, had to protect the injured students from the explosion. The Dark Ability Master took this chance to escape. However, the Dark Master wanted to take a student as hostage to let him escape, so he targeted Yun Hao. Xuan Lao saw this and became ferocious as he didn't want to lose the most talented one. However, he can't chase the Dark Master as he had to defend himself against the deadly attacks of the rest of the enemies. Meanwhile, Yun Hao was being carried away by the Dark Master. Brother Daydream and Bing Bing was looking for a solution in his mind. And just at that time, the great aura inside his consciousness spoke again and told everyone to leave the matter to him. After that, Yun Hao's blue hair became gray with a tint of gold. The Dark Master teleported himself to their hideout where many other Dark Masters gathered. The escapee told the Masters to hold Xuan Lao for him. However, a voice interrupted him. When he inquired about the voice, he saw it was coming from Yun Hao, whom he had captured. Yun Hao was giving off a deathly aura. The Dark Master, who thought of himself as the Master of Death, actually felt threatened by the deathly aura Yun Hao was giving out. Yun Hao's hair completely turned gray-white, and a golden ring embodied with a gray ring appeared on the left side of Yun Hao. He looked like a real master of death. The Dark Spirit Masters asked if Yun Hao was also a follower of a death god. But Yun Hao, who was being controlled by the gray entity, said that he would have already become a death god if he wanted to. Seeing the blatant insult to the death god that they worship, the blind followers attacked Yun Hao from all directions. The gray entity then asked Tian Meng, or Brother Daydream, to lend him some spiritual power that he sealed. Tian Meng nodded and lent him some of his sealed spirit power. Yun Hao used the power to cast a spell that bound all the surrounding Dark Masters in a magic circle, followed by a blinding golden light. The spell made the Dark Master get betrayed by his own dark power as all his followers began attacking him. Seeing the situation, the Dark Master tried to flee, but Yun Hao bound him with a spiritual rope, and as the rope tightened, it burst the Dark Master's body into a bloody mess. Yun Hao didn't even look at the bloody mess behind him, and the gray entity slowly gave up the control over Yun Hao's body as it slumped on the ground. When Yun Hao got control of his body, he heard the gray entity saying that it would become his third spirit essence only when his heart doesn't possess any hate and only joy. Xuan Lao soon got there and found a bunch of bones of the Dark Masters, and also found the unconscious Yun Hao. When Yun Hao woke up, he said that the Dark Spirit Master had experienced a rebound side effect from overusing his abilities and died under the hand of his own controlled minions. When Yun Hao was back, Wang Dong hugged him tightly. After such big casualties, the group was no longer able to perform in the competition. Mr. Wang said that they would split up, and the students that would recover would join the competition, and those that didn't would be taken back to the school for recovery. Even Sister Xiao Tao and 3 other seniors were injured, so Xuan Lao said that they must do their best to hold on in the competition until the 3 senior students recover. Xuan Lao also told them to not worry, as he would take responsibility. Bi Bei said that they should hold their ground on the first few matches of the tournament until replacement students came from the school. However, Yunhao knew that the replacement students wouldn't be as good as their elite team, and those words by Bei Bei were just to comfort them. Soon the students arrived at the capital city of the Xingluo city. They were let to stay at the royal suite of Star King Hotel. The hotel room was very luxurious, and the group immediately slumped on the bed. All of them browsed through their rooms and forgot about the battle they had. Soon, Bi Bei reminded everyone that the senior Shrek 7 Devils wouldn't be able to participate in the first matches, and only the backup team would be fighting. As soon as the group heard it, their joy vanished into thin air. Later, they went to meet Mr. Wang to discuss the winning strategy. Mr. Wang said that the other students of other academies are not as strong as they think, so they shouldn't always be so tense. The group relaxed a bit after hearing it. Then Mr. Wang explained the rules of the tournament. The tournament would be split in 2 parts. The first part is the knockout round where a 7-member team fight against another 7-member team, and the second part is 3 versus 3 and 2 versus 2 battles. After they left, the teacher inquired about the recovery of the senior devils. Xiao Tao would need 15 days, and Ling Luo would need 10 days, whereas Dai Yao would need 17 days. Teacher Wang Yan was depressed hearing it. Back to the backup devil team, neither Wang Dong nor Yunhao believed that the opponents would be weak. After all, those opponents were on par with their seniors. Even though they were weak to the senior 7 devils, they are very strong to the backup team of 7 devils. Nonetheless, the duo of Wang Dong and Yunhao trained with their fusion technique to make the best use of their time, and the other members also trained diligently. The next day, the spirit tournament began in one of the largest arenas Yunhao ever saw. There were 133 teams participating in the tournament. The tournament was world-class tournament, as it was only held once every 5 years. Thus, the crowd eager to watch the tournament was massive. The referee announced the rules of the tournament and also announced that the Shrek Academy would also be participating as usual. As soon as the name of the Shrek was spoken, the crowd erupted in cheers. Many believed that the Shrek would be champions this time too, and the other teams started to get nervous when they saw the Shrek's team and wished that they don't face the Shrek team early in the game. The 7 devils were greatly under pressure and understood the amount of respect their academy held. Thus, their resolve to do their best became even stronger. Mr. Wang Yan and the senior Shrek team cheered them too. Yunhao began taking control of the team as he began to appraise the arena. Soon, the first battle started with Shrek, as they were called on the arena. When the crowd saw the team, they were confused to see the low levels of the Shrek team. They understood that it was the backup team of the Shrek. But they couldn't understand why all the members were from the backup team. Some thought Shrek was too confident to let the backup team fight other academies' main teams. Yunhao felt that he must show something. So as usual, he went on intimidating the crowd with imitating ability and turned his spirit rings into red spirit rings. The 100,000-year-old red ring was enough to silence the crowd as they were unable to comprehend what was happening. Yunhao's intimidation was very effective and was able to fool even the referee. The opponent panicked and huddled into a corner in fear. And when they were huddled together in a single place, Yunhao released his 4th spirit ability without anyone noticing. He appeared in front of the opponent like a ghost, and the emotional shock made their mental state go into a very weak state. Yunhao and Wang Dong took advantage of their weak mental state and used their spirit fusion mental technique as the familiar golden light illuminated the arena, turning the students into golden statues. This time, even Wang Dong appeared with 6 red spirit rings. The opponents were scared silly by the events as Yunhao asked the announcer if they had won. The announcer quickly regained his composure and announced the victor. After that, Yunhao said that he was from the Tang clan. The crowd's shock turned into cheers, and most of them didn't even question if the red rings were real or not. They cheered for both Tang clan and the Shrek Academy. Yunhao and Wang Dong left the arena, and as soon as they were out of the eyes of the crowd, they went unconscious in the hand of Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang said that the duo had overused their powers and needed to rest. They were then brought into a room to take a rest. Mr. Wang said that it was the quickest victory Shrek had ever had in the tournament. At the same time, at some other hotel, the Moonlight Royal Weapon Academy was having a conference. They are annoyed by the Shrek Academy's shocking match. They held Shrek as their greatest rival and swore to be the champions of this year. Then a guy named Xiao Hongchen said that the red rings must be fake, just to intimidate people. He was also one of the members of the Moonlight Academy. The news of the Shrek's backup team's victory traveled back to Mu Lao. And when Mu Lao was asked if the Academy should send reinforcement, he disagreed, saying that it should be able to make the backup team even stronger if they don't rely on reinforcements. He mentioned that this generation of Shrek's devils might bring back the glory of Tang San's generation. When Wang Dong woke up, he again kicked Yun Hao as he slept together with him. But Yun Hao got back and said it wasn't their first time sleeping in one bed and tickled Wang Dong to the core. Wang Dong moaned and somehow sounded like a girl. So Yun Hao asked why Wang Dong's voice sounded like a girl's. Wang Dong said that Yun Hao was just imagining things. Wang Dong then said that it was stupid of Yun Hao to show 6 red rings in the previous match, as most people must have figured it out as being fake. When Yun Hao went to meet the other members, he saw Chao Tuo showing his spirit essence for the first time. It was none other than a crude cigar. Everyone burst out laughing when they saw it. Chao Tuo was depressed and said that this was why he never showed his spirit essence to anyone. Then he told everyone that this cigar could increase one's mental strength and physical strength, and also increase defense. Mr. Wang Yan was excited and quickly asked how many Chao Tuo could make. Chao Tuo said that he could make around 1,000 of them in 20 minutes. Mr. Wang was shocked and said that Chao Tuo was a prodigy in food-type spirit. Yun Hao asked if Wang Dong wanted to try the cigars, but Wang Dong was shy and said that they should first go back to their room. When going back, Hong Chen, the white-haired guy from Moonlight Academy, saw Yun Hao and arrogantly said that he would be defeated by him. But Yun Hao was not faced with the provocation and said that he would squash him sooner or later. When Yun Hao went back to his room, he told the angry Wang Dong that Hong Chen was at least a spirit king. The next day, the Shrek faced members of Yun Luo School. Both teams sent out their first representative to fight in an individual match. The loser will have to leave, and the winner can continue to face the next opponents one by one, or can go back and send another representative if exhausted. Bei Bei wanted to go first, but Wang Yan said that Yun Luo School was weak against defense-type spirit masters, so Wang Yan told Xu Shan to go. Xu Shan was excited and said that he would take on all 7 of them by himself. When the battle started, Xu Shan ran away and was about to land out of the arena. And just at that time, he switched positions with the opponent, as the opponent suddenly found himself out of the arena. Everyone was surprised and was unable to comprehend what happened. Only Yun Hao and the others knew about the teleportation ability of Xu Shan. However, when the next opponent came out as a hot chick, Xu Shan immediately became horny and fought while teasing her. But Xu Shan wasn't out of his mind and used his facade of horniness to also kick the hot chick's ass out of the arena. After defeating her, Xu Shan even said that she should blame her body for being so hot for the loss. Everyone in the stadium called him a pervert and asked if Xu Shan was really a member of the respected Shrek. Meanwhile, Shrek's team was ashamed of Xu Shan's behavior. The next opponent looked serious and asked to fight against Xu Shan's true strength. Xu Shan agreed. Everyone was looking forward to seeing Xu Shan's true strength. The battle commenced, and the opponent released a spirit weapon that armored himself from head to toe. Chao Tuo said that it was the latest, strongest spirit weapon. Meanwhile, the ass-kicked hot chick cheered for her senior. A barrage of small missiles attacked Xu Shan from all directions, but Xu Shan was not harmed as he took out his shield. Then the opponent released a body-tracking missiles that can change direction mid-flight and can lock onto the target. Xu Shan was being chased by the missiles as he kept defending. Xu Shan then boosted his speed and split the armor that surrounded him, protecting him from all directions. In just a few seconds, Xu Shan appeared in front of the opponent and smashed the opponent with his shield as an orange shockwave covered the arena. When the smoke cleared out, everyone saw the opponent lying on the ground as Xu Shan was announced as the victor. Xu Shan then went to Jiang Nan and asked if it was cool, but Jiang Nan just smacked him, and just like that, one person won against the whole team. The students from the Moonlight Academy were worried after seeing Xu Shan's performance and were planning to find out ways to learn more about the Shrek team. A white-haired girl teased Hong Cheng, saying even he was worried. Hong Chen said that it had been a long time since he was excited and was looking to fight against the Shrek any time. Teacher Wang Yan went to see the duo and found them playing weird things on the bed. However, he didn't think much and thought they were just kids. Teacher Wang gathered everyone and told them that there would be an auction for soul spirit weapons in the city, and he would bring them there to buy some spirit weapons. But everyone was downcast hearing that they would use spirit weapons. So Mr. Wang told them that the Shrek needed to adapt with time. and almost every team had soul spirit weapons. He also made them remember the battle with the Dark Master and said that the outcome would be different if Shrek had defensive spirit weapons. And with the declining number of spirit beasts, soon there will be a day when one wouldn't be able to find a suitable spirit beast to hunt for the spirit rings. So at that time, only spirit weapons would be available. B.I. Bay agreed, saying that his Tang clan declined because they didn't adopt with time. Everyone began to understand one by one, and soon they agreed. Mr. Wang then showed them a golden card saying that the school would pay for the spiritual weapons that they chose. But just then, Wang Dong said that he wouldn't buy spirit weapons and went back to the room. Yun Hao was shocked by Wang Dong's sudden rejection, as Mr. Wang Yan said that Wang Dong might have a valid principle for not getting one. Thus, the group went to the auction house and almost everyone obtained a suitable weapon for themselves. And at the end of the auction, the main attraction item was shown. The treasure was covered in expensive red clothing. And Yun Hao, being a spirit weapon forger, was very curious about the thing under the red veil. So he used his sense-boosting ability to take a closer look, and as soon as he did so, he felt as though countless big, thick thorns had penetrated him from all direction. And when he stopped his sense-boosting ability, the pain was gone. The auction lady uncovered the cloth as a dark aura permeated from the treasure. It was an engraving knife called Lai Bang Knife. It was the dream of every spirit weapon forger. But the lady also said that it was not a normal Lai Bang engraving knife, and it had a curse placed in it. If not for the curse, it might be hailed as the most treasured engraving knife in history. It was called Devouring Engraving Knife and was forged 3,000 years ago by a level 9 spirit weapon smith. At that time, the weaponsmith was also a demonic spirit master. According to the legends, the knife contained the spirit of the demonic spirit master. So all the 37 people that had owned this knife had died miserably, and 9 of them became demonic masters. The bid of the knife started from 10,000 gold coins, but none even wanted to buy it. The auctioneer was regretting telling the past of this knife beforehand. Then suddenly, when she was about to dismiss the auction, Yun Hao bade for it. Naturally, nobody competed for it, and it was sold for only 10,000 gold. Yun Hao's teammates were shocked and asked for an explanation. Yun Hao said that he had figured out the solution to the knife by himself. He was confident, saying he can get rid of that curse. Yun Hao was happy as he was able to get the knife that the gray entity in his consciousness requested to get. The gray entity said that the knife was made with the creatures of gold, and wasn't that simple. The gray entity also promised to remove the curse from the knife. After the auction, everyone returned back to the dorm. When Yun Hao went back, he saw Wang Dong and asked about his distaste of spirit weapons. Wang Dong said that he also wanted to get one spirit weapon, but some kind of voice whispers in his head every time a spirit weapon's name is mentioned. Yun Hao was shocked and wondered if Wang Dong also had someone living in his consciousness. So he told Wang Dong to not move and let him check it. Yun Hao got close to Wang Dong and placed his forehead on Wang Dong's forehead. After a while, Yun Hao was able to get in Wang Dong's consciousness. In the consciousness, Yun Hao saw a strong presence. His daydream brother immediately warned him to leave Wang Dong's consciousness. Fortunately, he listened quickly and was out of danger. Yun Hao was traumatized by the display of power. Brother Tian Meng rebuked him for being careless, and the gray entity named Yi Lao said that it was a strong seal that was inside Wang Dong. Yun Hao quickly asked if the seal was harming Wang Dong. Yi Lao said that the seal was to protect Wang Dong, and as long as Yun Hao treated him well, nothing would happen. He was also warned to not enter Wang Dong's consciousness again. Wang Dong quickly asked Yun Hao if he was okay, and asked why he was suddenly thrown on the wall. Yun Hao didn't tell anything to Wang Dong, and from Wang Dong's reaction, Yun Hao understood that Wang Dong had no idea about the seal he had. The next day, Shrek faced Qianling Academy, and the Moonlight Academy found this perfect for checking out Shrek's ability. The team from the Qianling Academy was strong. 6 of them had 4 spirit rings, and 1 student even had 5 spirit rings. Hong Cheng from Moonlight Academy was analyzing Shrek team, and saw that Yun Hao was standing at the back of the team and wasn't doing anything. The attack had started as a big ice storm rushed towards the Shrek team. Hong Chen and his team analyzed the possible countermeasures Shrek might implement to defend against the storm. And just at that moment, Yun Hao's voice rose as he proclaimed himself as the King of Ice. He again released his 100,000-year-old spirit ring. The ice tornado went back to the Qianluo team by itself, and in one move, the Shrek was victorious. And the Moonlight team began to wonder if Yun Hao really had 100,000-year-old rings. Hong Chen was traumatized after confirming that it was really a 100,000-year-old ring. Hong Chen then said when he was 16, he had gone to the northern plain with his grandfather to get a spirit ring. There he saw a jade-colored spirit beast that was a 100,000-year-old beast. Yunhao's aura also felt similar to the spirit beast's aura. He was truly shaken up by him, but the red-haired guy said that no matter what, he would try his best to withhold the glory of their school. However, in the next match, the students were depressed, as it was an individual match and the other team had 5 spirit kings in them. Mr. Wang Yan said that they should admit defeat and come back with a bigger force after 5 years. But the students were unwilling to admit defeat and said that they would try their best to win the next matches. Xu Shan also said that he would win just for Jian Nan. The first match was 2 versus 2. The team had to reserve stronger members, so they only found Xu Shan and Jian Nan to be the most suitable for the position. Meanwhile, Hong Chen calmed down from his trauma and thought that Yun Hao had been using some kind of mental illusion to show off red spirit rings, which honestly wasn't completely wrong. He and also his fellow teammates from Moonlight Academy believed that this match would be able to draw all the trump cards of the Shrek. In the arena, Jiang Nan and Xu Shan went up to face the opponents. Jiang Nan noticed how Xu Shan stood ahead of her and felt that she could somehow trust Xu Shan. The opponents from Zhengtian Academy also came. They also had 1 girl and 1 guy, but unlike Shrek's team, both of them had 5 spirit rings, meaning they were spirit kings. When the match began, the women with angelic wings came rushing towards Xu Shan as though wanting to finish off the defender first. However, that attack was just a distraction, and their real target was Jiang Nan behind Xu Shan. Xu Shan then saw the attack getting towards Jiang Nan, but for some reason, Jiang Nan didn't want to dodge as if she wanted to prove that Xu Shan would never be able to protect her. Xu Shan panicked, and then a green aura surrounded him as a green transparent shield was placed. Xu Shan's entire looks changed as his clothing and red hair became green. His eyes were flashing red as his bare body only had a green shell covering him. Even Xu Shan's own team members were surprised, not to mention the others. Bei explained that this was Xu Shan's unsealed spirit essence black turtle. This spirit beast only appeared when Xu Shan is in serious condition. The opponent again got back up and said that Xu Shan only had 4 spirit rings and released her black 10,000-year-old ring. Seeing this, Xu Shan merged all 4 rings into one, and it also became 1 10,000-year-old rings. Xu Shan was able to block the attack of the opponent using the newly formed 10,000-year-old ring. The attack and defense continued, and Jiang Nan finished preparing her attack. So she told him to leave it to her as she released her attack. It was nothing flashy, but a kick to the opponent as it sent her flying. After that, Xu Shan's adrenaline wore off as the side effects of unsealing his spirit essence kicked in, making him drop in the shoulder of Jiang Nan. The crowd cheered for the victory as Jiang Nan was again annoyed by Xu Shan as he started his rant after waking up from his short coma. Next, Xiao Xiao was told to go with Kai Tu. Xiao Xiao asked Cao Tou to give her his cigar, but Kai Tuo hesitated, saying it would not look good if she as a girl smoked the spirit cigar. But Xiao Xiao said that her reputation is not worth it compared to the value of the match. The fighters of Zhengtian Academy also came. This time, both of the opponents were guys, and surprisingly, the Academy sent only 1 Spirit King to the match. Bei guessed that the Zhengtian Academy wanted to reserve their Spirit King's abilities until the end, despite losing the first round. The opponent took Xiao Xiao lightly, seeing her small figure. And when Xiao Xiao released her 2 spirit rings, everyone was shocked as 2 spirit rings were too weak compared to the 5-ringed opponent. The crowd wondered if Xiao Xiao was really a member of the Shrek. Cao Tuo was also not planning to hold back as he revealed his big gun. However, the weapon had a large cooldown time. The Spirit King, seeing this, took out a bow and released the arrow before the recharge was complete. But Xiao Xiao appeared with her small figure and released her cauldron spirit. She coughed out blood while defending against it. She began healing herself with her other spirit essence, and everyone understood that Xiao Xiao had dual spirit essence. At the same time, she used her slow-down ability to slow the opponents down. So the opponent first wanted to attack her and eliminate her. They rushed towards them while she was almost tired from overusing her abilities. She used her best to defend herself, but she only had 2 rings. Thus her cauldron cracked and the ring broke as she fell down. Cao Tuo saw this. So did everyone in the audience seat. Cao Tuo's eyes were bloodshot seeing this as his aura exploded outwards. And the weapon that he had been recharging all this time finally fired as a red ball of energy rushed towards the duo of Zhengtian Academy. The protectors blocked the attack as it was too deadly for the opponent, meaning Shrek had won. Chao Tuo saw Xiao's body that was unconscious, and soon he also went into a coma, all the while protecting Xiao Xiao from the explosion with his own body. After the battle ended, the audience clapped as they cheered. The next match was a 3 versus 3, and the Shrek team swore not to let down Shrek's glory. B.I. Bei, as the most senior out of the backup team, understood that if they could endure and win these challenges as just the backup team, then they would reap great rewards in the future. After seeing the hard work their other teammates have been putting in to withhold the reputation of Shrek, all the team members became emotional. So did Yun Hao and Wang Dong. The opponent this time was the captain of the Zhengtian Academy's team, Ye Wuqing, with level 58 of Spirit King and 2 other students who were Spirit Elder of level 46. Both Bei and Ye Wu trash-talked to each other, and after a while, they were told to go to the end of the arena. They complied, and the referee announced the start of the battle. Shrek's team's Bei, Yun Hao, and Wang Dong rushed, and everyone was shocked to see Yun Hao with only 2 rings. None was able to comprehend how Yun Hao had only 2 rings, not to mention the age of those rings was only 10 years old as they were white. Many had by now guessed that Yun Hao's rings were fake, but none believed that the actual age of the rings would be so low. But Ye Wu told his teammates to not get tricked, as Yun Hao could be pretending to be a sheep in wolf's clothing. One of the spiritual elders of the opponent's team suddenly launched a mental attack to Shrek's team, catching Bei off guard. But Yun Hao counterattacked with his own mental attack. Both Yun Hao and the other guy competed to see who had stronger mental strength. While Yun Hao was fighting with his only 2 rings, the Spirit Elder of level 46 naturally had 4 Spirit Rings. The Spirit King of level 58 also attacked with a golden leaf, however. Wang Dong felt something was off with the leaf. So he sent a feather flying at it, and the feather made it explode mid-flight as a strong explosion occurred. Meanwhile, Yun Hao kept attacking the other team with mental attacks too, and they wondered if their own ally had aimed incorrectly. The captain again sent a golden leaf, but Yun Hao made it seem like he attacked the leaf, but in reality he aimed his spirit weapon to the opponent. And all of these was done by his illusion ability. In the end, the spirit weapon attacked Ye Wu, and the leaf fell near Ye Wu's own teammate. Then the woman from the opponent's team started firing from her spirit cannon, but Bei used his thunder to destroy the cannons mid-flight. Yun Hao and Wang Dong took this chance to target the woman. But the women never took Wang Dong and Yun Hao, who had 2 rings only, seriously. But boy, was she wrong. As Yun Hao neared, ice claws formed in his hand, and the fireball of the woman shrunk in size, and she understood it was none other than absolute ice. Yun Hao used Jade Hand of Tang Sect. Together with his absolute ice element, it clashed against the pink fireball. The fireball shrunk even more as soon as it touched Yun Hao's hand, and in the end, it had vanished into nothingness. Yun Hao forced her to the edge of the arena and was about to drop her out. But she counterattacked with a flame cage that trapped Yun Hao and Wang Dong. She was planning to bring both of them with her down the arena. The duo panicked while the woman was happy. All of a sudden, Wang Dong felt that his spirit powers were drawn to Yun Hao. Then he saw Yun Hao releasing a green aura from his body, and boom, the green aura swept the surroundings, including the opponent. When the dust cleared, everyone saw the frozen statue of the woman and the duo of Wang Dong and Yun Hao standing. Their pose looked cool, but in truth they were trying their best to recover their energy using Chao Tuo's cigar. Yun Hao was just using his illusion technique to hide him smoking weed. And at the same time, Bei was battling Ye Wu. Bei's thunder and Ye Wu's golden leaf constantly clashed, and both were on par with each other. Bei went for the close combat by dodging the leaves, but Ye Wu also turned out to be very good at it too. Ye Wu's body turned golden as it deflected the thunder and counterattacked with golden leaf. Bei was injured. Then Ye Wu brought upon a rain of golden leaves and said that they should end it quickly. But Bei didn't admit defeat, so the golden leaves rushed towards him. But Bei also had trump card up his sleeves, as he turned his left hand into the hand of a golden dragon and created an energy orb made of golden lightning. The lightning looked akin to heavenly thunder, as though it would punish all evils under the heavens. Bei touched Ye Wu's shoulder and felt that he was almost on the brink of exhaustion. And just then, the other guy with mental ability recovered and prepared an attack, making the situation for Shrek even more hazardous. When Bei was about to be mentally attacked, Yun Hao and Wang Dong forced their fusion and used the mental attack of Golden Beam. Ye Wu wasn't completely turned into a statue and was still able to move, but his spiritual essence had been sealed. Yun Hao saw this and was desperate to finish off Ye Wu. He knew if he couldn't finish Ye Wu before he recovered, then he would have no chance. However, Yun Hao was just level 27, whereas Ye Wu was of level 58. Yun Hao tried using his hidden weapon, but Ye Wu was not fazed as he had his golden body for protection. Yun Hao was desperate and sought help from Ice Empress. Ice Empress listened and took control of Yun Hao as a jade crown appeared above Yun Hao's head. Ye Wu felt the change in aura of Yun Hao, and he felt that Yun Hao had changed into a different person. Yun Hao was mute as the Ice Empress used his body to teach him methods to defeat stronger opponents while being weak. She controlled ice in the surrounding in a very extreme manner, as all the spirit power of Ye Wu's body was frozen. And at this moment, the golden mental power's effect wore off for Ye Wu, and he got back to normal. He would be able to recover his spirit power if given time. But it was enough to finish off Yun Hao. So he did what he thought was best and attacked Yun Hao. But Yun Hao's body gave off pressure, and again a green aura greater than what the audience seen before exploded. Hong Chen was able to notice a spirit bone from Yun Hao's chest as Yun Hao threw off Ye Wu out of the arena. Soon he also fell on the arena just a bit away from the edge. Wang Yan was happy seeing the outcome. Then the only opponent, the mental attack guy, was left. Wang Dong went to face him. The opponent was taking it easy as both Yun Hao and Bei Bei were unable to fight, and he could just play around with the pretty boy of Wang Dong. As long as Wang Dong is defeated, they would still be able to win. The mental attack guy told Wang Dong to give up and take his companion off the stage. But however much Wang Dong wanted to treat his injured teammates, he couldn't waste what they had accomplished so far. Wang Dong then finally revealed his other spirit essence, which he didn't even tell Yun Hao about. It was emanating a dark aura, and everyone was shocked by Wang Dong's twin spirit. The mental guy again used his puppeting ability to control Wang Dong. But that was his bad choice, as even Yun Hao was scared to use a mental attack against Wang Dong. And sure enough, the guy had blood gushing out of all his holes as Wang Dong fired his final blow. The attack was so strong that even the protector was shocked as he defended against it. And on the stage, Wang Dong was the only one standing as he huffed and puffed. Wang Dong then slowly picked up his teammates and announced that they had won, with teary eyes. Mr. Wang Ya also had teary eyes as he went up in the arena to hug them. Mr. Wang Yan then took the spirit mic and told everyone the reason for Shrek's backup team fighting in the tournament instead of the main team. He said that all 7 people on the backup team were less than 15 years old, and 3 of them were still 12 years old. Everyone clapped hearing it, and even Hong Chen began respecting Shrek's team. Then the Moonlight Academy's representative asked if Hong Chen and his friends would go to Shrek as exchange students. They agreed and said they wanted to see what made Shrek so good. Meanwhile, Yun Hao was in a coma and was in extreme pain. And when he woke up, he saw Ma Xiao Tao on top of him. She said that Yun Hao's performance was outstanding in the tournament. She added that she took care of him when he was unconscious and wiped his body clean. Yun Hao was embarrassed, and Xiao Tao said that it was not her first time seeing him. She then hugged him and started crying all of a sudden. She was worried as to what if they had another accident. Yun Hao told her to take her time in recovering so that they can fight together and make Shrek win. At this time, Wang Dong barged in Yun Hao's room and saw the duo hugging each other. A while later, Ling Luo Chen also came bringing a get-well gift for Yun Hao, but she didn't give it to him as she saw Xiao Tao coming out of Yun Hao's room. In the room, Yun Hao thanked Wang Dong for using his second spirit that won the fight. Wang Dong asked if he was surprised to see his second spirit essence, but Yun Hao said he had known about it ever since their first spirit fusion. Wang Dong's eyes were twinkling as he asked if Yun Hao also had secrets that he was hiding from him. Wang Dong hopped on Yun Hao on the sofa and asked what secret he was hiding. But Yun Hao cheekily said that he knew about Wang Dong's weakness and gave Wang Dong tickles. But all of a sudden, an oppressive aura filled the room as it targeted Yun Hao specifically. A voice came from the aura as it asked what a spirit beast like Yun Hao was doing in human form. It kept blabbering about 10 great beasts as the man behind it revealed itself as the Xiu Luo Kingdom's guardian Cheng Gang. He said that the move Yun Hao used when defeating Ye Wu Qing was definitely of a spirit beast. Cheng Gang looked greedy to kill Yun Hao and obtain his spirit bone. So he picked up Yun Hao by his neck, but then found out that Yun Hao wasn't a spirit beast in human form, but a real human. Cheng Gang was shocked, saying how can a human have the aura of a spirit beast? Wang Dong also came and said that Cheng Gang must have made a mistake because Yun Hao's spirit essence is the beast type and was of ice scorpion, but he was a human through and through. The guy left and warned them to keep quiet about that day's incident. When Cheng Gang left, Yun Hao's eyes were burning with fury as he swore that he would repay Cheng Gang for bullying him when he was weak. Even Ice Empress was angry in Yunhao's consciousness and said that she would have frozen Chang'an to death if it was before. She slapped Tian Meng for making her so weak to not even have a physical body. Yunhao then asked what Chang'an meant by 10 great beasts. Bing Bing then replied, saying the 10 great beasts were the strongest beasts known, and within these 10 beasts, even the weakest had aged over 300,000 years. She blamed Chang'an for being so ignorant, as spirit beasts can only turn into human form when they are over 100,000 years old and less than 200,000 years old. She explained how the spirit beasts that turned into human beings were sought after by powerful spirit masters to obtain their spirit rings and bones, as the beasts in human form are very weak. She then also said that the 10 beasts might not be the strongest, as the ocean holds most of the strongest beasts unknown to man. Thus, there are no ocean beasts within the 10 great beasts list of humans. She then urged Yunhao to break through to the 30th level to use more of her power. Just then, the voice of the gray entity, Li Yao, came as it told Yunhao to hurriedly retrieve the devouring knife. Yunhao complied. While these were happening in his consciousness, in the outskirts of Xingluo City, Chang'an was beaten like a pig as he sobbed. He never thought as a guardian of Xingluo Kingdom he would ever be beaten like this. The person that had beaten him said that he was lucky as he didn't harm Yunhao and Wang Dong. It was none other than Xuan Lao. Meanwhile, Chang'an felt that there were heavens above the heavens and realized that there are always stronger people in the world. The duo of Wang Dong and Yunhao had no idea about Chang'an's situation as they went to see Xiao Xiao's condition. When they got in, they saw Chao Tuo feeding Xiao Xiao gently. Wang Dong said that they can't disturb them and should leave. Wang Yan came and said that Chao Tuo prepared the soup with the best ingredients by himself. Later, Wang Yan analyzed about Yunhao's and Wang Dong's abilities, making the duo surprised at Wang Yan's observation ability and knowledge. Yunhao asked how Wang Dong and he was able to fuse, as it should be even harder as they both have twin spirits. Wang Yan pondered and said there are things that make fusion easier, like being of opposing genders. Yunhao looked at Wang Dong curiously and subconsciously rejected this possibility as they were both males, while Wang Dong just blushed and became silent. Wang Yan cleared the situation and said that there are other possibilities for the fusion to be so smooth. Wang Yan then said that since they were able to have 2 spirit fusion abilities with just 1 spirit essence, then they should be able to have 4 spirit fusion abilities with their twin spirits. The duo went back and tried what Mr. Wang Yan told them about 4 spirit fusion abilities. But even after cuddling for so long, they weren't able to comprehend any new abilities. Yunhao said that everyone knows about their trump cards as they revealed them in previous matches, so they desperately need to find out their new spirit fusion abilities. Then Yunhao came up with an idea and said that they should stop hugging and do something else like sleep the whole night hugging each other. Yunhao reminded the blushing Wang Dong that the first time they discovered the fusion compatibility, they hugged each other the whole night in the forest. But their hugging had to wait as they didn't know any safe forest around. On the second day, Shrek was paired against Chang Ning Academy. The match was a 7 versus 7 member match. However, everyone was surprised to see Shrek only sending 2 members instead of 7. And everyone noticed that a new girl was present with Yunhao on the stage. It was none other than Ling Luo Chen. Many thought that Shrek's members were injured in the last match, so Shrek only deployed 2 members. However, their assumption was proven wrong as Yunhao provided Ling Luo with his absolute ice control as Ling Luo single-handedly cleared the arena as soon as the match began. Everyone cheered for her as she stood with a cold and aloof face. However, inside she was the happiest. Her cold face was just a facade. At the auction house of Xingluo City, Wang Yan brought the Shrek group to visit a person. It was a woman called Qin Ya who was the hostess for the auction. She said that they could see the auction and bid for any items from the Spirit TV. As long as they pay for the item will be delivered to them as soon as possible. The Shrek team sat on their couch and watched intently at the Spirit TV to spot any item they need. Tonight, the auction house would sell 9 items only, and the highest bidder would get the items. And the auctioneer was none other than the youngest princess of Xingluo. The first item was from the Sun Moon Kingdom. It was an 8th grade weapon made from a 10,000-year-old beast bone. It can increase one's attack power by 50%. Dai Yao said that he would buy it for Xiao Tao, and Xiao Tao could return it to him once he reaches level 70. Meanwhile, Wang Dong and Yunhao sat closer, and Wang Dong felt that they had been sitting like a couple. However, the romantic moment was destroyed as Yunhao asked Wang Dong to quickly touch their hands so that they could practice their fusion ability. Meanwhile, Dai Yao almost went bankrupt buying the 8th grade weapon for 1.5 million gold coins. Meanwhile, Yun Hao and Wang Dong was fighting, and they again got into an awkward position. Cao Tuo noticed the duo and asked what they were doing. While Wang Dong was trying to mediate the situation, Yun Hao innocently said that they were trying their spirit fusion ability. Hearing it, Cao Tao even gave them thumbs up. But the next item that was announced was a spirit bone from Ice Scorpion, and Yun Hao felt extreme anger from Bing Bing when the item was announced. The Ice Scorpion bone was sparkling like jade, and the auctioneer said that it is very suitable for Ice Elemental Spirit Masters. But Bing was angry. She again kicked Tian Meng as she was unable to do anything to the humans as they were stuck in Yun Hao's consciousness. The auctioneer said that the spirit bone was from a beast over 600,000 years old. However, sadly only those with extreme ice control could fuse with it, otherwise they might die. Bing Bing told Yun Hao that he must get that ice bone no matter what, as it had an ability that was very powerful. She explained that the ice explosion ability of that bone is one of the rarest abilities of her clan, and if she had that ability, then she would have been the sole ruler of the North. She also said that only Yun Hao could fuse with it, as without absolute ice ability, none can fuse with it regardless of their strength. Just as the auctioneer was about to announce the starting bid as 10 million gold coins, Yun Hao raised his hand and addressed the issue regarding the ice bone, as it would only be possible for the absolute ice attribute holder to fuse with the bone. Yun Hao also mentioned that he was the only one with Bone Ice Scorpion Essence and absolute ice ability. 10 minutes later, a blonde guy that hatefully looked similar to Dai Yao Chung appeared. The blonde guy said that Yun Hao would have to bear the consequences if Yun Hao lied and scammed the royal auction house. Thus, Yun Hao was examined, and the blonde guy confirmed the truth. He asked if Yun Hao was a citizen of Xingluo. Yun Hao nodded and that he got admitted into Shrek as an orphan citizen of Xingluo. The blonde heard and said then the spirit bone could be a gift to Yun Hao, as it can only be used by him. However, for that, he must win the tournament to take this bone. Yun Hao was shocked by such a condition, but he agreed nonetheless. After that, Sister Ling Luo asked if it was really true that one must have absolute ice ability to have that bone. Yun Hao nodded, but Sister Ling Luo said that it would be great if Yun Hao could practice with her more often. After Shrek returned to their own VIP cabinet, the princess asked the blonde, addressing him as brother, if it was really fine promising Shrek such a valuable thing. The blonde said that it was so that the Empire can get close to Shrek, and Yun Hao being a valuable member of Shrek, it would be worth the investment. The last item of the auction was a spirit essence. It was possible to fuse with the spirit essence if one was lucky. Everyone was surprised hearing one can gain spirit essence without being born with it. Bing Bing said that it might be possible just like how they did, but the spirit essence wouldn't be as good as theirs, as she had willingly become Yun Hao's spirit essence. It was the same as a natural spirit essence. Sure enough, the auction began with the price tag of 1 billion gold coins, but soon someone won the bid with 1.5 billion gold coins. The Shrek pondered who was so wealthy to gain such a treasure. When the Shrek's team was returning to their hotel, they met Hong Chen, who again challenged Yun Hao. Hong Chen was the one that bought that spirit essence. He was confident that after he gained his second spirit essence, he would have an unparalleled talent. After returning, Yun Hao and Wang Dong went to the forest first to try out their fusion skill. Surprisingly, going to the forest really made it possible to discover their fusion spirit ability. They lay on the ground as the destruction from their new fusion ability was still visible. Bing Bing, in Yun Hao's spirit consciousness, said that the aura from the spirit essence from the auction felt very familiar to her. The next day, Xiao Tao was able to join the tournament as she recovered. Thus, Shrek had 3 members of the main team joining the battle team for the first time, and as expected, Xiao Tao was enough to sweep clean the victory. She had rampaged through the arena and won easily as the opponent had no way to defend. She felt relieved, letting go of her pent-up anger toward her opponent. But Wang Yan wasn't happy at her action as she exposed her ability too early and warned that her future opponents would be stronger. Wang Yan and Xiao Tao argued. Wang Yan said that she should not participate in the team if she doesn't fulfill her duties as captain. After Xiao Tao left, Wang Yan was alerted by a dark aura emanating from the devouring knife bought by Yun Hao. So he hurriedly called to Yun Hao. Yun Hao saw this and sought the thing from Wang Yan, saying he has ways to restrain it. When Yun Hao touched the demonic black aura, Yi Lao woke up in his consciousness. The demonic aura also invaded Yun Hao's consciousness. Brother Daydream used his power to restrain it as the 10-year-old white ring turned golden. Bing Bing also joined in as Yun Hao's eyes became that of Bing Bing. The gray entity, Yi Lao, woke up and told everyone to leave the rest to him. Wang Yan was shocked to see Yunhao's aura changing from golden to jade color to lastly deathly gray color. Yunhao, who was being controlled by Yi Lao, looked at the peeking Wang Yan and threw him out of a magic barrier that he made. The barrier was very strong, and it protected Yunhao from outside harm, and also isolated the space within the barrier. Yunhao then began purifying the knife slowly, as a holy aura emanated from Yunhao's body. Tianmeng and Bingbing was shocked to see Yi Lao, whom they thought was a deathly being, could use such pure, holy energy. The knife slowly was being purified as the black aura began to be sucked out by Yi Lao. When it was almost finished, the knife gave out a very potent life-attributed aura, which surprised Yunhao and Tianmeng. And slowly the black knife turned emerald and was full of pure and solid life energy. Yi Lao, who controlled Yunhao's body, said that this life force has been accumulated after millions of years of condensation and could benefit everyone in Yunhao's spiritual consciousness. Yunhao was given back his body as Yi Lao let off his control. Yi Lao told Yunhao to not let the knife go no matter what happens and told him to bring it closer. As soon as the knife got close to his forehead, it stuck to Yunhao like a magnet to iron. Yunhao felt the life force entering every part of his body as his meridians became firmer and wider. Even muscles and bones were purified as they became stronger than before. Even the space within his consciousness was changing as it was being filled with life. But all of a sudden, the green knife faced towards his forehead and abruptly penetrated his head as a green light was reflected, but Yunhao's head had no injury as though it was just an illusion. In fact, the knife went into his consciousness. Tianmeng told Yunhao to hold on as the strong life force rampaged into his consciousness. Yunhao felt extreme pain as his consciousness stretched beyond limits. Then the gray entity told everyone to not panic and to release a small amount of their spirit power within Yunhao's consciousness. They did as Yi Lao told, and Yunhao's consciousness repaired itself with the energy from unsealing their powers. His consciousness slowly turned lusciously filled with plants and flowers as it turned into an isolated space like a small world. Tianmeng guessed that this world could evolve becoming bigger and bigger if Yunhao got stronger, and estimated that Yunhao's consciousness space had expanded at least 3 times than before. Then Yi Lao for the first time showed his face clearly and said that he would live in Yunhao's third eye that had been newly formed. Tianmeng was surprised and asked what he meant by third eye, so he demonstrated as the third eye opened in between Yunhao's eyebrows. Yunhao was the one who was most surprised. Yi Lao added that Yunhao had gained the ability of super regeneration, which only the life-attributed spirit masters rarely had. He also told him other things like how the knife didn't disappear but became his third eye, and Yunhao could use his eyes like a knife. He was also told that Yi Lao can also be considered a kind of spiritual essence, but he can't give Yunhao any spirit ring as he was not from this world. He told Yunhao to train harder, as he would give Yunhao his powers and abilities once he obtains 5 spirit rings. Wang Yan, who was outside of his barrier, woke up from his coma and was briefed about the knife with some lies. And to make it look like the truth, Yunhao created an illusion of the purified knife. After going back to his room, Yunhao began meditating and he discovered that he can somehow see everything inside his body. He guessed that it should be the wonders of the third eye. Yunhao pushed the door to get out, but made Wang Dong fall on his butt as Wang Dong was just outside the door. Wang Dong complained, so Yunhao rubbed his butt. So Wang Dong became angry for touching his butt and kicked Yunhao, but Yunhao dodged it and was also able to block Wang Dong's fist. Wang Dong exclaimed as to how Yunhao was able to block his fist, despite having 2 rings. Back to the conference room of Shrek, Mr. Wang explained, saying that day was the semi-finals, and after that day would be the finals. Shrek was told that they would fight Xing Luo Academy that day. Next, teacher Wang Yan gave everyone their roles and described a couple of strategies that the team should follow to win the battles. At the end of the conference, Mr. Wang shouted out the slogans of Shrek as the other students repeated. But Xing Luo Academy's true strength was stronger than what people had anticipated. Shi Luo Princess Juju was also among the fighters of Xing Luo Academy. The princess had Star Crown Spirit Essence, a great support ability. Her support spirit essence had changed the battleground at the very start, as it affected Yunhao's mental ability the most. Yunhao was unable to share his sense boost ability with the team, and the team who was used to being helped by Yunhao's sense boost was now very weak. Soon enough, the importance of Yunhao's boosting ability was shown as Xiao Tao's fireball was snatched by the opponent's fire mage, who was at the back, and she was being attacked by a black tiger guy. Meanwhile, Dai Ya Cheng and Bei Bei were the same and were having a tough time. Until now, they had realized the strength of Princess Juju's support ability. She was also attacking with sparkling little stars that were like small bombs. All three people of the main Shrek's team were kept at bay as they thought this was the plan Xing Luo Academy was having from the start. Wang Yan guessed that this was the strongest opponent they had faced as of this tournament. Meanwhile, Wang Dong and Yun Hao were hiding in the mist created by Ling Luo. Princess saw this attack in the mist. Xiao Tao saw this too and broke out with her fire powers, but she was restrained by a soul weapon of level 7 into a crystal ball. She was trapped and was unable to break out. Thus, Dao Yao became the focus of the attack and was soon hit. Wang Yan said that Dai Yao was hit because all three people were supporting the person that was attacking Dai Yao by sharing their spirit power through a spirit tool. Princess Juju had a confident smile as she prepared to end this battle. The blonde guy from the auction was sitting in the VIP area of the arena. He was smiling as it was a good idea to hide Prince Juju's ability from public for several years, for she had the strongest offensive support ability. Wang Dong and Yun Hao agreed that they should try their spirit fusion ability. They had no choice but to use their trump card. But then, Yi Lao's voice came saying he should know more about his own abilities. He said that the opponent was able to control the battle through the power of the stars, and he questioned what is the origin of the stars. He listened to Yi Lao's advice and did the spirit fusion. Yun Hao knew that their opponent's star ability is mainly light attributed, and their spirit fusion is also of light attribute. So he used their spirit fusion ability of light attribute and slowly broke the area of the star made by Juju. Dai Yao also broke out to help in, and finally the shield was being broken. Under Yi Lao's advice, Yun Hao was able to gain confidence, but they needed more power, so they decided to use their new spirit fusion ability. An illusory shadow of an ice scorpion was manifested as Yun Hao's hair became longer. A red aura surrounded him, and from out of nowhere, a spirit hammer was being formed. The hammer struck, and the area made by star powers crumpled like glass. The duo also broke the trap that held Xiao Tao. When Xiao Tao was released, she saw Yun Hao and Wang Dong exhausted. And now, with nothing holding her back, Xiao Tao unleashed her rage. And that was how Xing Luo Academy lost. Meanwhile, Hong Cheng was surprised as just when he thought that he had seen it all, a new ability was shown by Shrek. But Xiao Tao's body was hot and wet after unleashing her pent-up frustration and sought Yun Hao to quench her hunger. Thus, Yun Hao was taken away by Xiao Tao. As Xiao Tao's demonic flame heated up, it also affected his world inside his spiritual consciousness as the cozy house of Brother Tianmeng was burnt down. Bing Bing used her ice ability to contain the fire. Yi Lao appeared and said that even though the demonic fire was strong, Yun Hao's life attribute from Lai Bang Knife can still protect him. And thus, Yun Hao was forced to do it again as everyone in Yun Hao's spirit consciousness enjoyed. After everything happened, Yun Hao was apologetic, but Xiao Tao said it was her fault. She then thanked Yun Hao for helping her contain the fire in her heart. Then she teased Yun Hao, saying Yun Hao was the first to see her body beside her parents. So she asked how he was going to take responsibility. And just like that, they became much closer, and Yun Hao also became emotional, getting familial love for the first time besides his mother. When he got back home, he saw Wang Dong sleeping as the sun shone on his butt. So he slapped the shining ass and woke Wang Dong up. Wang Dong soon questioned about what happened the last night with Xiao Tao. But Yun Hao said that he just found out that Xiao Tao was a very good sister as she took care of him, but Wang Dong said that Yun Hao can depend on him. But Yun Hao said, how can a guy be the same as a girl? Wang Dong was unable to express anything as he hid his identity as a girl, so he could only blame himself. Next, they heard about the other semi-final match that happened. Wang Yan said that it was really terrifying as the captain of Moonlight Academy single-handedly defeated the other team using his spirit weapons. He said that even if the Shrek's main team was fully deployed, it would be a hard fight against them. But Shu Shan said that it wasn't the first time a miracle happened, and it might not be impossible to win the finals. After the briefing, Yun Hao was about to go back to his room, but they were stopped by two people. The two people dressed weirdly and sought to talk with Yun Hao. The long-haired guy used his mental power to force the Shrek's people. Thus, Wang Yan and Yun Hao was the only one that they brought with them as the rest of the Shrek was threatened by them. The two people brought them to a room in the same hotel. Yun Hao asked what they wanted from him. The long-haired guy said that they were from the Panty sect. Yun Hao heard about this sect as it was a powerful hidden sect. Their purpose was to bring in Yun Hao, who had a body-type spirit essence, as the Panty sect specializes on body-type spirit essence. But Yunhao refused their gesture politely, but they insisted, saying Panty-sect is far better than Shrek. But Yunhao said that Shrek was like a family to him, and he wouldn't be able to join them. Yunhao stood up and was leaving, but the short-haired guy stretched his hand, and the long-haired guy attacked with mental power. Yunhao was able to break free from the mental suppression using his third eye, making the long-haired guy more interested in him. But just at that time, a roasted chicken leg flew at the short-haired guy as it stuck in his throat, breaking some of his teeth. And appeared Zhuan Lao, who intimidated the enemy. Zhuan Lao surprised them with his sheer presence as they begged for forgiveness and recognized Zhuan Lao. Zhuan Lao didn't kill them as they recognized him and let them go. Just at that time, Xiao Tao came too, hearing Yunhao had been kidnapped, but calmed down when she saw Zhuan Lao. Zhuan Lao told Wang Yan that he would go back to the academy as the Panty sect might make more moves at the school. Yunhao asked if the Panty sect was really scary. Bei Bei said that they are extremely carefree and ruthless, but they lost to Shrek 2,000 years ago and had hidden themselves. Bei Bei also told Yunhao that he should be alert in the future as Panty sect had set their eyes on him. The next day, the crowd was endless at the arena, as it was the final match. There were discussions going on about who would win. Many favored Shrek Academy due to its past reputation, but few knew about the strength of the Moonlight Academy. Just like other days, the Shrek team headed on the stage led by Xiao Tao, and the Sun Moon Empire's Moonlight Academy also came on the stage headed by their captain Ma. When the white-haired woman from Moonlight Academy saw Wang Dong, she was captivated by his eyelashes and figure. Hong Chen told her to not get horny in such an important match. Just at that moment, White Tiger Duke Dai Huo came, and Yunhao saw him too. The commentator of the match said that the champions would get 3 spirit bones and 1,000,000 gold coins. Then the judge of the final match was announced as a burly man appeared out of nowhere. He was Huang Jin, and a famous strong man in Xingluo. But when Huang Jin saw Xuan Luo sitting in normal audience seats, he got scared and wondered how he would defend if Xuan Luo did something to let Shrek win. The match would be divided into 3 rounds: team battle, individual battle, and a 2-2 and 3-man battle. And the winner of the best out of the 3 rounds would be the champion. It was also told that the danger level of this match was high, and the referee couldn't guarantee the full safety of the match. The first was team versus team match. Both teams came and introduced themselves. Moonlight Academy's red-haired guy was the captain and was called Ma Shu Long, whereas the white-haired siblings were called Xiao Hongchen and Meng Hongchen. The 3 were relatively young, but the other members of Moonlight looked quite old. The Shrek's team also introduced themselves, and everyone was surprised that Yunhao and Wang Dong wasn't fighting. They were sitting in the audience seat. Hong Chen cursed as he wanted to fight Yunhao. The teacher of Moonlight Academy was confused by such an arrangement, but Wang Yan had his plans. In the previous matches, Wang Yan did not prepare any in-depth strategy to win and relied mostly on strength. But the final was different. Another blonde guy asked the White Tiger Duke about which team he thinks would win. White Tiger Duke said that only time would tell. Then the judge raised his voice and announced the start of the first round, and as soon as he did, the fight started. The Moonlight Academy depended heavily on spirit weapons. Both sides launched devastating attacks on each other. Ma Xiao Tao continued to release her 6th spirit ability according to Wang Yan's plan, and Yunhao secretly released his spirit sense boost ability to aid his teammates that were fighting in the arena. Xu Shanshi also used his space ability to switch the position of Hong Chen, but Hong Cheng wasn't fazed, and in fact he seemed happy as he was surrounded by golden balls. Before the match started, Moonlight Academy's Captain Ma advised to keep Xiao Tao in check as she was the strongest. The responsibility to hold Xiao Tao down fell on combatant Lin Shi. Lin Shi swore that he would try his best to buy as much as time for the team by holding down Xiao Tao. And so he did. He did his best to confront her even though she was oppressing him in every way. Lin Shi was in a pinch and had to use the soul cage just like the opponents from the semi-finals. Xiao Tao was again imprisoned in it, but this time they used 2 cages to lock her inside. And without Xiao Tao, the Shrek team's burden increased heavily. Only Chao Tuo was able to support them using his spirit weapons. At the same time, Xu Shan used his teleportation ability to get close to the enemy. But he was unable to attack due to the lack of cover. Hong Chen was floating with countless gold orbs and particles, but the gold orbs began turning into something like weapons. And in the end, all of them turned into spirit weapons. Wang Yan was able to figure out the spirit essence of Hong Cheng as he was really knowledgeable. It was none other than a 3-legged golden toad. Cao Tuo saw this and said that all of those weapons are 5th-grade spirit weapons. The match reached a critical point, and the judge had been looking at the match attentively. But at this time, something happened. The cage Ma Xiao Tao was being contained in had been melted by the flame, all the while containing the temperature of the flame up. Everyone underestimated Xiao Tao's power. Last time, after Yunhao calmed down her demonic fire, Xiao Tao broke through to 68th level and was close to level 70. Lin Shi, who was closest to Xiao Tao, instantly turned into ashes as the flames were condensed into very high temperatures. Even the judge was unable to save him. It was even out of the control of Xiao Tao. The members of Moonlight Academy were enraged, and one even charged to her. Meanwhile, Hong Chen's cannons were finished charging. Hong Chen's spirit essence was the best spirit essence for controlling the gold elements. His golden orbs were the core of his weapons, followed by his 4 spirit rings. He uses a shield to make weapons from the gold dust that he brings along. After that, the weapons charge by drawing gold elements from the air. And when the charge is complete, Hong Cheng releases the shield that protects him. Because of such abilities, he was known as a genius in the history of the Sun-Moon Kingdom. Hong Cheng fired finally with his golden cannons, and the first in its trajectory was Dai Yao. It was then Jian Nan came in front. Su Shan was enraged, but was kicked by Xiao Tao for going overboard. It was very confusing for the audience, but Wang Yan knew she did the right thing. The other teammates of Sun Moon attacked Xiao Tao and kept her busy. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan confronted Hong Chen's cannon fire. Hong Chen saw her and felt it was a pity to damage such a beauty. But he was surprised when he saw Jiang Nan coming his way, unscathed. Jiang Nan used her gravity magic, making the golden cannon gain heavy weight as they were dropped by Hong Chen to the ground. Jiang Nan then jumped up and kicked Hong Chen as both of them went on flying in different directions. However, she can't use her ability for long, so she also coughed blood. Dai Yao took this chance and attacked with his 10,000-year-old spirit ring. Hong Cheng used his gold control to cover his body in golden armor, but was still affected by the attack of Dai Yao. So Hong Chen was thrown to his sister as he coughed blood. And just at this moment, the crowd screamed as the Moonlight team saw another member of the Moonlight team dying from Xiao Tao's fire. When Xiao Tao was being attacked by the Moonlight team, she again compressed her fire into a tiny fireball using 2 spirit skills together. She then manifested a blood-red, fiery dark phoenix as it confronted Chen Fei, whose mind was clouded with anger. The judge was paying close attention, and Chen Fei believed he can evade the attack, but when the dark phoenix flew past Chen Fei, the heat from the dark-colored flame expanded, and the high-temperature heat consumed half of Chen Fei. Thus, he was killed. Thus, the judge was unable to save 2 students. Even the students from the audience hall felt the heat coming from arena. The 2 deaths caused the remaining member of Sun Moon to go berserk as they used all their means to attack unanimously. Bi Bei saw this and knew even if they won, they would have to lose the weak members of the Shrek. So he said that he would forfeit. The judge listened to this and immediately created a shield that blocked all the attacks. Dai Yao was angered as they were about to win, but Bi Bei said it was told by Mr. Wang that every one of the team is more valuable. Even though the fight was stopped, the Sun Moon Kingdom spouted curse words at Shrek. Even the crowd couldn't take Shrek's defeat easily. In the Shrek's resting area, Yunhao did all he could to calm the fire of Xiao Tao down. Meanwhile, Shu Shan was burning with anger as his Jiang Nan was heavily injured and said he would avenge her. Wang Yan said that he would be given to fight in the first individual match to avenge his love. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Moonlight Academy, everyone was depressed, even though they have won. The next day, in individual match, Moonlight Academy selected a blonde named Li Yin, while Shu Shan was selected from Shrek. Shu Shan appeared like a comment as he jumped on the stage. He was seeking to take his revenge for hurting Jiang Nan. A long snake manifested in front of Shu Shan's shield, indicating that his spirit essence was the legendary black turtle. Both sides collided. The fire attack from the opponent was being negated by Shu Shan's innate water control ability. The rage of Shu Shan fueled the attack power of the black turtle. A green light covered Lin Yi as the judge quickly stopped Shu Shan's attack. But Shu Shan was still holding up and wanted to continue his challenge. Bei Bei noticed that Shu Shan had exhausted his spirit powers and was using his life forces to supplement it. Jian Nan was seeing this from the audience seat and was a bit sad. Meanwhile, the next opponent from Moonlight came. Shu Shan was granted permission to continue fighting as he had won. So the opponent from Moonlight was matched against Shu Shan. The opponent was able to push Shu Shan back as he was exhausted. Captain Ma from Moonlight told him to knock Shu Shan off the stage to win, but the guy didn't listen and wanted to kill Shu Shan, and so he attacked Shu Shan right in his heart. Jiang Nan was terrified as she looked and cried. Hearing her cries, Shu Shan's body awakened the power as he grabbed the hand that stabbed him and bade farewell to the opponent, followed by a green aura that killed another of Moonlight Academy. Their teammates of Moonlight went berserk and rushed to the stage to kill Shu Shan. The judge told them to stop, but they didn't listen. So the drunk Zhuan Lao appeared and said that they would be punished if they break the rules of the tournament. The guys from Moonlight reluctantly went back as Zhuan Lao took away Shu Shan's injured body. The next match was Bai Bei's match against Mi Jia of Moonlight Academy. Bai Bei defended with his Dragon Claw as the opponent fired with his spirit weapon, but it was too strong to contain for his Dragon Claw and exploded. Next, he used Tang Sect's hidden techniques to evade the next fireball and rushed towards Mi Jia. Yunhao didn't know that one can dodge soul weapon with such techniques and was eager to learn it from Bai Bei. The opponent then took out a sword spirit weapon, and just when he thought he would hack Bai Bei to death, he saw an explosion happen, which was blocked by the judge. It was a hidden weapon called Thousand Needle Ball. It worked like a grenade as it threw thousands of needles to all directions. Moreover, the needles were coated with deadly poison too. And just like that, Bai Bei won. However, the judge wasn't able to defend fully from the needles as the opponent was poisoned, but Bai Bei said that he would give Mi Jia antidote after the tournament. The teacher from Moonlight Academy slapped his forehead and said that they had lost 3 matches, and the number of combatants are becoming more and more injured. He then told Xiao Meng that she was the only hope as her abilities were not yet revealed to public. Wang Yan wasn't sure what her abilities were, so he was unsure of a good strategy. In the 4th match, Bai Bei confronted Xiao Hongmeng, but he took it slowly as he needed to know about her abilities first. Her eyes were glowing red when she appeared on the stage. She threw a cloud circle of snow towards Bai Bei. Bai Bei was cautious and used his strongest skill to defend, but the attack was evaded by Xiao Hongmeng while her cloud of snow went to Bai Bei. Bai Bei's skin became pale as he dropped on the ground. It was the first individual match loss for Shrek. Wang Yan analyzed it and figured out that her spirit essence must be the red ice toad. Bing Bing also figured it out and told Yunhao about its characteristics. Bai Bei was being healed of the poison when the next person was announced. Soon, the sky began raining. So Sister Ling was sent to defeat her as she could make use of the rain to create stronger ice attacks. Ling Luo attacked with her strong ice, and the entire field was covered with her ice. It was hard to see what was going on as the arena was covered in ice. Everyone saw Ling Luo standing while Hong Meng was trapped. But then, Ling Luo dropped on the ground. Her condition was pretty similar to Bai Bei. And soon, Hong Meng broke free from the ice cage and said that it was her specialty to spread poison through ice. Moonlight Academy praised her as she challenged the next person, Dai Yao Chen. It was same for Dai Hua Chen as he felt the effects of the poison. Xiao Hongmeng was delaying time to recover her powers when fighting Dai Yao. But Wang Yan knew about her goal, and sure enough, when she recovered her energy, she again attacked the poisoned Dai Yao. And just when everyone thought Dai Yao would be finished, a pattern appeared on Dai Yao's hand as it counterattacked Xiao Hong. Seeing the situation, the teacher from Moonlight Academy admitted their defeat, so she was saved from the attack. Hongmeng was terrified as she was almost killed. Dai Yao was taken to recover from the fight as Xiao Tao went to fight next. But Moonlight Academy then announced that they forfeited the next individual matches. Wang Yan was surprised as he just wanted to wear out the Moonlight Academy before the next format. It was then announced that due to the lack of combatants for next formats, the rules would be altered, and the 3rd round will be composed of fighters that were previously been defeated. Yunhao understood the disadvantage they were in. Most of their members were injured, so only Yunhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Tao are left, meaning if the opponent won any one of the next 2 matches, then they would win the tournament. Everyone was tensed up hearing it. Then Xiao Tao said that in the first match, she would be enough. But in the next matches, Wang Dong and Yunhao had to take responsibility. She then asked for their opinion. The duo replied unanimously in affirmation. Next, round 3 or the last round was about to begin, and both sides had won the previous rounds equally. So whoever wins this round composed of 2 versus 2 matches would win the championship. Everyone was surprised when only Xiao Tao got on stage. The judge accepted her solo battle as it was not against the rules. The battle began with trash talk between the 2 sides, and Captain Ma was the first to attack. This time they planned to use lightning net to hold her down while the other guy prepares for big attack. But she just split the net into 2 and went through it. Seeing this, Captain Ma of Moonlight overclocked his spirit weapon and attacked with it. Meanwhile, he brought up another spirit weapon in the shape of a large sword for close combat. His sword gave off a dark, bloody aura as he hacked towards Xiao Tao. She was hit by it and was in extreme pain. The weapon Captain Ma used was of 8th grade, made by a world-class master. He enjoyed the screams of Xiao Tao, but then the demonic fire in Xiao Tao's body lost control as her emotions ran rampant, and her aura surged as a demon phoenix head manifested behind her. Both parties attacked and clashed, but it was one-sided as Xiao Tao also took out the sword that Dai Yao bought from the auction. And when she used the sword, Captain Ma's shield was broken and was about to be hacked by the big sword, but the judge appeared and saved him. But she bypassed the judge and hacked again as Ma thought he would die. But then Xuan Lao appeared and forcefully knocked her down. When the Shrek team was about to get close to Xiao Tao, Xuan Lao stopped them, saying the demonic fire is rampant and they might die if they get close. Yun Hao said that he can use his absolute ice, but Xuan Lao said that his spirit level was too low compared to her, so that won't work. Xuan Lao then said in a heavy tone that if Xiao Tao is unable to contain the spirit essence, then she would become a dark spirit master. He said that her body was contaminated by the demonic powers and is slowly turning dark, and her flames already turned into the most demonic flame. Just then, the referee announced that the next round would begin in 2 minutes, but Xuan Lao said that it was enough. As their school already suffered losses, and if anything happened to Yun Hao and Wang Dong, then it would be a great loss for the academy. But they insisted, saying they can fight, and had the confidence. Thus, Xuan Lao reluctantly agreed, and said that they should give up if any of them faced a life threat. Teacher Wang Yan then improvised a strategy to make the duo succeed. Hong Chung and Hong Meng got on the stage and said that they can't let their companion's death go in vain, so they must win the battle for the sake of their dead comrades. Yun Hao and Wang Dong faced Hong Chun and Hong Meng. Hong Meng wondered why Wang Dong and Yun Hao were so confident, and wondered if they figured out ways to counterattack her poison. Both teams went to the edge of the arena. Meanwhile, Tiger Duke was confused as to why Yun Hao looked familiar to him. When the start signal was given, Yun Hao held on to Wang Dong, who was flying with his wings. But he hid himself using the illusion ability and also showed a fake clone of himself in another spot. And as expected, the opponent attacked Wang Dong first as he was stronger. Hong Meng told Hong Chun to provide support while she fights Wang Dong. Hong Chun, due to his injuries, were not able to fully use his gold orbs to make mass spirit weapons, but that was enough to cover the view of Wang Dong. But Wang Dong was very nimble and dodged those projectiles. But at this time, Yun Hao noticed that Wang Dong's waist was too thin and his body was soft and not smelly, much like a girl's. But he didn't think of anything as the attack of Hong Men was nearing. Wang Dong was able to dodge those attacks too, but when the attacks went behind Wang Dong, it exploded, spreading poisonous ice mist in the air. But Bing Bing said that in front of absolute ice, the ice poison is not effective at all. Even fire-attributed poison would be ineffective in front of absolute ice. Thus, a green aura was released from the duo's back as it prevented the ice poison. Hong Meng was surprised as her poison looked ineffective. But she believed that with the duo being many levels lower than her, she would win as long as she continued her barrage of attacks. But Wang Dong wasn't just planning to evade as he also attacked. She was helpless, and became even more terrified when she saw a manifestation of an ice scorpion behind Wang Dong's butterfly wings. Thus, Hong Meng was frozen by the absolute ice as Yun Hao released his Spirit Bones ability. Then the duo went for the finishing move, but Hong Meng was pulled by her brother through a chain and said that they should use their strongest attack to show the duo. He was determined and wanted to use their trump card. The siblings held hands as they performed a spirit fusion ability. The arena became covered in red aura. Seeing this, the duo wasn't idle either, and they also used their spirit fusion ability. The audience was shocked as they didn't think they would see two sides using spirit fusion ability at the same time. Both sides had completed their spirit fusion. One side manifested an ice toad while the other side manifested a humanoid figure. The Hong siblings were the ones to attack first as a giant fireball was spewed out of the toad's mouth. Meanwhile, Yun Hao and Wang Dong also released their attack as a golden beam came out of the forehead of the humanoid manifestation. Countless golden hammers were formed from the golden light and attacked the fireball. Both the hammers and the fireball clashed, and the hammer smashed the toad into pieces as the Hong siblings coughed out blood. But the fireballs were not fully blocked and were heading toward the duo. Then the duo switched their spirit essences to their second spirit essence and was able to bring forth another miraculous ability. Han Chung coughed out blood even more as his past flashed back. Then the arena was devastated by a beam of energy that went up toward the cloud, as though a divine being had descended. and much divine it was as a woman with unparalleled beauty came out of the cocoon made of butterfly and ice scorpion spirit essence. She had a golden ice crown and astonishing beauty. Even Hong Chen momentarily forgot his loss. She simply swatted away all the fire remnants as though dancing with ice and fire. She descended step by step and threw off Hong, coupled out of the stage gently. Even the judge sweated a bit. The Hong siblings were just too astonished to say anything. She bade farewell to them and asked if they won. The judge nodded and said they had won. Then the woman disappeared into golden sparks and ice mist as though she was just an illusion. And just like that, the winner of the tournament had become Shrek. And Wang Dong and Yun Hao became the leading figure of the tournament. The Shrek team cheered for the victory. Meanwhile, the Hong siblings sobbed and cried as they weren't able to win. But after the match, Xuan Lao sought the antidote for the ice poison from the Moonlight Academy, and also sought for the weapon Ma Shu long used. The next day, after the tournament ended, Yun Hao was taking care of Wang Dong and noticed that Wang Dong's sleeping figure looked much similar to the women from the Spirit Fusion. So he pinched Wang Dong's face to observe more. Wang Dong woke up and demanded an apology, but Yun Hao didn't listen and tickled Wang Dong. Then they got emotional and celebrated their victory by hugging each other. They hugged for a few good minutes as Yun Hao said that they were like brothers. Wang Dong then let go of the hug and asked if it would matter in their brotherhood if Wang Dong was a girl. Yu Hao innocently said that it would matter very much as he would then chase him until he gets him. Yun Hao then asked if Wang Dong had any sisters, and if so, then he should introduce them to him. Hearing it, Wang Dong quickly turned away. Yun Hao then said it would have been wonderful if Wang Dong had a sister, as she might have the same appearance as the women from the Spirit Fusion. Wang Dong got up and said he has a sister, and Yun Hao must keep his word. Yun Hao was shocked as Wang Dong said that they were twins and looks much similar to him. Yun Hao then said Wang Dong's sister would surely be the same as the woman from Spirit Fusion when she gets older. But Yun Hao was depressed and said that why would such a beautiful woman like a guy like him? But Wang Dong said that he wasn't that bad as he had dual spirit essence and also the absolute ice element. Yun Hao just realized this fact and regained his confidence and fully believed that he was no longer the same Yun Hao from the Duke's mansion. Just when the duo was chatting, something else was going on at the Poseidon Island. Xiao Tao's body was kept in Poseidon Island, and everyone was trying their best to seal the dark demonic fire into Xiao Tao's body. They found some solutions, but none of them are permanent solutions, so they can only rely on the Judgment Sword of Captain Ma. The power from the Judgment Sword was fighting with the demonic fire in her body. The old man then said that the champion must have been coming back to Shrek, and the school can't be stingy when rewarding them. The old man said that the Phoenix Flame was not demonic at first, but it became like that due to some outside force. But this made the flame even stronger, and right now Xiao Tao holds the strongest flame in the world, which is much like an absolute flame. Dean Yan understood that it would be a massive benefit if Xiao Tao is able to contain it, but would be devastating if she can't. The tournament was fruitful for the Shrek, and the rewards weren't announced to the public. Besides gold, the representative from Shrek also received 4 spirit bones. They had the freedom to choose the spirit bones. Mr. Wang Yan was the one that chose 3 bones, and the other spirit bone was promised by the blonde from the auction to Yun Hao. Each of the prizes was priceless. Xuanluo City went back to its usual face after the end of the tournament, and the Shrek team also returned to their academy. The Shrek team arrived at the Shrek City with bright faces as the other people from the academy welcomed them. Each student went to hug their respective master and was praised throughout the meeting. Dean Yan Shao also came and told the champions to go to the Poseidon Island to receive rewards from the academy. The group didn't delay and immediately went to the Poseidon Pavilion. It was an honor for them to go there as only the elders of Shrek were permitted to go there. The outside of the pavilion was full of greenery and big trees, symbolizing the ancient nature of Shrek. A golden light permeated throughout the greenery. Wang Dong noticed that his spirit essence was recovering in the golden light. The gray entity in Yun Hao's consciousness said that they would stay hidden as the master of the golden light was very strong and they might be discovered. Soon the group arrived at the hall where there was a long table. Dean Yan said that besides 4 deans of Shrek, only the elders sat in the long table. Dean Yan then reprimanded the main 7 Devils team for failing to protect their teammate, and also said if it was not for Yun Hao noticing the danger beforehand, even more students would be dead. But he calmed the situation, saying since they had won the championship, the academy would not pursue this matter. Then they were told to leave. Dai Yao and Ling Luo bowed and left. Then Mr. Wang Yan was called and told that he would be promoted to Shrek's special instructor, teaching students in the inner academy. Mr. Wang Yan was told that he would be given access to the secret library of Poseidon's pavilion. Poseidon Library was the most wanted treasure in Poseidon Hall. Dean Yan then turned to the backup team of 7 devils and said that their achievement would be recorded in Shrek's history. They were given 3 more spirit bones from the treasury. With this, everyone in the Shrek's backup team would have a spirit bone. They were also granted the title of Shrek's 7 Devils, forever till death. The title wasn't just words or formalities. In the history of Soul Land, many were crowned as 7 devils, but only 2 times in history where 7 groups of people were titled Shrek Devils till death, meaning the title wouldn't go to anyone until they died. But they were told that their bestowal of titles wouldn't be announced till they graduate and should be hidden. Dean Yan then asked toward the person at the very front of the table if he had any instructions. Yunhao guessed that he was the master of the pavilion. The guy in the middle said that they did great deeds by winning the competition as a backup team. The pavilion master then pointed out to Yunhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao, and said that they should stay behind for a while to train with him. The pavilion master dismissed everyone except the trio, and finally, they were able to see the face of the master. It was none other than the old man that always slept on a tree at the entrance of Shrek. He confirmed, saying it was him that used to sleep at the freshman campus. The old master called out to Yunhao to help him sit up. The old man introduced himself as Mu Lao. He said that he got an injury when he was young, which was why he always sat like that. He then said if Yunhao remembered how he asked for the old man's health when he first saw him beneath the tree of the freshman campus. Meanwhile, Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao regretted not recognizing the old man back then. The trio was then brought to a golden rundown palace underground. The pavilion master said it was the heart of the golden tree. Wang Dong was then shown a passageway and was told that there was a room at the end of it and that he could train there. Wang Dong followed the instruction and slowly went through the passageway. He entered the room that Mu Lao mentioned, and when he pushed the door, he felt that the room was overflowing with dense light energy. The energy was so thick that it was almost turning into liquid. Wang Dong became happy and immediately sat in to meditate. A voice then sounded in Wang Dong's ear as it said that training in that room would give twice the benefit with half the effort. And the room was just at one of the roots of the golden tree, and it had 108 rooms in total, each for a different type of spiritual master. He was told that he must find his own path if he wanted to get strong. Yunhao also found his own room, but it was dark, and right after he entered it, he faced a mental attack. In the darkness, he saw a ray of light, and the next thing he knew, he got trapped in a sphere-shaped room. It had countless dragon skulls that emanated great pressure. His entire mind was almost being squeezed by the pressure. He understood that his training would not be easy. Even then, he sat there to meditate and endured the pain. Then Mu Lao's voice sounded as he instructed him in training. He was surprised when Mu Lao exposed his 100,000-year-old spirit ring and also guessed the age of his spirit bones. Yunhao was truly amazed by Mu Lao's deduction. Meanwhile, Tang Ya was sad as she didn't see Bei Bei for a while now. But just when she was about to go to train, she saw the figure of Bei Bei. She rushed to hug him. Tang Ya also found out about them getting the title of Shrek's 7 Devils and asked if they would still remain in the Tang clan now that they achieved the championship. Bei Bei protested, saying Tang Sect and Shrek had always been close. However, Tang Ya broke out in anger, saying Shrek never helped Tang Sect in its downfall. Bei Bei took her in his arms and said that the Tang Sect failed because it didn't adapt with time. Tang Ya then said that she would be more of a burden for them in the future, so she intended to leave Shrek. Bei Bei was struck with shock and said that she can never leave him, but she said that she intended to go back to the Heavendu Empire where Tang Sect belonged. Bei Bei warned, saying if the enemy finds out that, then they would bully her. But Tang Ya promised that she would hide herself until she was sure of exterminating them. Her eyes were burning with the fire of revenge. Meanwhile, at Sun Moon Kingdom, the teacher in charge of Moonlight Academy was stomped by Lord Jing Hong Chen. Hong Chung and his sister were also training and recovering in seclusion. Meanwhile, in a secret room of the Sun Moon Hall, Lord Jing Hong Chen was staring at the spirit essence embryo that Hong Chen had bought from the auction. He insulted Xing Luo Kingdom for not recognizing the potential of the embryo. Meanwhile, Yunhao was listening to Mu Lao in the training room. Mu Lao's deduction was too scary, as he was even able to deduce that the ice scorpion essence was an artificial spirit essence. But fortunately, he didn't dig any deeper, and said that it would be great if Yunhao told him about his secret of gaining the second spirit one day before Mu Lao died. Just like that, 1 month had passed since Yunhao and the trio entered the training. Xiao Xiao was the first to get out of the training. Mu Lao asked what path she had chosen, and she replied by saying it was the offensive support class. And the reason was so that she can support the 7 devils. After Xiao Xiao left, another month had passed, and Wang Dong finally opened his eyes. He was surprised by the path he had gotten. Wang Dong's spirit level increased to level 36 in these 2 months. He took a huge leap in his physical strength, too. At the same time, Yunhao also finished his training, and the duo met each other and hugged. But then they felt that their fusion ability was activated, and was surprised to discover that their fusion ability had improved by a large margin. Mu Lao also saw this and asked what paths they found. Mu Lao then told them to write down their chosen path in his hands with their fingers. They complied, and when Mu Lao revealed what they wrote, they were shocked, for they wrote the same thing, and it was Tang Sect. Mu Lao was surprised by the coordination between the duo. Such an extreme mind link isn't even available to inborn twins. Mu Lao then asked their reasons for choosing Tang Sect's path. Wang Dong said that it was because he understood that his own spirit abilities were similar to that of Tang Sect's teachings. And Yunhao said that he had been facing the problem of low spirit level for a while, and he believed that Tang Sect had a solution for this. Lu Lao was satisfied and added that Tang San, the founder of Tang Sect, had created the 6 arts of Tang Sect before ascending. Some of those arts can indeed help Yunhao. After that, Mu Lao told them to fuse with the spirit bones they had obtained from the championship. The green one was the bone of an ice scorpion, whereas the golden bone was that of a light demon. Mu Lao helped them fusing with the bones, and the duo left towards their dorm. Just at that time, Miss Mu challenged Miss Ju for spar between their class students. Miss Mu even said that Miss Ju's students have a really low-rank spirit level. But Miss Ju retorted saying the spirit level doesn't solely decide the prowess of a spirit master. Miss Mu mocked, saying they should test it out by letting the students fight. But just at this time, the trio returned and accepted Miss Mu's invitation for spar. The Class 1 students were happy seeing their top students coming back. Miss Ju's face was bright, while Miss Mu's face twitched in anger. Miss Ju then allowed the 3 to participate in the battle. Seeing this, Dai Hua was happy as he could finally take his revenge against Yunhao. When Outer Dean saw Yunhao and the trio, he was surprised by their growth in such short time. Yunhao just told his team to stay put and follow his leave. The match started, and the first attack was an illusion attack from Yunhao that scared the members of Class 2 as they let go of their formation. Yunhao then released his mental interference ability that halted the opponents. Xiao Xiao also wielded both her spirit essence simultaneously and stopped all the opponents except Dai Huan Bin. So the duo went to face Dai Huan Bin. Dai Huan also went to attack, but as soon as his claws touched Yunhao's body, it fractured as Yunhao's body was covered in absolute ice. The frozen Dai Huan flew away and was out of the arena. The other teammates also rushed, seeing their captain being thrown. The woman with dragon fire had instantly been frozen by the absolute ice, while the black-haired Zhu Li was slapped by Wang Dong's wings. The last fat member surrounded, seeing this, and Class 1 saw the shortest victory in that year. Miss Mu Li was shocked by such an outcome and had lost all hope. The Outer Dean asked the director if Yunhao really just have 2 spirit rings. Director said that even Mu Lao praised Yunhao. But just at that time, a green aura surrounded Shrek as a voice came from all directions asking for a guy named Zhuan Zi. The director panicked hearing the voice and told to evacuate all students to safety. Thanks for watching till the end. If you want to see what happens next, please help this video reach 40,000 likes and 5K good comments. You can watch other videos on my channel which are related to the world of Yunhao, but they are the future story of Yunhao's universe. Peace from Alimentum Fiction, aka a fiction.